Yo, hello? Is this thing on? Sure looks like it. What's going on, friends? It is Thursday, the 15th, the 16th of July, which is the announcement day for Path of Exile 1's new league, Secrets of the Allflame or Curse of the Allflame, whatever it is. Actually got the title totally wrong. We gotta fix that on the stream titles, but in about 10 minutes, we'll get the full details on all of the business. But it's looking like the trailers were like boats, fish, under the sea, but also abyss. They did a couple teasers on Twitter. The first was this one.
It calls to me. A bounty beyond the pale. A curse in the deep.
Big fish, big fish. And since the Allflame is like the pirate thing, you know, obviously that's got to mean boats. Someone's I think this is right here, said ferryman, and then that made me realize, like, maybe it's just gonna be we're gonna go on a boat over a river, and then that's gonna take us to the abyss world or something like that. I'm not really sure, but I hope that's not the case. I hope it's fishing. Like, it's got to be fishing. But this was another teaser they put out 4 days ago. That kind of solidified the abyss tie-in.
Rise again.
This is all it's quiet as shit. Start that over.
Rise again, Zorath. Serve
We got Green Zarwali from PoE2. But the thing about Zarwali, green or otherwise, is he's most definitely not a fish, which is making me slightly concerned about the fishing tie-in for the league, you know? So again, slightly concerned. Make sure that's fine. But we're still holding out hope. Maybe we just go underwater and there's a cave. We fight Zarwali, and then we go back to fishing, you know? So, yeah, Mathel right there speculating that it's probably like an update to PoE1's Abyss to make it more like PoE2. The other two teasers, we still have 6 minutes. The other two things they've really announced were the announcement of Holy Hammer of Spirals and Reap of Butchery. Two new transfigured gems that are coming.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, game
Wait,
director
Mark?
on Path of Exile. For the past few leagues, we've been slowly adding transfigured variants to skills that are still without any. In the Curse of the Allflame update, it's no different. Today, we have a couple to tease you with. Holy Hammers of Spirals, a highly stylish new means of smiting the unrighteous. And Reap of Butchery, for when you want to get up close and personal with every victim you dispatch. Check out these and many more transfigured skills coming in Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, in our live stream on July 16th.
I kind of didn't read this. Bloody Sight swipes around you, applying physical damage over time, debuff and hitting enemies with fizz damage. If any survive, you gain a blood charge, which raises the damage and cost of the skill. Players can have a max of 5 blood charges. 20% more life per blood charge, 25% more damage per blood charge. Gain a blood charge if this skill hits enemies and none of them die. So if you kill any, I guess you don't get any blood charges. That's crazy. But yeah, the Holy Hammers looked kind of flashy.
And the Curse...
The Reap I'm like not sure about, but the Holy Hammers I'm almost certain is gonna be like bait. Kind of the way the other ones, the Holy Hammers from last league looked really sick, and then kind of seem like bait. I kind of feel like this is going to be the same thing. And I've never been a big fan of the spirally holy hammers business from like Diablo or anything like that, so not too enticed by that one. However, the last thing they've really teased or shown ahead of time is the new form of the Reliquarian, which I don't think we really have enough time to go over the whole thing because we only got 4 minutes, but it is looking pretty damn sick. We got On's Might, so you just get a free -1 maximum frenzy charges for the like if you're trying to go for the 0 frenzy charge route. I was kind of curious about what Harbinger of Directions is, but you get Shattered Divinity right there. Blast charges when you deal critical strikes is kind of huge. Namahu's Flame. There's a bunch of shit. I can't really speak to how like all of the different interactions these things are gonna have, but they do look pretty sick. Dawnbreaker right there for 25% of cold lightning and fizz damage converted to fire. That's already kind of like a pretty huge defensive node. Apostate just right there. Calm's Roots, stun immunity, 100 life. Slow immunity below base value. Knockback's kind of a smaller thing, but it is what it is. What else? Screams of the Desiccated. That's another thing. There was an announcement over what? We're gonna mute that. There was an announcement for what's gonna happen with Mirage after it ends, and it turns out it's not actually going core. So I'm not sure what that means for Screams of the Desiccated, because it's a really cool item. So I do hope it's still attainable outside of the Reliquarian, because A, I didn't keep any of them, and B, you only get the Impenetrable Shrine from Screams of the Desiccated in Reliquarian. But could you imagine if they gave you like Echoing for free? It'd be pretty funny. Gloomfang also looks really sick. Just a free extra chain. Projectiles that have chain gain 20% of non-chaos damage as extra chaos. Yeah, they also put in Arakali's Fang somewhere. I don't know if we skipped that one. No, it's right here. You just get level 20 raised spiders. Sands of Time was also another one that had me excited. You get Sands of Time, and you also get to have a new weapon, or like a different weapon for free. Which Sands of Time was what we were using. It was the mace scepter we were using for the arc build I did in PoE1, which was very fun. Very fun. Pretty excited for Reliquarian, but a lot of them seem kind of mediocre. I kind of saw some people saying similar things. I don't know, I feel like a lot of the options are interesting, if maybe not like insanely overpowered. Kind of like it's hard to beat the opportunity cost, or it's hard to see that some of these options beat the opportunity cost of playing mediocre, or of playing Reliquarian, over having like a regular Ascendancy plus Bloodlines. Sands of Time, same. I think Shinron looks pretty sick too. Like imagine that, and then the actual Shinron. just power charges. Zergo's Crank. I don't know if I've even seen this item in the game. I don't recognize that name at all. Also, I do wonder, like, can you have 3 Arakali's Fangs? Like, would that make any difference? I've never played a spider build, so I have no idea. Some people were suggesting Calm's Binding is actually getting updated since it's percent strength and not like a flat amount. And I don't remember if the number on the conversion was different, but it would be kind of sick. And actually, you can get 50% fire conversion from Reliquarian from physical. So you take Dawnbreaker and Calm's Binding. That's 50% right there, and then you run Was it the shield? The actual Dawnbreaker shield? Oh shit,
Hi,
it's time.
I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile, and welcome to GGG Live. We have massive changes to show you today with Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, which is coming out next week on July 25th. Twitch drops are enabled on today's
By the way, how's
live
the audio level?
so you'll be able to claim your Abyssal Soul Shatter Rare Finisher effect by following the instructions below. Let's not keep you waiting though. Roll the trailer for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame.
Roger. Roll trailer.
The Allflame
That's two
calls
boats.
us to the sea. To a lost wreck that still draws ghostly breath.
We got submarines. That's 3 boats,
A
technically.
curse down below. With
Dead
my
man
lanterns,
sulfur.
We can explore the sea floor. We must find the source
And we're
of the
going for
Allflame
ducats.
before the brine rot.
I'm so excited.
Somewhere in the blackest depths.
We got
bounty
summoning circles.
and death await.
Oh shit, we're hacking? His temple all over again. That's kind of what I was thinking of, but it looked a little different. Legion improved, IO. Vestigial uniques? And mercenaries? Are they back? Oh, they're getting anomaly maps from PoE2. That shit looks sick. Whoa, was that a third? Was that a third Scion
In the
Ascendancy?
depths of the sea.
That was a lot of shit really quickly. About to do some illegal shit with mercs, for real.
In today's stream, we'll be walking you through all the details of Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, where you'll comb the ocean floor discovering sunken artifacts of forgotten origins, fight the horrors of the deep, and do your best to keep from being crushed by the waters above you. We're revisiting some familiar mechanics to bring
Totem
new
loading,
life to
Delmaster
systems that have
logging,
begun
kinda
perhaps to
delve.
show their age.
Looked a
Abyss
little,
and Legion will both be receiving
it
significant
did look a
upgrades,
little reminiscent,
including
yeah.
a new pinnacle boss for Abyss and a new chase crafting system for unique items in Legion. In addition to revamps of the existing leagues though, we're also bringing back some old friends. The mercenaries of Trathus are making their way back to Rayclast. Then we'll explain our new
Re-enable
endgame
lightning
system.
ore mines?
We will join Kirak in investigating anomalies appearing on the Atlas. After that, we'll discuss the character and skill balance coming in Curse of the Allflame. Finally, we'll cover a new
Wait,
set
socket
of
colors
supporter
reworked.
packs,
What the fuck was
after
that?
which we'll have a live Q&A session where Ziggy D will interview Path of Exile's game director Mark, as well as game designers Octavian and Andrew, answering your questions from
Yeah,
Twitch
we got
chat.
3 people on
After
the
the
couch
live
this
stream,
time.
we'll drop the full patch notes at 11 AM NZT. So
Although I
let's get
guess-
started. I'll hand things over to Mark to introduce the new league.
They had 3 last time
Hi,
too, didn't they?
I'm Mark Roberts,
Hi, Mark.
Game Director on Path of Exile. In Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, a long-forgotten mystery has begun to stir beneath Rayclast seas. Hidden in the icy depths lie strange and immensely powerful treasures, waiting for those bold enough to claim them.
It's me.
Meet Valerie, a dangerous Corsair
Hi.
captain who needs boots on the ground and on the sea
Dude, she's
floor
got an otter.
to help her retrieve these treasures and unlock their potential. This is where you come in, to help her find the charts scattered across Rayclast. Then, use those to guide her ship to the patch of brine that holds loot for the taking. In return, you'll get a cut of the profits. These lost charts are guarded by the undead, rival corsairs, or horrible creatures of the deep. Each of these monster encounters will also have a custom bonus for defeating the enemies.
What the hell is that ability on
For
right mouse?
example, successfully defeating the accursed undead that guard this treasure chest will cause the grateful trapped soul inside to grant you its
Yeah,
power,
well, I wasn't ready for that.
possessing you and granting you ghastly power for the rest of the area.
Wait, we're just getting free
Once
ghosts?
a chart is in hand, you'll board the good ship, the Sovereign.
Oh, that's Reeve. Okay.
Valerie, or Val's, reappropriated Oriathan naval vessel. Here,
Not
Val
me, who's never
introduces you
used
to the
Reeve before.
heart and soul of her ship. Quite literally. Vesper, Another Pondium native, like Val, is bound to this ship. His soul burns with the Allflame's curse, and were his comatose body to be removed from the ship,
Oh, he's just
he
a
would
little guy.
surely die. The silvery apparatus that lines the bows and eaves of the vessel allow him to steer the Sovereign anywhere in Rayclast's waters. Using the chart you've brought, Vesper can navigate to a location so you can scout it for Val, and while doing so, claim whatever treasures there might be.
Logbooks,
How, though,
but
will you
cool.
avoid
Is that
a
what we're
watery
doing?
grave once sunk below? Vesper controls a spark of the Allflame, a powerful and mysterious magic, which has been imbued into a number of devices aboard the ship. Chief among them, the bathysphere. This
was using
entirely
it last
safe
week for the
and
first time.
well-tested
Or
contraption
Ben
of
was using it for
rivets,
Turbo BS, I
bolts,
think.
and metal will be your ticket beneath the waves to explore and plunder. While scouting the depths, in order to not need an ample supply of air, we're instead going to place Allflame lanterns. These are conduits of the power that keeps Vesper alive and bound to the ship, and give you the temporary safety you need to do that exploring. Without them, you will drown.
I wonder if you can actually
The
die
first
from
of these
that.
is strapped to the bathysphere and activates on landing, rushing the water away to
This is
reveal
ETPS,
horrifying
but
monstrosities,
I wasn't gonna
lost
say it,
treasures,
but I was
and a
definitely thinking it.
strange luminous coral growing from the corrupted dead in the oceans of Rayclast. These strange growths are the real reason Val has asked you to plumb these waters, as the coral
Is it
can be
sick
broken
NTX?
down into dead man sulfur, the fuel that keeps Vesper's light burning. As you get to the perimeter of the safety provided by an Allflame lantern, Val will drop more down at your request.
This really is looking like
There's also an option
logbooks,
available
but
to
cool.
have new lanterns fired automatically for you as soon as you need them.
yeah,
If
we
you
got
prefer
QOL
speed
before
over
the league
fine
came out.
control.
Let's go.
Explore and claim what you can while you can. Lost fortunes of gold,
Expedition.
chests of valuables, and
That might be
lurking
the- that
threats
might be the
all
phrase,
lie in
yeah.
wait for you beneath the waves. You might even find the odd lost missive,
in a bottle.
waylaid on its travel to its intended recipient.
Okay.
But hey, finders keepers, right? Beware
The
though,
maritime law or
as Vesper
something,
can
yeah.
only power so many lanterns at once, and that power is finite. On placing the last of your lanterns, they will begin, one by one, to flicker and fade, and the creatures of the deep will rush in as they sense the vanishing of the light.
Uh-oh.
You'll have to rush back to the safety of the bathysphere, escaping the cold clutches of creatures that despise the light you bring.
So yeah, I guess
You'll
you
want
can
to place every
actually
lantern
drown.
down, as exploring to collect enough dead man sulfur is the only way to successfully chart the
There's a
area
lot
for the
of
next
gear with white
step,
sockets laying around.
planning a voyage. Val will keep a record of the areas you've charted, storing details in her journals. Once you've charted enough areas, just talk to Val, place your charts on Val's board, connect them together, and create one giant seafloor excursion. Each area you chart will reveal a special modifier that applies when it is used as part of a voyage, applied to either the charts adjacent to it or the whole voyage. Here are a few
Yo,
examples.
friendly jellyfish.
This
Those
modifier
are my
causes
homies.
all equipment dropped by monsters in
do we
adjacent
get a
charts
jellyfish build?
to be
I'll play
converted to
it.
gold. This modifier will spawn friendly jellyfish alongside every pack of monsters in
Those
your
are
voyage,
Crab
which
jellyfish.
you will promptly slaughter for extra loot and
You
experience
kill
for
them?
sure.
Bro.
This modifier causes all monsters in adjacent charts to be empowered by wildwood wisps. With 9 positions on your board for charts when constructing a voyage, these can stack up fast.
Yeah, that's a
There
lot
are
of wisps.
also charts which can take you to specially rewarding areas of the ocean floor. Fields of anchors strewn with treasure chests full of loot, Calguran shipments lost at sea, and
that's
sunken
where my
abyssal
boats went.
pits teeming with monsters, to name just a few. There are even some ancient artifacts you might find and resurface. Additionally, the edges of the voyage board track the currents of corruption flowing through the waters of Rayclast, with randomized effects being rolled with each new voyage to affect the charts placed adjacent to them.
Dang.
These add even further rewards to your voyages, and can shake up the way you choose to place your charts. Stack all
wonder
of
if
that
all of them are
together
gonna be
in
there
a
every
well-planned
single time.
voyage, with a bit of luck, can be a very profitable endeavor. But with so much loot to claim, how are you going to get it all to the surface? Val has a solution for just that problem. In each of the charts that comprise your voyage, there will be a capsule waiting for you, sent down by Val, which can store about an inventory worth of loot. Stuff these full, send Val a signal, and she will pull it back up to the surface, safe and sound. Since voyages are built of 9 charts, that's a lot of opportunities to send back plenty of valuables.
That's kind of what I was
Once you're
wondering with
satisfied
the
with
little,
the plunder from your
icons.
well-planned voyage,
The contraband.
find any of these capsule locations and call the bathysphere to it as your ticket out.
Oh, so you
Val
can just
will
leave
send
whenever?
it down to your rescue, as fast as she can. You just need to survive until it gets there. Good luck. Once you do, don't forget to empty all those capsules full of loot.
It's kind of a neat looking
Now,
UI.
back to all that dead man sulfur that you've been hard at work gathering. Is that just to keep the Sovereign afloat and Vesper alight? No,
Yes.
it's not. Once you've got a bunch of it, head below decks, and you'll find the heart of the
Go
ship
in
at
the
work.
boat.
Whilst Vesper's body remains above deck, burning
Above
away in a
what?
contraption of tarnished pipes and corpse-stained glass resides Vesper's soul, and you'll find him to be a pretty crafty fellow, if a bit melancholy. That's where this league's item crafting system comes into play. Give Vesper an item, alongside a currency that you could normally use on that item, and an ample supply of Dead Man's Sulfur. That item is then split into a multitude of ghostly forms, each of which will be the result
So
of
it's
having
like,
applied that
budget
currency
blocks.
to the original item. You can then pick which of the ghostly outcomes you like best
Can
to
you
keep
choose
for yourself.
not to do
The
that?
others will go up in smoke, as Vesper can only reify a single outcome. This can be done with almost any crafting step you'd like.
Almost?
Want to see a few outcomes for that influenced exalted orb? Perhaps you've got a particularly expensive fossil combination you want to get maximum value out of.
Yo, so what's
Do
this
be wary, though,
intangibility thing?
as the more potent the craft, the more sulfur Vesper will require to see it done. That's not all, however, as the seafloor hides some yet undiscovered potential in the
Hey,
form
yo.
of rare and valuable ducats. These can be consumed by Vesper to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries, such as Kishara's Ducat, which creates 4 ghostly copies of an item, each of
Oh,
which
it's
will
just
keep
every
one
single
mod from the
modifier.
original, perfect for creating powerful crafting bases. The Gentile's Ducat, which can solve item or gen
Yo, we
requirement
got-
problems by changing one attribute to another.
We got attribute swapping, huge.
And Brine Hook's Ducat,
Yeah, it's looking like those were
with
locks,
which you
basically.
can become an emissary of the gods of Rayclast. Who knows what these aspects might do? These
That's a good
Ducats
question.
come from special types of charts, so keep an eye out for them on your travels throughout Rayclast. You may even find some that lead you to notably unwelcoming waters.
Yo, there's a dude riding the
So
fish,
that covers
the
the
eel
new
thing.
league, and for the first time in Path of Exile,
didn't
we're
notice that,
finally
dude.
going under the sea. Some might even say this is the first real boat league. But that's not all. Not even close. Next up, we've got an old favourite making a return. The mercenaries of Trathus are once again roaming Rayclast, looking for hapless fools to duel. Mercenaries will start appearing from Act 3
Bowling,
and
but no
Sun.
fishing.
Before
kind of.
beginning a duel, you'll be offered an overview of the mercenary you've encountered. Here, you can see the gear they have equipped and the skills they employ. As per the
The
Trathan
recruit button
code,
is still there. I was kind of
you
wondering
have
if
the
it was
right
just
to
going to be
wager for an
dueling.
item the mercenary is carrying. You'll stake some of your gold, and the duel commences.
Speaking of ZDPS builds.
If you lose, you forfeit the levied gold, and the mercenary will teleport out, repulsed at such a poor display. Win, however, and to the victor will go the spoils. In addition, if you win
Huge.
the duel, the mercenary will aid you as an ally for a number of areas.
They're
Trathan
temporary.
mercenaries are powerful allies to have in Rayclast, assisting in a number of ways. Some mercenaries can provide you with powerful auras and buffs, while other mercenaries can do all the killing for you. While in map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you have the ability to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise
You
to
got a license
return
for
a
that?
duel again at a later date. A call to action that calls that specific mercenary to a future map, with the same set of skills, but a new set of items. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. It is important to note that unlike in Mercenaries of Trathis League, having a mercenary does not count as a player party member. So having a mercenary does not increase monster life or the quantity and rarity of items dropped from monsters.
Honestly, that's probably fair.
Given that, you may be wondering, but what if I really like a mercenary I found? They have a great personality and powerful skills. Is there really no way I can keep them as an ally permanently? Well, you can, but only
Ayo.
if you are a Scion. For the second time in 6 months, the Scion is getting a new
So
ascendancy
that's what
class,
they're doing.
the Luminary. The Luminary is a natural leader, lighting the way for others to follow. Becoming a Luminary immediately lets them allocate the Noble Blood passive, allowing them to permanently
Wait,
hire
like,
any mercenary they
in the
find in
campaign?
classed. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat.
Yeah,
Unlike with regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up
Can't say I blame
innumerate potential build
yo,
possibilities.
it's the Spud. What's up, sir?
By default, permanently hired mercenaries cannot be equipped with unique items, but these passives enable them to equip specific types of uniques. While the legendary arms passive empowers mercenaries that have many different unique items equipped.
Okay.
Luminaries
What
have the
about the
flexibility of
other
becoming
branches?
a support character to their mercenary, or having their mercenary support them. The Oath of Fealty and Golden Glory passives empower your mercenary by using your link skills on them. The Loyal Bodyguard and Bestowed Knighthood passives enable your mercenary to protect you in combat, as well as enhancing their aura
Permataunt
skills.
on hit and aura skills.
As with any old league that we add to the core game, we have added full Atlas Tree and Scarab support. Here are just a few examples. These passives allow you to much more easily target the specific types of mercenaries you want showing up in your maps. The Loot and Pillage passive gives mercenaries a chance to drop all their items when defeated, instead of just the one you selected. The
We get a
Trathan
bully?
Scarab
Kinda,
of
yeah.
Renown makes it so the spawned mercenary is covered
Bodhi
head
is
to
Bodhi.
tail in
Hey, yo.
unique items.
He's rich as
And
fuck.
the Trathan Scarab of Infamy forces a more powerful, infamous mercenary to spawn, accompanied by 2 other mercenaries for a truly unfair duel. Unfair for them. There's even a
I guess
few
you still only
entirely
recruit
new
the one.
mercenary types, one of which is found exclusively on the seafloor in rare Curse of the Allflame encounters.
Kind of surprised they didn't use Tane's model for
Sellswords
that.
of Trathis won't be the whole of your problems in 329, however, as the denizens of the Lightless are getting some much-needed updates with the modernization and rework of Abyss. When we brought Abyss over to Path of Exile 2,
Yeah,
Rise
show me
of
the
Abyssal,
gems. I want to
some
know about the
functional
sockets,
changes to
honestly.
the mechanic were made to improve the gameplay significantly.
Also, the
In
chat's
Curse of
not
the
on screen.
Allflame,
What
the
hell?
majority of those changes will be making their way back to Path of Exile 1.
What does that do?
The
there?
existing Abyss content had some notable problems. Aside from being very dated, it also required the player to follow a crack as it opens, often backtracking throughout already cleared areas.
Yeah, no one
Now,
wants to do that.
as you approach an abyssal pit, and the cracks leading up to it, you will find that it is already open and spilling forth abyssal energy into the surrounding area, subjugating the souls of enemies unlucky enough to be within its influence. Slaying these enemies will send those souls spiraling
seen
down
this
into
before.
the pit,
Yeah,
drawing
it's
the
cute to
attention
this.
and ire of the minions of Kulamark that dwell beneath. Slay enough of them, and the Abyssal Legion will spill
Hopefully
forth
the
from
boss
their
encounter
domains
is better,
to tear
though.
you apart.
Also, the performance.
The upshot of this rework is twofold. Firstly, there is now much more visceral feedback in the moment-to-moment gameplay of Abyss.
Get that screen shake
audio
out of here.
and visual cues drawing the player along. And most importantly, you'll never need to chase a meandering abyssal crack around a map ever again. no more backtracking. However, be on your guard. The Abyssal minions of Kulamak have some different tricks up their sleeves in PoE1.
I'm so glad I
employ entirely different skills.
I'm so glad I played
PoE2
without screen shake. What is that?
To be clear, there are still some aspects of the existing Abyssal system that we will be keeping.
Hey yo, what's that?
Abyssal jewels and items with Abyssal sockets will remain. In fact, we have given Abyss a similar treatment to what we did with Dell fossils in our last release, moving Abyssal rewards out of other areas of the game to make Abyss the exclusive source of Abyssal jewels and Stygian vices.
Not gonna lie, I forgot that
This
was
will also come with a
thing they
complete
did last
refresh of Abyssal Scarabs and Atlas passive tree investment,
love the
with
unique
some
abyss
truly
size. Yeah, I wonder if they're
dangerous
gonna rework
and
those as
wild
well.
new ways to take on the lightless hordes. Lastly for Abyss, but definitely not least, Abyss is bringing an entirely new endgame pinnacle boss, with its own set of brand new unique items.
Hey yo, new ones?
This boss has a very unique way of accessing it. What does this eyeball do? Good luck figuring this one out. Let's move on to
I
our
wonder.
next league being reworked.
Thank God it's
Legion.
not that Kulamak fight
Every
from,
league should have distinct and
PoE2.
interesting rewards that are exclusively available from that mechanic. This allows players to specialize in certain corners of the game, rewarding those who engage with a given mechanic. Legion is next on our list to receive this treatment.
Despite having a unique combat
Still gonna
mechanic,
go Spectral
we
Shield
felt
Girl?
Legion didn't have interesting
I gotta see
exclusive
the
rewards
patch notes,
outside
honestly,
of
before I
timeless
decide.
jewels. While incubators were technically exclusive to Legion, they effectively granted the same rewards that you could get elsewhere. So, what are we doing about it? Firstly, incubators are being removed.
Honestly,
no
I thought they
longer
were
will you
kind of
have to
silly.
remember to apply incubators to all your equipment every few maps. Instead, we will be adding a new type of reward exclusive to Legion, vestigial unique items. Legion generals and maps will have a chance to drop a new type of currency item, enshrouding crystals. These can be used on your unique armors. You can then take the enshrouded item to the domain of timeless conflict, which might look a little bit different to what you remember.
There's a few more
A
crystals in
giant crystal emerges from the center of the domain, and there appears to be some sort of entity trapped inside, potentially the reason that these armies are engaged in eternal conflict.
There's
At
an
the
actual
base of the
pinnacle
crystal
boss.
are a number of smaller crystals. Clicking on one allows us to place our enshrouded item inside. As we then kill monsters in the domain of timeless conflict, our gloves within the crystal begin to transform. And once you have killed enough, the crystal becomes volatile and looks ready to fracture. I wonder what will come out. Our Shaper's Touch transformed into a Malagero's Virtuosity. But now, the Malagero's Virtuosity has a trace of the original enshrouded item bestowed upon it, in the form of a vestigial implicit modifier. As you can see, enshrouding crystals allow you to transfer powerful modifiers from one unique item onto another. Here
yeah, we'll
are
get
some
the patch
more
notes today,
examples
Sean.
of vestigial unique items. Helmets,
What about belts?
boots,
What about belts?
gloves,
Belts?
shields,
Facebreakers touch. Facebreakers
And
with Doriani's
body
touch,
armors.
though, actually.
In addition to vestigial items, we are also making a number of small
Foul bomb, but
improvements
you get to make
Legion.
it.
You no longer need to kill every
I think it's
last
kind of closer
monster
to the
begin
rune
Legion
that they
encounter.
added in PoE1.
Breaking out all
PoE2,
the key monsters,
that lets you like
chests,
turn a unique
and the
into
majority
a
of monsters
socketable.
will be enough to start the combat automatically. No more cheeky single monster hiding in the corner, preventing your encounter from starting. Legion monsters drop fewer splinters, but in larger stack sizes,
Let's
resulting
go!
in fewer clicks in each encounter. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed, with
Let's
regular
go!
timeless emblems absorbing many of their effects, causing the domain
Yeah,
of
yeah,
timeless
yeah.
conflict to become harder, but more rewarding as you kill monsters. Your reward progress in the domain is now tracked by charging up these small purple crystals, rather than flooding your screen with hundreds of reward icons. The rewards are still the
kinda
same,
like that, though.
just not obscuring your screen with symbols.
Talismans were introduced back in
Is it talismans?
2015.
Jump
But over
scared
the
me,
years,
honestly.
they've been long neglected and lack a meaningful place or purpose. We are making a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance.
Firstly, talismans are now exclusive rewards from Bestiary. Every red beast has a chance to drop a talisman specific to that beast.
Okay.
For example, the Krashik Croaker can drop the Croaker Talisman.
Ayo.
What
Same.
makes these talismans special? Well, you'll notice a couple of
My
changes
brain
compared
reset
to
for a
old
second.
talismans. Firstly, talismans no longer drop corrupted, making
Okay.
them far easier to craft once you find one.
Slightly
Secondly,
easier, right?
the special modifiers on talismans are now enchantments, rather than implicits. This means they compete with blight anointments, allowing their effects to be significantly more powerful than before. Here are a few more
so you
examples
can't
of new
anoint them?
talismans. Talisman unique items have all been improved, and now have a chance to drop from all bestiary bosses. Check out the new Eyes of the Great Wolf talisman, which has some crazy possibilities.
Ayo.
So that is everything covering the new and
Blight
reworked
anoints
league
are way
mechanics
cooler.
in 329.
Although plus
Now,
1 max
it's
power
already
charge is
quite
just
a lot
for
of
free.
in-game content with mercenaries returning,
And you could
an upgraded Abyss, Legion's new reward
Yeah, I don't
mechanic,
know. I don't
and
know.
of course, everything the Curse of the Allflame League has to offer. But even with all of that, we're not done. Because what about
But
the
wait,
Atlas
there's more.
itself? Given Zana's actions to try and destroy it in the last 2 expansions.
Zana's actions are causing the Atlas to become ever more destabilized. Strange locations have begun to manifest on the Atlas,
Oh, so it's Zana's
many
fault.
of which seem to be bleeding over from familiar places in Rayclast. Kerak
Can
has
just like
labeled
that, but
these
if you pad
as
over to all of them,
anomalies.
and then you also
When
get
you
the
complete
blight,
maps affected by a
get
Voidstone,
the talisman.
there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Like this one, the Mana Foyer. Like regular maps on the Atlas, you can select them at your map device, but unlike regular maps, these don't require an item to enter. It looks like this area
No
is the
items.
abode of Cadero Perandus. Cadero is willing to offer
we got a new
valuable
portrait,
items
nice.
in exchange for our gold.
For a split second,
If you
I thought
don't
that was
like what is
Beano's.
on offer, you can reject it, and he will immediately offer another item. The next offer
I feel
will
so bad
cost
for
more
the
gold,
first person to
but
re-roll over a
hopefully is
headhunter or
much
a
more
mage blood with
valuable
that.
to you. If you don't have enough gold for the offered item, don't worry. Cadero is happy to wait for you to replenish your coffers. You can return to the area at any time. The anomaly will not disappear from the Atlas until you either purchase an item or reject all his offers. Anomalies are unique in this regard. Unlike other locations on the Atlas, these areas can often be revisited.
Oh.
Let's quickly run through a few of the anomalies that can manifest. Reflecting Mists and the Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps, but instead now appear in their own anomaly areas. Scrying is no longer the domain of the Nameless Seer, but instead can be done through the new, tradable Scrying Orb.
Ayo.
Some anomalies grant a
Let's
taste
go,
of
that's
league
actually
mechanics
so
you might
huge.
not normally run, without having to be fully invested into them. For example, this anomaly creates a random, fully revealed heist blueprint wing, with random rogue companions. This anomaly has a version of the Sacred Grove, where the plants have fully taken over.
That's a lot of plants.
This strongbox seems to have a strange
Yo,
mechanism.
we got the gamble box.
Atlas anomalies are unaffected by your Atlas skill tree, and you can't augment them using any fragments. Therefore, they can be run at any
Harvest my
time
beloved, right?
without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize the potential rewards. There are many more Atlas anomalies to discover for yourselves, each of them tied to a specific Atlas quadrant. It is therefore worth discovering which ones can spawn in each part of the Atlas, as it may influence what Atlas strategy you wish to
The
pursue.
way that's wiggling is making me uncomfortable.
So that is a heap of new challenges to encounter, from the league and the in-game. But you may be asking, what new tools do we have to face these challenges? In 329, we are giving a bit of love to spellcasters.
Right?
Specifically, those that cast spells themselves. But
Spell
first,
casting?
let's address the elephant in the room that astute players may have noticed. Yes, I'm talking about those socket colors.
So,
That was my other
after
question.
the better part of 2 decades, in 329, we're making a fairly radical change. Sockets, at a basic level, don't have colors anymore. You can now put any colored gem into any socket. We're doing this to address
You
a
called the
long-running
socket
issue
color
for
thing?
both new and experienced players. I'm sure almost everyone who has played before has run into the issue of finding a notable upgrade and have struggled
okay.
to find a way to equip it. Maybe you find an amazing body armor, one that would give you a substantial boost to your defenses. but you just can't move your skill or support gems over because the colors of the sockets just don't match, and you didn't luck out with your chromatic orbs. It's not fun when you have to unequip a bunch of skills or supports just to use a better item. This can still happen with the socket numbers and socket links, so it's not like it's just purely trivial, but the colors were just unnecessary, and not only prevented upgrading gear, it limited build experimentation.
Yeah, so what's up with the ones that still have
given
colors?
that, what do the colors on gems with regards to sockets even now mean?
That's a good question, Mark.
Well, the colors on gems for sockets are still relevant, just as an upgrade system. You can still find items with colored sockets, and you can craft them onto items. They are just rarer and more powerful. Most importantly, they don't restrict what can be socketed into them. So how are they more powerful? Well, if you were to find an item with, say, a green socket, you can put a green gem inside of it to get an additional quality bonus to that gem.
10%.
This allows socket colors to be a purely positive outcome on an item, while not just simplifying
Okay, so what
the
about
system
white
away.
sockets? That's a good. That's also. I think they're probably
You can also still
the
change
bad
the color
outcome.
of sockets on your items using a chromatic orb, which now guarantees at least one red, blue, or green socket. This change will make it easier for everyone to upgrade items and maintain their build, especially while progressing. Speaking of builds and gems,
10%
we
is way
wanted to
more than
make
I
sure
would've
we
thought.
improve some of those, specifically for spellcasters. Let's get into that. Spellcasters have a large number of different skills to choose from, but often many skills play and scale in similar ways. We have done a pass through existing spells, differentiating spell damage types from each other. For example, Shadow's physical spells, like Ethereal Knives and Bladefall, now have a much higher critical strike chance than other spells at the expense of damage. Pure Lightning spells now all have generally higher cast speeds, but they cost more mana per second than other spells. We noticed that some of the Ascendancy classes for Shadow, Witch, and Templar were lacking options for general spellcasting, so we've added a new notable to the Assassin,
Yo, bifurcated?
the Occultist, and the Inquisitor. We are also introducing a new skill, Mana Infused Staff, that infuses
they
your
got the
staff
Overlord
with arcane
MTX.
energy, raising your block chance and reducing the mana cost of your spells. In addition, when you are hit by an enemy, you retaliate with a wave of arcane lightning, dealing damage based on your maximum mana.
Oh, yeah, that too.
One of the struggles we noticed with certain self-cast archetypes was that they lacked a scaling option in the endgame. In 329, we're adding a special new set of exceptional skill gems called Pacts. Each pact is themed around a specific Beyond demon and Lycia.
And Lycia.
You can make a bargain with these demons
We
to
gotta
empower
include
your
her.
spells. But at what cost, you may ask? Well, these spells don't have a typical cost, but instead cause the player to gain a special affliction debuff. Don't worry too much though, the rewards will be worth it. For example, Pact of Baydat causes many of your different spells to just cause a ruckus, while Pact of Gore is for dot builds. Using this pact will plague your enemies. Just cast it and watch everything around you melt. I wonder what Pact of Lycia and Pact of Katash do.
We won't go into the specifics of all the balance changes we are making here, but there are many more caster improvements, including buffs to specific spells and supports, buffs to caster unique items, as well as more and better ways to solve mana. Check out the patch notes later for all the details.
Next up, we're going to be talking
The
about
real
the new
important
supporter
part.
packs for Curse of the
You
Allflame.
can play Luminary with some bad
Today,
PS.
we're launching
Sounds
two
like a
new
solid
series
plan.
of supporter packs, the Plague and Remedis packs.
Yo, Plague looks kind of sick, I
Each
can't
tier
lie.
contains the pack's full face value in points, alongside several exclusive microtransactions. As always, the microtransactions
surprised there's
in
not
these
a- they're
packs
not,
are
like, a
purely
little more
cosmetic and do not affect your
Guyver-themed.
character's power or progression in any way.
Show them
The
on
Plague
Phenobox.
series of
True.
supporter packs contains 7
Yo, look at
exclusive
the rat.
microtransactions. Equipping the Plague weapon skin replaces the default appearance of your staff, sword, mace, or shield with a weapon that has been submerged in corrosive toxins. The plague rat pet
Yo, it's
is
the
the result of
$30.
a nefarious experiment.
It's kind of
When
tempting.
a unique enemy is nearby, it faints as a defensive mechanism to protect its fragile body so it
Play
can
dead.
continue to spread disease. The metal of the Plague Bearer armor set has corroded, and the cloth has begun to disintegrate from being exposed to such toxic elements. It includes the Plague Bearer back attachment, which spreads disease across the ground in town areas, maximizing the chance
Oh
of
yeah,
infection.
I love loading
A
times.
diseased swarm infects your weapon when using the Plague Bearer weapon effect. Use it alongside the Erupting Pustule's rare finisher effect to spread vile and devastating disease to monsters you kill. Activating the Plague Wraith map device causes the plagued energy to flow from the
Was this
chained
Diablo?
being. Given the goal of spreading such illness is to end the lives of as many as possible, the map device tracks kills in kind, showing you the number of enemies killed in each map, sorted by rarity. Feel free to even pin the count of enemies slain in a map to the leaderboard at your leisure. Pair it with the putrefying portal to fully immerse yourself in the Plague Propagator experience. Both the map device and the portal emit such a potent putrefaction that even the birds flying overhead cannot survive, as they plummet to the ground around
Is
them.
that what those? That's what those impacts are.
The Remedis Pack series also contains 7 exclusive microtransactions. The Remedis weapon skin changes the appearance of your staff, wand, scepter,
It's kind of funny
or
seeing a
shield,
PoE2 row
with
in
relics
PoE1.
once used by the Order of the Remedis Knights against the plague. The Medi Roa pet is kitted out with all the supplies necessary.
I'd be tempted to
for
buy that
healing
and
in
just put it
remote
on for mud
locations.
flats to rub it in the faces of the
Strangely,
old school rowers.
these rowers seem to have a particular fondness for
Yo,
goblin meat.
they eat the goblins.
The Remedis Knight
Oh
armor set
no,
is bestowed upon those tasked with traveling through Rayclast
that's
to purge
that's
the
pay to
sick
win
of their
right there.
diseases. The matching back attachment cleanses the disease left behind on the ground in town areas by the Plague Bearer back attachment. It's an important job of a Remedis Knight to not let disease take over. Help by doing your part.
This is the
Remedis Knight weapon
anti-MTX
effect
MTX.
funnels the divine power of purification into your weapon. Return to the Saints' End Monastery hideout to recuperate from your
It's kind
purifying
of a sick
duties.
hideout though.
Once a thriving center for curing ailments, this monastery has slowly wasted away while lying
Yeah,
unused.
it's pretty sick.
If you're feeling brave enough, there's even a platform to dive
What?
into the purifying waters below before washing back up at the base of the hideout. Last, but not least, use the Reservoir of Benediction Affinity Stash to store all of your elixirs.
Yo, that's a stash.
This
I thought
stash
that for
opens
sure
to
that
your
was
stash
a
tab with the Flask
map
Affinity
device.
set.
Some
Additionally,
beach.
all
No link
microtransactions from
required.
the supporter packs are available for use in Path of Exile 2. We're looking forward to seeing which of you choose to become the Plague and spread disease across Rayclast, or those
That
who
would
wish
be
to
me, for
fight
sure.
against it by becoming a Remedis Knight. Thank you so much for your ongoing support.
We're just about to start the Q&A with Ziggy D. Afterwards, we'll post the full patch notes for Path of Exile, Curse of the Allflame, at 11 AM New Zealand time, 4 PM Pacific. With
7
release at
p.m.
the end of
Eastern
next
Daylight
week,
Time.
our community team will be posting crucial
Holy fuck,
information
we have
you'll
2.5
need for the
hours.
release. Keep an eye on the news.
I like that hideout, but it's the $90 pack, so like, ain't no way am I doing that. I'd think about the 31 for the pet though. Yeah, Professor, did you see the node in Luminary that said you can't die to link skills if your mercenary dies? That clip was the first thing I thought of when I saw that node. Kinda interesting, kinda interesting. I'm actually a big fan of the crafting system, because locks have always been cool, but also I've never used one in my life because they're like $1 billion, and that I just don't have that kind of like the wealth just usually isn't there. So we love accessibility in our crafting supplies. Also, what is this? This is bothering the shit out of me. I can't lie. Is it like an artifact, or is it like a detail? Is this a hint? Is that the fish? Can't tell. Is it getting bigger too? Maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I'm kind of also really excited to see how things feel with the link changes or the socket color changes. And also, I was actually like looking at my old videos a while ago. I was like, damn, I made a long time ago when I started making guides for PoE. I made a video about how to change socket colors, how to link sockets, and how to add sockets. And they're like really shitty compared to the ones I made more recently. And so I was like, I need to remake those at some point. So glad I didn't do that, because now they're kind of deleting socket colors for the most part.
G'day Exiles,
Or
and
reworking,
welcome
maybe.
back for another Q&A for 3.29. We are joined here by, it's a little bit cozier
Reaching
here than
out
usual. We
shambles.
have
Honestly.
game director Mark Roberts, along with
I'm not
lead
even
game
mad about it.
designers on Path of Exile 1, Octavian and Andrew. And Andrew, welcome. This is your first time
I've never
joining
seen
us on
Andrew
the
before.
Q&A. It's good to have you here. You have been on some other podcasts and things in the past before, but it's exciting to have you all here for
Yeah, but the
podcast. I kind of want to give people a bit of a lay of the land of like what it is that each
the
of you,
algorithm
like
for it
Octavian
may
and Andrew,
change, which
work
would
on
make
for Path
Parici
Exile,
kind
so
of
people can kind of
obsolete.
understand where your
Wearing a
expertise lies,
D4
maybe.
Yeah,
Andrew?
so for Path of Exile 1, I've been working on it for like
I think that's the
primarily
demon
for
card
quite
from
a few
PoE.
years now. And typically I'll dip my hands into everything and related to the expansion. However, in the last few expansions, Chris has been handling the majority of the league stuff, and I typically handle most of the other bits and bobs. So yeah, for example, in this one, things like Mercenary and Legion and the balance, I would have had a hand in.
Yeah, and you certainly did a lot on the balance side of things. It looks like you did 150
Well,
skills or something.
When the patch notes come out, you'll see the changes there. So
It's a lot.
that's a later nuke. So
And what about for you, Octavian? What do you kind of focus on
not
for
the
people who are not
demons,
familiar?
whatever the Nemesis item card is.
So the last few leagues, Mercenaries, Mirage, and now Curse of the Allflame, I've been, sort of leading the design on the league mechanic itself. And then basically wherever else I'm needed. So this time around, I did the new Abyss Pinnacle boss. So you can blame me if he kills you. I did a bunch of new uniques. Some transfigured skills that'll be in the patch, because that's a pet project of mine. I really like transfigured skills, and probably some other stuff I'm forgetting. But yeah, I mean,
Kind of looks like that card right
mostly
there.
the league this time. It's a chunky one.
Yeah. I mean, that was where I was originally planning on starting, was like talking about Curse of the Allflame, where we collect chat's questions and then dive into some of the other things: Mirage, Abyss, Legion, balance crafting. There's a lot of things to talk about today. But obviously the biggest news is the socket color change. It's the one everyone kind of seems to want to know about from what I've seen. It's a weird one, because it's such a long-standing tradition, and
Yeah, honestly,
there's,
I never
I
saw
felt
that
like the
coming ever.
initial, I feel like I should be mad or something, but I was like, but I'm not. I'm curious, like, how did this one come about after being unchanged for so long?
We actually discussed this change on Mirage launch day. So
Okay.
often on just to give some history to it. So on launch day, when there isn't a burning fire,
Nice.
we're all sitting there designing, like, okay, what are we doing next? What are we starting on Monday? Like, I know people think we have a long plan ahead. We don't. Launch day is when we design the next set of content. And a thing that we decided is we worry the message now is that PoE2 is for the new audience and PoE1's for the existing audience
I mean,
only.
they did kind of say it.
And
Well,
it is obviously for the
not
existing
only.
audience, like, obviously. But we also want to make sure we're bringing in new players. And we want to make sure that that audience is growing. Because if you aren't growing the audience, it's only got one way to go, right?
Right.
Number
That's
go up.
Down.
Capitalism.
Hopefully, you can...
huzzah!
It'd be naive to assume it can just sustain the exact same numbers forever with the exact same players, right? People do eventually move on.
Yeah.
Whatever. So we want the audience to grow. And so when we actually go and look, well, when we were discussing this with Mirage, we're like, let's actually think, why are people, getting into the game and then stopping playing? Like, what are the points of friction and where we're losing the audience? And sockets is a huge one. Now, we had already discussed this for PoE2, because PoE2 removed skill gems off gear, right?
Yeah.
So we kind of already were a bit educated in this, and we're like, but the line we drew, like, some people were like, why not remove them entirely off the gear,
Yeah.
like you did with PoE2? But
I would say I feel this way, and a number of people feel this way when first playing PoE1, fifth, sixth, whatever, long time ago.
A decade and a half ago.
There were two things about the game that really caught me and my group of friends and propagated along, and maybe you guys feel the same way, I'm not sure, which was I opened the passive tree and fell in love, and I also was like, holy, skills are in your gear and the links are in your gear. That's awesome. That's so, the innovation behind that is so cool. So not wanting to lose the skills and sockets in gear in PoE1, I think is, it's a personal line, sure, but I think a lot of people share it, of not wanting to lose that entirely, but also it doesn't need to be having so many layers of friction. And so obviously you got the numbers, you got the links, and then you got the colors. And often what we're finding is that, sure, seasoned players, veterans, they work around it, sure. But, or honestly, they don't even necessarily, I talk about the gear upgrades, sometimes you don't even need the gear upgrades, you can just, once you know what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But yeah, we're finding a lot of players early game who are struggling, who are trying to get those gear upgrades, just can't, and often it's because of the colors.
Yeah.
And so we're like, well, we want to remove that friction, but also we don't want to just like simplify it down to nothing.
I'm actually so excited I'll never have to go through another league start complaining about not finding a 3 green on
we still want the colors to come in. We still want it to be important for upgrading your gear. We want it to be a chase end game thing players can do. And we honestly think that this hits both of those, and it now allows a lot of people to get into the game easier, make upgrades of their gear without going, I don't know what to do. Like my gear's been the same since level 3 because I can't replace this, or like one piece of gear or another piece of gear. And because they don't want to break their links or their skills or their support. So yeah, honestly, that's where it came about. And but the broader discussion is like, we need to get people in the door. We need to get people to stop quitting.
Yeah, I agree, Frozen as well. I do think the gear
when they get overwhelmed
the skills on
and they're like, I don't know what to do. It feels complicated. And so I'm glad they don't want to get rid of it. So, I wouldn't expect this to be the last change along that axis of us going,
it's cool to have
let's remove these barriers of entry. In the future we want to make more. But yeah, honestly, I think, generally speaking, almost everyone internally has been pretty positive, but everyone has that, whoa, you're changing this sacred thing. And even we had it. When we were in the room, we're like, are we doing this?
Are we allowed to do this?
Someone call Chris Wilson, ask him for permission.
Hold on, do we need to call a council of the founders here? Like, do we? What are we supposed to do here? Like, can we make this change?
That basically did happen. Yeah. Like, you guys called around to some of the people.
Yes, we did. Yes.
They actually called Chris Wilson.
It was even we were like, are we allowed? But then also I think it is really important that we can reassess these fundamentals and actually go and say, no, this needs to change. Now, hopefully it's amazing, and hopefully everyone finds it to have less friction and late game get better itemization and all of that.
Honestly, I don't know the first thing about V2, so I have no idea how it compares.
Make another iteration and change it. That's what we do.
I was like, so I've done a playthrough of the campaign while here, and I with this in particular, because I had that feeling like, oh, it's so sacred and so ancient. I feel like I was coming at it from an angle of being hypercritical, looking for any potential issues with it, but it felt like it was just so much easier to change gear and swap my gear around. Like, ultimately, that's the thing. You talk about this for a lot for new players, but I see this as like a huge win for long-term players, because playing a game for over a decade, you start to notice these kind of points of exhaustion is kind of what I think of them as, where you're like, oh, this just grinds me down a little bit each league.
That is something I did. It was intended for a newer audience, but 100% all the feedback from Alpha, from internal, our designers and QA generally has been like, hell yeah.
It just makes the campaign smoother. I'm using a greater variety of gear. I'm upgrading my gear more often.
That's something they talk about pretty often too, is how many times you upgrade your items being a good thing. Like, you want to upgrade more.
You don't usually interact with quality at all in the campaign. You're not going to get any GCP a little better in game, right? But that I was actually kind of looking at the quality on my gems, and I was like, oh, this really benefits from that. I'm getting an extra spark on my spark while I'm leveling, and that felt like actually a pretty fun thing to engage with, and getting one socket color here and there felt like a meaningful thing. So
it worked out really nicely as an axis for still rewarding getting some of the correct colors.
Yeah.
Because quality innately is much more powerful on your active skill than it is your support gem.
Yeah.
So it's kind of okay if you only have a few of the colors, because you put your strongest skill in the you put your strongest gem in your links, which is your active skill, into the color that it matches. And then it's nice to get the other colors correct, but getting the other colors correct is like 5% increased damage. Whereas getting the one color you really need correct, which is quite easy to do, is potentially an extra projectile or 10% more damage or something like that.
Yeah, every time a chrome dropped, I was looking for a good base to drop that on, so that I could chuck my spark gem or something else in there.
It has the added bonus of there's another currency that's like, it's not like a divine orb level ding when you drop it, but it's nice to see. You're excited to see a chromatic now and then.
Yeah, it was kind of funny that like chromatic went from being like less valuable than jewelers and fusings to being the most value out of those now.
Yeah, just to clarify, chromatics are much rarer now than they were before.
Yes.
Yo, the
Say
new
exactly
okay,
how rare
the
they
new
are,
guy started
but we've
talking.
made changes
They
to,
cut it out.
For example, if you vendor a 6-socket item that has chromatic colors, you won't get 7 jeweler orbs, you'll get a chromatic orb instead.
Oh, I was wondering if there was some sort of recipe. I thought you guys might keep it secret or something.
Oh no, that's the existing chromatic recipe. That still works.
Okay.
But it has higher priority than the jeweler's
Our list,
orb one.
our list of recipes, if it meets 2 conditions, there's always it has an order of precedence. So we moved the chromatic above the
Because
jewelers.
it's more valuable now. I see, that makes sense.
One chrome is
did you
worth
guys have to mess
7
with
jewelers
quality
orbs
at all
confirmed.
now that there's going to be kind of 30% is just going to be somewhat wildly available now? Like, does that break anything?
No, it is basically a bit power creepy, but
Yeah.
I think we had to make a number of changes to existing uniques that interact with socket colors, but I think the only one that really got a nerf was Diala's Malefaction. Instead of granting 30% quality to green socket gems, it's now 20%.
Okay.
But if you put a green socket gem in, it's 30%, which is what it had before. So.
And that's my follow-up question is, there's uniques that interact with socket colors. Have these sorts of things been updated? In particular, I was like wondering, do you guys do anything with tabula rasa, or just kind of leave it, I imagine? I don't know.
It didn't need to change.
Yeah, I mean,
So
that
it's
kind of just
six-link,
works, doesn't
six-link,
it?
still a six-link, yeah.
Still 6-link.
Yeah, what Skin of the Loyal and Lords, they just generate with 6 coloured sockets.
Yep.
Bro, that's kind of
You still
insane.
want to get the right colours, but
Yeah, but it's much easier to actually use them now.
If
Pariah.
Yeah, so
Tainted
we
Chrome still exists,
audited all of them. Some
those
of
are
them
probably
we
gonna be
were
pretty
like,
good on those.
this is not a good unique, we should buff it. So Pariah, for example, is one that is now much stronger than it used to be. Yeah, there's subtle changes, but in general, like the design of the uniques didn't really need to change at all, like Triad Grip and the Untouched Soul, those type of things.
I just realized this makes like a favorite thing for me is like early league buying like a corrupted 6-link and finding the right colors for that was sometimes tricky, but now like you can use any, right? Because you can put a blue gem in a green socket, you just don't get the bonus.
Yeah, Skin of the Loyals early league is going to be far more accessible now.
Yeah, cool. Interesting. So it inadvertently kind of makes 6-links much more available early league, it seems. It's like something maybe you wouldn't even really think about with this, but there you go.
Yeah, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, all right, cool. Volbs did a thing with sockets, so I imagine that changed, right?
Well, to clarify, when you do get a socket color, so for example, if you're using like a strength base type, you still have, when a socket generates, it's still got a much higher chance to be a red socket compared to a blue or green socket. So it still rolls socket colors based on the attribute requirements. Now, a Valorb does what it used to do before, where when it's generating socket colors, it can still re-roll socket colors.
Yeah.
I think instead of granting white sockets, now it does the inverse and it grants a colored socket.
Yeah, so
but that
gonna
colored
say,
socket
if it
will just be a random
gave me 3 white
It won't
sockets,
care
I'd
about
probably
the
be pretty
attribute
upset.
requirements of the item.
So a way to get off colors or something, maybe. Interesting. I imagine the crafting bench probably changed. But then again, with chromes being more expensive, maybe it didn't need to.
So a chromatic orb guarantees a colored socket, but we also have crafting bench options which guarantee 2 colored sockets and guarantee 3 colored sockets. But for varying amounts of chromatic orbs. I can't remember the exact
And
numbers.
now that they're going to be much more valuable as well, that makes sense. It almost kind of solves itself there. Oh, super interesting. I look forward to seeing how people feel about that after they've had a chance to play around with it.
I'm excited to see.
My impressions of that have been pretty positive so far. If anything, like, I guess if there's any negative I could probably nitpick about it, it seems that maybe like it removes some of the identity from those items, mostly more in the campaign where you're not seeing their colors come up all that often. So like armor, energy shield thing is not necessarily as distinct from an invasion thing since you can change them around a lot more. Was that something you guys were worried about at all with this?
Not really.
You think they
A
get
little
enough of
bit.
their
I
identity
understand that it is, especially from the visuals.
Yeah.
But like the item holds itself, you know, and with respect to its defense type, its mods. But yeah, I mean, I get that. Almost everyone. I was just thinking about it now. Or I play with sockets always shown. I don't think I've seen anyone in a long time not play with sockets always shown. So I was just thinking that, like, generally when you're looking at an item, in fact, you're not really seeing its item art. You're just seeing some combination of colors. So yeah, generally you're going to be like, hey, this doesn't look like how it used to look. But I would honestly say that that doesn't need to be part of it. So it shouldn't need to be part of its identity.
Nice.
Even though I get that it will feel that way, for sure.
Well, I know this was the main change for this expansion, but on the side, in your spare time between working on Socket Colors, obviously you made this thing called Curse of the Allflame. This is a pretty unique and I think delightfully goofy mechanic. It's definitely a weird one. At first,
I feel like it's the upgrade logbooks have needed forever.
That seems to be oversimplifying it a little bit. Because it's also got a little bit of a blend of other ideas and definitely seems to very much be its own thing. I'm curious, how did this idea for this like Subnautican League come about?
You know what? Strangely, it actually didn't even start from the point of we should go to the ocean floor. What I wanted was a league where, you know, you're exploring in similar sort of to the Wildwood, because I like that mechanic, but like a league mechanic where you're exploring and trying to uncover things as you go. And it was originally going to be, I believe, like bestiary adjacent, where it was going to be in like the spirit realm where all the bestiary bosses are and you're like clearing spirit fog. But that was not a thing that we had nearly the assets to be able to pull off nearly as well as like an ocean themed league. Because
Thank God.
You can, you know,
this
go
is
look
so much
at
cooler than that
half
idea.
the monsters in the game that pre-existed, and they're on the coast or they're near the shore or they're on an island, and therefore, you know, it's crabs and horrible squid creatures and starfish and all that. And so it just made a lot more sense to go with an ocean themed league. And from there, everything just kind of exploded into being.
Yeah, a lot of that also inspiring. Like the same mechanic can often be applied to many different themes in different ways, and so a huge part of the win there, he's talking about ocean biome assets, creatures. Well, we had just done Act 4, right? You know, so, and PoE2, so all of a sudden we have islands and sea creatures and everything there, and it's like, okay, well, we like to reuse stuff and port it back and use so we get to use all the modern art. The other thing is the environment artists are familiar with those assets, so when they're trying to put together all these things, they know exactly, and the level designers, they know exactly where everything is. Makes it way easier, and then you don't have to like look through and find 13-year-old assets and stuff trying to go like, okay, how can I reuse this? And then, yeah, it's nice to have full art sets of modern art, because when you mix old things that aren't what we call PBR and non-PBR, when you have the old PoE1 assets intermixed with the new modern assets, they stick out like a absolute sore thumb. So yeah, going in, obviously it's when you're picking a theme, it's often good to look, what art do we have? How can we use that or reuse that? Because then you get to make a hell of a lot more content for significantly less cost. So that's kind of what helped inspire it, because we also like, I was like, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being made for PoE2, and that's like where I'm kind of the bridge, and I'm like,
yeah, because you're fully on PoE1.
Yes.
Yep.
and he's like, well, what monsters? And I'm like, oh, well, let me give you that, and I was just like, massive list. I'm like, go to this area, go to this area, go to this area, any of these will work. Big starfish and all that stuff, and so
Sea otters.
Yeah,
I love otters. So,
yeah,
The otters
so,
definitely caught me by surprise.
Yeah, we had a task that we hadn't finished called Demon Otter.
Yep. Yeah. You didn't even point me at that. I went and found that one.
Yeah.
I felt slightly bad blowing up the otters. They're kind of cute.
Well, you can get one as a pet from the upcoming mystery
There you
box.
go.
I feel like I'm like,
Damn, spoiler
how did
alert.
you find that? Are you just going into our issue tracker and typing otter every 3 days and like waiting for something to appear? It's like,
I refresh the issue tracker at the start of each day because I'm curious what's being worked on, and I saw otter like years ago,
Control F otter.
and it stuck in my head.
He's a nice script that just checks for him every day and alerts him, pings in the moment it goes in.
Hundreds of these things getting made per day. It's like kind of to just know to search for that is like really weird. So I don't know. I'm sus.
So, I mean, so you had some assets for it, but also like if you'd done the Wildwood Einhari sort of thing, that sounds cool, but it wouldn't have been quite as unique as this. I think. Like, I don't think we haven't had this like exploring the ocean floor thing before.
I got a question for you.
Sure.
Is this a real boat league?
I was wondering, yeah, because like you go into a boat, but
The tables turn.
not like what makes a boat league? Does it just have to have a boat in it? Because that's a pretty low bar.
You have to be at ocean. Do you have to be
Fighting?
I think some people draw the line at sailing. I think it has to
That's
be moving.
kind of where I was thinking.
I think you have to. I think they
Fishing?
would say. Hold on, whoa.
Wait, that's a
We'll get to
dirty
that in
word.
second.
Oh, you're rolling.
I think that a true
You're not allowed
league
to say that
some
in
people is one that
GGHQ.
must induce seasickness.
That's,
As in with like
that's your line.
screen wobble and like.
That is not what I thought you would
Nord-
say.
We've not done that this week.
Thank you for not doing that. I feel like the true boat league has to have combat on a boat. We're gonna have some boarding actions or something, like some boat to boat cannons and
Noted.
blowing up.
Third axis, yeah.
Isn't it a town area? I guess you can't like spawn specters or anything. And
In the Deepwater hub.
Yeah.
Sorry, Deepwater was the working name. In the Curse of the Allflame hub area on the Sovereign.
You
is
can
the
drop items
ship.
on the floor on the boat.
It
so,
is technically a combat area, so you
Yeah.
could,
in theory.
spawn specters there if you wanted to.
Shoot projectiles out to sea.
Yeah.
I guess you can.
I guess.
Sorry, alright, but it was mentioned though, like, does this
I think we
also
still count
the
this
same
as a
question could
boat
be
league,
asked of
but maybe
fishing. Does
not
this count as fishing if
the
you're
boat
on the
league.
ocean floor killing fish? Does that count as fishing? And does this tread on the toes of the existing fishing mechanics, obviously, as well? You would have had to have considered that. Did you confer with the fishing team when you were?
I think that
What
going down
fishing
and
team?
killing fish is not fishing. I think that's.
but what if you're holding a spear though? Oh, but we don't have spears, so it doesn't matter.
Perfect. Problem solved.
What is this, PoE 2?
So you're basically saying like dynamite fishing doesn't count as fishing then, for sure. It's 100% cheating.
It is important for us to clear up this because, like, we need to always be just almost delivering boat leagues, but not quite delivering boat leagues. So
Yeah, 'cause if
I
they
just
actually
wanna
do,
make sure we
it'll be done
succeeded
forever.
In our goals here.
There's this like grand plot of stringing along the PoE community for as long as possible for a boat league. Is like,
That's true. When I pitched the re-theme, Mark was very cautious. You know,
like, oh, we don't want to give him too much. We got to keep him coming back for the next potential boat league.
I
Let's
will
see
be
what's going
here
on
every time.
Yeah, it's like there's this tick box of league must have boat, and then indented boat must not move. You know.
Okay.
No. All right. Anyway.
Anyway, so this is a pretty big change from Mirage, which was in map and heavily intersected with like all of the existing mechanics. This is a complete opposite. This is a mostly out of map mechanic, and it's not required for you to understand how it intersects with other mechanics. Is it? I imagine there's like a good reason to kind of like alternate between the two almost as well.
yeah. So one of the benefits of Curse of the Allflame is that it's a very straightforward theme to understand. It's something that you don't really need to have a lot of grounding in the all of the minutia of Path of Exile to be able to understand. Ooh, go to ocean floor and find treasure in a submersible. That's just a cool concept, whether you are a PoE veteran or not. And it's also just kind of me liking to jump between things and work on very different concepts. Like, I can't say any specifics, but we already do have a very rough plan for what 3.30 will be, and it's going to go in a completely different direction as well. So, I don't know.
What I want to know is when are we getting
that
4.0?
go all over the place, and I
2030 maybe?
good.
we like to alternate these things, right?
Yeah.
Like often out of league, out of map leagues are, they have room to be a bit more immersive. They have there's a whole world there.
Yeah.
Integrating things into map constrains what they can be. Right?
Yeah.
Like having a pocket of ocean in a desert gets a bit weird, so certain things can work, certain things can't. I mean, in the same sense that kind of having a desert as Mirage in an oceany biome can feel more like a forest biome can feel a bit weird, it allows you to create a more immersive world. Submersive world.
I see what you did.
Submersive,
Yeah.
immersive. I don't know. I'm silly.
There are some lessons that have been taken from previous out of league mechanics, where
Yeah,
Obviously,
okay.
the biggest one is that the Atlas tree is this method of investment that can, lead to in Atlas content being able to be juiced to the gills, so to speak.
Yeah.
And we need a system that's, at least in, what's the word I'm looking for here, in analog to that.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the voyage system, which we can get into in specifics a little bit later, but it's got multiple axes through which you can juice the content that you're doing to get, some quite rewarding voyages. And it's kind of meant to be the one-to-one allegory to that. Analog.
Yes. Yeah. That was going to be one of my follow-up questions is because you have so many like axes to juice things in maps, how do you make sure that something like this has like a nice long tail to it? That is something you can get as invested in. So this has like some nice ways for you to be able to juice it.
And I mean, one of the other things is we have much more gradation in the level scaling. This is maybe getting too into the weeds, but like the mods that can roll on charts, there's a whole tier of the highest tier of rewarding mods that can only show up on I-83, I-84 charts.
Oh, okay, cool.
So if you are at the end game, then you get access to like even more rewarding, both charting and voyaging. And then there's some border mods that can only roll at the super high levels as well. And then, those border mods can amplify with the chart mods, can amplify with the adjacency mods, can amplify with the chart locations, which I'm getting too into the weeds now because we haven't really discussed any of that. But I like, I'm a PoE1 player at heart. I like lots of axes that all intersect and overlap and turn into a crazy encounter.
Yep. And when you make something like this that is out of maps, there is like, I feel like you guys expect and fully kind of know ahead of time that, this is going to be more divisive than something that is in maps typically, right? Like this is something that is for the players that are going to love it is kind of the way that I view it. It's like some people are going to be like,
How
this is my life now, like the people
league?
who just delve every league. So I imagine then, how does that kind of like shape the design of this? Like, I imagine you're like able to take more risks or something with it, be a bit more crazy with it to try and suit that?
I wouldn't say necessarily. Honestly, the way it generally comes apart is we're just like, that sounds like a cool idea, let's go with it. We don't really even think about the like overall risk and reward. Like we just imagine a lot of like, we would enjoy it. We imagine a lot of people would enjoy it. And yes, we definitely understand it's going to be more divisive. And that's why we make sure we alternate these types of leagues, or at least we thoroughly try to. And as said, 330 will be an in-area mechanic in map.
One of the other things that I'm definitely making sure is the case in 330 is there will not be a loading screen to do the league mechanic.
Let's go!
I like Mirage, I like Allflame, but they have both now, to go to the hub area for Allflame, you need a loading screen because obviously it's out of map. And then Mirage needed one too, which was unfortunate.
To be clear, charts are fully tradable.
Yep.
You don't have to run them, you just stockpile them. Right, and then go, like you can do days of mapping and then go do days of charting. The crafting system's kind of crazy, powerful.
I kind of forgot about those, honestly.
We won't be nerfing it.
A way that it can be thought about is you get in Hinakora's locks.
Yes. Why do you have to put it like that? You make me nervous.
Because that's what it is.
Everyone was thinking it.
And, so there is a very, very strong motivation to do it. And hopefully people were like, hell yeah, feels good doing it because of that. But we like to, even when we do out of area, in this case, it's not like you find it, you have to do it. You can find it, you run it later at your leisure, right? So you don't have to break your mapping flow all the time. Get the chart, move on, map, and then maybe start the next day with, let me go do a bunch of charts, do a bunch of voyages, right? Like, that's fully at your leisure. You can, that's generally how people play, and it's generally how I play. Alpha, we're seeing the same thing. It's like, just... you have those people who might want to chart as they find them. You might have people who are like, okay, get to end of Act 1, do a bunch, just talking about a campaign. And having the freedom to be able to do all of that is pretty critical for the out-of-area leagues, I'd say.
Yeah, it seems like it's very free for you to determine your flow about how you engage with this. And for the map blasters then, who may be like, I don't really want to go do the charting and stuff too much, it has something for you in maps as well. Like, I think that's easy to miss.
Yeah. I mean... obviously the bulk of the mechanic is the undersea exploration, but there are 3 different encounters you can find in maps that are what grant the charts.
Yeah.
And importantly, I wanted each of them to feel like they were, worth engaging with, even if you didn't want the chart. So there's the cursed treasure chest, which we showed in the live stream, that possesses you with a random tormented spirit
That's
when
fun.
you complete it.
That's a fun one. I
for
like
the
that.
rest of the instance. There's a Brine Rot Pirate one, and when you complete that, you get a buff that gives you a chance for any gold you find for the rest of the instance to be duplicated when it drops. And there's the Crab Nest, and when you defeat the Crab Nest, whenever you kill rare and unique monsters for the rest of the instance, you spawn crabs.
You spawn crabs.
Which may not sound useful, but it's very good in Beyond maps.
It's a bunch of extra crabs popping out as you do it. I mean, more monsters.
I thought he
popping
was
out
going
of
to say it
monsters
was
is
modifiers.
Definitely some people's jam for sure.
Crabs.
Lots of crabs.
Oh man, there's a crab themed unique that we're going to show hosts in a teaser that I'm really excited for people to see. I'm sorry, I'm just baiting people by bringing that up. It'll be soon.
I was just thinking, I got to make sure to equip the crab armor set when we play this.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I wish I had the crab backpack, but I never got around to picking it up.
Uniques there, but we can leave those for your teasers and stuff because there's some pretty. You're definitely pushing what uniques can be in Path of Exile 1, I think, a bit, which is exciting to see. But you mentioned this like the crafting system. How does the reward structure for this mechanic works outside of maps in the actual charting and voyaging? Do certain charts have like certain reward types? Are you able to target farm specific things?
So again, this is another point where I wanted to make sure there were multiple axes. So there's the Dead Man's Sulfur, which is the coral green glowing stuff that's in every single chart and voyage that you do.
Yeah.
And that's the fuel for powering the new crafting system. And that is fully tradable. So that's like the baseline. This mechanic just rewards this all the time. And then there are special charts that you can find that lead to special things on the ocean floor that can give, any number of, arbitrary rewards, whatever we decide. So there's one that just has tons of chests of currency, which I'm sure people will like. There's one that spawns, as you saw in the live stream, a new kind of mercenary that you can only get from that room. There's one that leads to the, the new boss of the league. There's probably a bunch that I'm forgetting. There's a dozen to 24 of those at least, and we do have some that might not make it into the patch, and we would put in a week later if they don't. So there might even be more coming soon after launch. And then the third thing is there's what we call a scattered object system in the league, and this is why I'm personally really excited to play, because it scatters a bunch of predetermined random rewards, like chests of currency or a chest with a unique, or the message in a bottle that we showed on the stream that you open and it just gives you some random valuable unique, or potentially I think a reflecting mist is what we showed. Essences, strong boxes, golden lanterns that give you permanent rarity for the rest of the instance, tons of stuff. We tried to get dozens of outcomes in there, and those are just scattered on the ocean floor, and they give you the feeling of exploring to try and find stuff. You're not going completely blind though. Every lantern that you place has a little indicator on it, and that indicator will point towards the nearest scattered object, nearest reward you might want. So you know where to go to place the next lantern to find a treasure chest or whatever it might be.
Yep. Yeah.
Something different to say the Wildwood, where you just go, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
This one at least gives you a guidance to go, I'm going to find something if I go over here.
Yeah. Now you don't know what the something is necessarily. It could be an essence monster or a strong box or a chest with a unique in it, but it will be something that you would want. It doesn't. Technically, there are also mines on the seafloor that explode when you step on them. They're not very frequent. The lanterns don't point at those.
Okay. You're not getting fully baked.
Can't wait for those to be bugged and do 1 billion damage and like one of Zeus's characters or something.
Sort of reward to get?
No.
Yes, some sort of reward, sweet release.
As again,
your reward is
to
not
Wildwood,
dying for not
it
stepping
ensures
on
a
it.
minimum. You're getting something out of it. As long as you follow it. As opposed to like place a bunch of lanterns, you're like, I just RNG'd and got nothing.
I mean, for me, it's the most addicting part of the league. Like, I love going in and, you can do a chart in like a minute, maybe two, depending on how fast your build is.
They're really fast.
They're quite quick.
Yeah.
And so you go in, you find 2-3 chests, and then you rush back out, and you do it again, and then suddenly an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours has gone by.
Yeah, and I very much noted and appreciated that you did the week 1 quality of life patch before release with the
I was thinking the same
of
thing.
lanterns if you want. So you can manually place them, or you can just run into the water and it
that was done months ago. That was done well before release.
We're trying to do that though every league. Like always think, okay, what are people going to ask for on day 1, day 2, day 3, or week 1? What do they need? And like, let's get ahead of it and do it now. We don't catch everything, but
Yeah, you can't do an
Get
extent,
a
can
lot
you? Yes, but you're getting you're definitely getting better at that, though. Has it been a bit tricky to kind of get the feel of this right? Like, so you've got this thing where you're like pushing these lanterns out, and then you've got the bubble collapsing thing for the extraction as well. Like, it seems like a challenging thing to kind of get the feel for that, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's had a lot of iteration. The collapsing part, I do want to specify because, you know, it's something that comes up a lot in conversations I've had with, you know, journalists and people at the office and all that. The lanterns will never start just randomly collapsing on you. Like,
Yes.
you know when they are going to begin to collapse because they only begin to collapse after you place your last lantern.
Yeah, it's not like flares and delve.
Yeah,
Like,
so
that's a
you
big
have,
distinction.
you know, you have infinite time to explore the areas that you've placed lanterns in until you place your last one, and then you have to get back to the bathysphere.
Yeah, and it's not really like a rush clear speedy mechanic ultimately. Like you can, you can do it
go
fast. You can go fast, but it's not like
like I said, people on alpha generally are doing a chart in like a minute or less.
But
Pretty forgiving.
Yeah,
Like, which it kind of has to be, right? Like, if it is, if it's overwhelming for any of us, we've probably got the balance wrong because someone's going to come into the game and just be like, I don't know what to do. Like, it is a thing where, you know, rewatching the live stream, I'm like, oh yeah, I could see people being worried about just drowning all the time.
No.
And yeah,
drowning is not meant to be a significant part of the mechanic. If you're dying in the Allflame encounters, I would hope that you're dying to the monsters.
Yeah.
And not to drowning. And that is generally the case whenever, you know, I've died when playtesting and also when I've seen, you know, players playing on alpha and stuff. Drowning is really, it really only ever happens if you are being like playing real dangerous and like, you know, trying to go out far into the water to try and get a chest or something, which is part of why we have those lanterns pointing at things, so you know where to place a lantern to get the chest in order so you don't have to be trying to do like rippy dangerous stuff by going out into the water a whole ton.
you'd have to have a serious panic, which to drown is what my perception. Like when I'm like, how would someone drown to this? But it will happen, I'm sure. But I think you'd have to be having a little miniature crisis in order to have that happen, I'd say.
I feel like you'll do it once and then you'll learn from it. But if you're a hardcore player,
Yeah,
I guess
I
you'll
only
lose one character and then...
I only drowned once, and I was like, oh, it was that was a bit silly. I won't do that again. That seems like something to learn from. There seems like there could be a bit of a risk of backtracking with this. Like, people don't really, you know, enjoy long backtracking. But I noticed with the charts, you can kind of a lot of the time you're placing your things in a circle, so you're not really backtracking so much. You end up where you started anyway. But with the voyages, there might be some backtracking or maybe not, depending.
So I feel I don't want to sound like I'm overemphasizing this too much, but the charts are quite small.
Yes.
Like by the time you've placed you get 7 lanterns once you upgrade your lantern count. By the time you've placed all 7 lanterns, you are maybe a couple screens away from where you started. Maybe a little bit further than that if you go out in a full straight line. So the charts are meant to be like really bite-sized encounters. So like there is technically a small amount of backtracking there, but that is with monsters spawning as you're going back, and it's a couple screens worth.
There's a big difference between combatless backtracking and just...
Yeah, you're fighting monsters as the bubbles are collapsing around you. It's like it's an actual kind of exciting gameplay thing, and it's not even necessarily always the case. I noticed because in the Voyage sometimes you're extracting basically where you are as you're leaving. Yeah, so the voyages, they're built out of 9 different charts that you kind of stitch together, and each of them at their center has a place where you can leave. So you don't have to backtrack to where you started in a voyage. That would be insane and terrible. You get to leave at each of these individual chart locations, and like I said, the charts are relatively bite-sized, so that means you're never really more than, say, a screen and a half distance away from a place where you could leave when you want to go. Yeah. Awesome. So this Allflame crafting, how did you arrive at giving players like 4 Hinokora locks per craft as your crafting system for this league?
Well, actually, originally it was going to be similar. I want to say similar to Harvest. I don't want players to interpret that as like,
that's another dangerous
level.
word.
It may or may not be. But I mean similar mechanically, as in list of specific bespoke crafts that you can do for list of specific costs of that craft.
Yeah.
But the problem with that is it was just too similar to things we've done in the past. You know, it is essentially Harvest, but wet. And that's not.
Well, Harvest is all about the juice anyway, so it's already
we had
kind of
actually
wet.
gotten relatively far along in the development of that, and I was just like, this is lame. We shouldn't do the same thing again.
Yeah.
And so, the idea for the Allflame crafting splitting into different forms came from the fact that originally we were using the terms Allflame and Ghostflame kind of interchangeably in development, and ghost stuff gave me the idea of what if you split into multiple ghostly versions of the item, and what would that mean?
Okay, all right.
So it kind of came theme first, mechanic second.
It's thematically real cool. Yeah, I remember when you came to me and you're like, yeah, this crafting system sucks, we need a new one, and then you had a pitch, and I was like, this is a good thing. Like, some people get very caught up in their original designs and just try and see it through no matter what, and you just you go down into a vortex.
You're in too deep,
and you're like, oh, loss aversion kicks in, and like, to be able to, as a designer, to be able to just be like, nah, gone, starting again, even if you're like 3/4 into the cycle, if that's what's best, that's what's best. And most people fail at being able to do this. So it's like,
nice.
When you came to me for that, I was like, wow, okay, this is cool. I'm happy.
I did feel bad telling our lead programmer for the league, Jeremy, that, your work, we're actually going to be changing it. Though a good amount of the infrastructure was able to be kept, because it is still UI-wise very similar, where you like put in item, click craft to go. It just, changed to now you also put in a currency with the item that you want to use it on or use on it.
So the main part of it is this splitting so that you can use an Exalt or something and then see 3 or 4 different potentials for that, and then choose your best one. And that's obviously very powerful, especially for some of the bigger graphs. The intangibility system is kind of the counterpoint to that, like some sort of limitation on that. How does that work exactly?
Yeah, so not every single crafting step, but many of the crafting steps you can do, for example, in Exalt, will add some amount of what we call intangibility to an item. And it's just a value that will be shown on the item and ticks up. And the intangibility in the item is equal to a chance when you do another Allflame craft on that item for it to only have one result, which effectively means you just did the craft with no extra bonus. So
I was a little worried it was going to be like the item
what it
gets
boils down
destroyed.
to is the more you Allflame craft on one specific base, one specific item, the more and more and more difficult it becomes to continue to Allflame craft on that item. And there are some ways around this that clever people in QA and Alpha have found, that things like recombination, because if you take the mod you're trying to chase on the base that has high intangibility and you put it onto a new base that doesn't have that intangibility, now you can keep going, but there's some risk in that at least. And then Awakener's orbs do a similar thing where it's creating an entirely new base as the output. And there's also a Ducat, which is the new currencies that we've added that interact only with Allflame crafting, that has a 50% chance to remove all your intangibility and a 50% chance to destroy your item.
Gotta have it.
There it is.
Gambling is fun.
Yep. I guess on that note, the gambling side of things, it seems like the Vile Orb won't work with this.
No, it does not.
What's the reason for that?
It's both a case of balance, because it's one of the ones that would be most insanely strong. We've tried to limit it as little as possible. I would say 95%, maybe even 98%. I don't know the exact numbers. Something like that. High 90s% of currencies work with this. But also for me, I understand this is very subjective. Some people may disagree with this take. For me, it's a theme thing as well. Like, I really don't like this super special Vol magic just kind of working with weird ghost magic that doesn't hew together well in my mind. But
Red magic and green magic obviously don't mix.
Alone who is holding that subjective take.
Even just taking that whole random unpredictability and turning it into, like, for normal mod, like Exalting, for example, sure, there's going to be some good outcomes. But for the fact that you can take that whole risk out of the Vile Orb, or like most of it, it's honestly just a bit demeaning. Like, I'll tell you would never use a Vile Orb.
Oh, for sure.
Aside from this way.
Yes.
With this being the case. So that in itself is kind of bad. Now, however, I was like, if we had time, which we didn't, I was like, have it do something else. You put it in here and the two magics collide and who knows what happens.
You cross the beams.
The Vile Orb just says it modifies unpredictably, so you won't be lying if it did something unpredictable in some other different way, but that was, hopes too high kind of situation. It was too difficult.
One other, I know this isn't pertaining to a specific question you asked, but one other thing I want to make sure is getting across, because it was too in the weeds to go into the live stream, is it is performing that craft on the original item X number of times, which means the outputs are independent of one another. So if I have an amulet that I'm trying to annul, for instance, I could have each output, it's unlikely, but each output could annul the same mod. Like the outputs do not care about one another.
Right,
So
yeah.
in theory, with an exalt, you could exalt the same mod on all the outputs. That's stupid unlikely, but it could happen.
So if that happens, don't add us. It's not broken.
That is
I can
how
see
it
the
is
Reddit
meant to
post
work.
already.
He's doing the crafting step of the currency item on the original item X number of
It
times.
doesn't mod block itself
Yeah.
effectively.
Yeah, that makes sense for sure. What's so the main part of it is this like splitting into separate things, but there is some unique stuff to it as well that can occur to items like.
Well, that's mostly the ducats,
Yeah.
which you can kind of just think about each of them as a new bespoke individual currency.
Okay.
So there's the one
Just
that's
works
like,
with this.
yeah, there's the one that's like you take an item with an attribute roll and turn it into another attribute roll. You know, strength becomes int or whatever. So those are basically, we had a bunch of ideas for the original Harvest-esque version of the system, and some of them had been implemented and some of them were just cool ideas, and it's like, where can we keep that? Okay, we just make new currencies that drop from the League mechanic that work with Allflame crafting.
Nice, there you go. Transported them over. There's a question from chat about reflecting mist with the new crafting system. I imagine that'd be like Vile Orb and that it wouldn't work, but
Anything that's actually one of the few limitations. Anything that outputs more than one output does not work with Allflame crafting because it simply can't.
because it would.
There's nowhere to put them.
You'd need like a bunch of 2 items things.
You'd have inventories all over your screen.
You put a Mirror of Kalandra in, and then you only get 1 item back. So
Okay.
Technically, this is not something that anyone should do, but technically a Scouring Orb works.
Why?
If you want.
If you want, I guess. So.
I mean, if you're trying to
gonna do that.
maximize your instability or
Sure.
intangibility, or
Why
whatever.
not?
Send some sulfur for just throw away sulfur because you're
Yep.
rich.
That
Just
base
burning
type,
money.
that's exactly the same as that base type. Look, no, this one looks better than those ones.
Yeah,
can
so I think I'm going to
understand.
take number 3. Maybe. Can have anyone as you want as long as it's scoured. A side note, thanks for the attribute swap mechanic as well. Like I saw the Ducat for that swaps attributes. One of my favorites is the resistance swap, but just like fantastic addition for like gear puzzle solving and for making it easy to like swap your gear with stuff you find as
I wonder
well.
how long
There's a
it'll
lot
be
less gear
before we
lock-in
see
with
that in
resistance swap.
PoE2.
I think attributes will help that too. I kind of wonder if there's like other things like this that might exist. I can't think of any, but
Isn't there in PoE2 something that allows you? Maybe I'm wrong and this didn't make it in. Which, in that case, I'm sorry. But something that allows you to swap like cold damage on a weapon to being fire damage.
Yeah.
yeah, there
So
is.
that would be the one other case. That's not quite the same though, because that is more
Yeah.
changing the identity of a build than it is
Yeah.
just solving a problem in a build.
Yeah, I kind of view the attributes and resistance as that problem solving sort of thing for sure.
no, the attribute one is actually slightly more interesting because what it
Yeah.
allows you is if you have a strength body type, then you can swap it to dexterity or intelligence, which is like technically
that's actually kinda
something
huge.
you can't actually do.
See, I would have
At the
expected
moment?
it to obey the rules still, where it like
Oh, no.
can't do that, but you can actually just swap them to any.
Nah, it's the Allflame.
It's like older
Yeah,
combinators.
the Allflame doesn't care about
No
the rules,
rules. Aside from
except the rules that it has.
Except for Valorbs and yeah.
I guess the one caveat is that it doesn't work with hybrid attribute rolls. So it won't do anything with all attributes because there's nothing to swap it to, and it won't do anything with things like that give plus 10 strength and dexterity. It only works with giving one attribute, turning into giving one of a different type.
Yeah. So let's change topics a little bit here to Mirage, which was announced to not be going core in 3.2.9. But is it something that you'd like to go core in the future? I don't know if you already announced anything about that.
Short answer is yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you seemed pretty keen when I was talking to you about it.
We
before.
almost always let a league simmer. There's a few reasons for that. We like to have our, this is a more production internal thing, but we like to have our live realm be as close as possible to our internal realm,
Yep.
right? And so if we've, let's say we're having to make fixes to the live realm, we have to be open to be able to make fixes to the live realm. So if all of a sudden we've redone the code base to not be a league and instead it's now core, we've made all these changes and everything, the capacity for us to then fix things on live becomes significantly harder.
So, yeah.
So that's like the production. So that would, generally that doesn't matter in the latter 2 months of a cycle, but in the first 2 months it would be like, we don't really want to do that. Otherwise we don't have the capacity to respond to things going wrong on live. It's safe to say after 2 months, not as much goes wrong. But then you've only got 2 months to now do all the changes on top of the fact we've got this to prepare, we've got all the other content coming in. So like adding that in itself just causes some problems for us where we're like, oh, now we have to, how can we figure out how we can make these changes and get them on live without having what we are committing to internally be even close to what's on live? And so that's a more like, it's something maybe the players don't really often think about because it's really a problem exclusive to us internally. But yeah, like the league worked. I think the other problem you were mentioning as well, I heard you bring out, was like the fact that it's multiplicative with everything and affects every league. It's like, are we going to sign ourselves up for the maintenance here? You know, similar, like Reliquarian, but more.
I guess I do want that maintenance. I want Mirage in the game.
Nice.
But I want to do it in a way, I want to make sure that we have assessed it so that it's done in the way that is the least hampering to future development of leagues. Because if every league going forward that appears in maps needs to interact with Mirage, which it will need to, because it'll feel lame if it doesn't, then we need to make 100% sure that however we're implementing Mirage now doesn't, continue to pester us and bite us in the ass for the next, 15 leagues that we make. So I think it's very important that we, carefully take the time with its implementation.
There's even the question of should the active league get manipulated by Mirage, or will that make Mirage feel 100% mandatory because the active leagues in every area, and it, so you're kind of like, it's getting into that realm of like when we had passives for the active league on the tree and they felt mandatory because it was always there, and it's like, got to be careful with that. So probably not, unless you can do it in a way that's flavorful and not necessarily rewarding. But it will come. There's some decisions we need to make and time to do it, of course. That's always the main constraint, time.
There is another question of if Mirage is even like an investable mechanic on your Atlas tree. Like we could implement it similar to like the Asmeri Forest, where it's just something that randomly appears in your maps and then...
It almost sounds like that might be a better idea for this one, because like it's really good news that it's going core. People seem to really like Mirage quite a lot. But it is one of those things that it seems like it has a danger of becoming like, there's an issue in PoE2 at the moment with like cities feel like they're mandatory. Like you have to have, like if you're going to do your juiced content, you've got to do it in this thing because it's just so much stronger. So I could see the same thing being with Mirage. It's like, oh, you're crazy to not do that. And then it becomes another tier 17 kind of issue where it's like, oh, you need to do your juiced in that, or you're just wasting it.
Yeah, I feel like the Asmeri Forest sort of avoids that problem because you don't know about it, and if you're investing lots of like very expensive scarabs into it, then it's not like you're going to just keep fishing maps until you find it.
And it's just it's just a super exciting win when it does happen. It's not something you can plan around necessarily. So I imagine that's probably the route.
I suspect most people really just want to know when they're getting their shrine belt back.
Yes, and that's my question. Like with that not going core just yet, but maybe in the future. In the meantime, there's a few things that people are pretty excited about. We'll start with Screams of Desiccated then, like the.
So the uniques will not be going core just yet.
Damn it.
There are a few other bits and pieces from Mirage that will be going to core, though. Just earlier this week, I added Atlas passive support to Heist for the blueprints that have the special implicits that guarantee certain rewards at the end of blueprint wings. I think Andrew did some stuff as well.
Yeah, so in sort of where like volatile valves are super cool. Yes. I wouldn't want to just...
Yeah.
I think what we'll do is we've currently moved them to Sanctum, so it's a way of making Sanctum more rewarding.
A bit more unique.
And I feel like if Mirage goes core, we will probably keep Volatile Valobs as a Sanctum exclusive reward.
Right, yeah.
The other one that we moved was the Crystallized Rancor. That was the one that enabled all the new, like, the minion harvest craft that comes from a new Atlas anomaly. I think it was in the live stream, there's like the big harvest is returned, so when you get a boss in one of those, they always drop the Crystallized Rancor.
Nice, cool. And this is letting you kind of make these things a little bit more distinct as well, which has always been a goal, to give each thing their own rewards.
We are doing more and more and more of that, and people, you can see that with like Legion and stuff like that. So, by the way, and I
actually completely forgot about the Legion changes,
which is ultimately
I'm kind of excited to see
one
those.
of which is certainly more ambitious. But the idea would be that every single league that you can invest into, as opposed to ones that exclusively randomly spawn necessarily, every single league you invest into has exclusive rewards.
Yep.
That is goal one. Goal two is every single league you can invest into on the Atlas in particular has a pinnacle boss. And that's the way more ambitious. We will see if, like, so going there with Abyss now as an example, and the idea that eventually we will add more and more and more and more of them.
I was kind of wondering if
that
Legion
one,
was
of
getting
course,
one as well.
is significantly more difficult to achieve. So I would expect more leagues to get exclusive rewards, and I would expect less leagues to get bosses in the short term, but eventually that would be the ideal goal.
Awesome.
Some already have them, some. And by the way, I wouldn't consider Beast Series 4 Spirit Beasts a pinnacle boss. No. Like, they're just some animals that are ghosts. Like, it's not, because it's too dated, it's too old.
Yeah. I mean, there's even some more recent leagues that don't quite live up to that. I would love to explore what a Mercenaries of Charthus pinnacle boss means.
Ooh,
no promises anytime soon, but just personally, I would love to see what that even is.
Yeah, of course. I've got ideas.
I'm looking forward to seeing what those are. Refracting Fog is getting asked about for Mirage as well. Is that something that's going core in some way?
Unless you did something along those lines, Andrew, I don't think so.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure all of the other Mirage exclusive currency is cooling off for a league. So the Refracting Frog and all the Coins of Power, those type of things.
There's a waiting until kind of Mirage goes core.
Yep, and we'll reevaluate then if we want to keep them in Mirage, keep them in the game, or move them somewhere else.
I know we had a bit of a track record of saying things will go core, and then they, we got now we've got Mirage on the list, we've got Harbinger on the list. Then the others that are we had Mercenaries on the list.
Toda, maybe.
Yeah, Toda was one.
Sort of. But the idea is, we were like, okay, we're getting too many things that we're saying we will eventually do. Let's actually try and do some of them. And then we're like, okay, Mercenaries is the one, so that at least we're getting that done. I want people to be reassured that we're not just building up an eternal list of stuff we're never bringing back. And I will at least say we are actively working on Harbinger, right? I don't want people to think that's ignored. So just before everyone,
I'm actually pretty excited to see what that's going to be. I kind of missed the little blue
these
dudes.
These things are coming. We're not just doing a soon TM situation.
You touched on Abyss as well, and so that's getting a pretty major rework with some nice gameplay updates there. But
and with more
screen
shake.
On was that rewards are PoE1 structure though, like they're not being copied over from PoE2.
Yes and no. So Abyssal sockets, Stygian vises, Abyssal jewels, those all still exist and exclusively come from Abyss.
Great.
However, the chests that spawn at the, rise up out of the ground when Abyss is complete, those are more varied now. So it's no longer just like, here's a rare chest that drops stuff. It's, it's a currency chest or a scarab chest or a, weapon chest or an armor chest or a jewelry chest. Like it's more defined each time. So you get, and that's just better, to be honest. Like that's, having the more defined rewards gives you those moments of, oh, I got a scarab chest. And even when it isn't the case, maybe when you're leveling, you might Act 6 or something, be excited to see a weapon chest when your weapon is kind of crappy.
And did I hear there's like a bunch of new uniques with this as well?
There are 6 and a 7th that people can find.
Some secrets.
I think
so wait, the 6 can't be found?
No, a 7th that people can uncover how to get. Let's put it that way.
And just to be clear, I realize this is a little bit confusing in hindsight. There is a new pinnacle boss. There are still the liches.
Yep.
They are still there. And they still have their drops, so it is entirely new pinnacle means new uniques, and a mysterious one.
And the Delve, this is maybe a little hyper specific, but the Delve Abyssal City still has the old Abyss monsters if you're feeling nostalgic.
Oh, okay. Nice. In case you missed those. I did feel that about Breach a little bit at one point there, so that's nice to hear. People are a bit worried about things like invulnerable snakes and weird smoke cloud mechanics coming over as well with this change. That's kind of that's the potential downside of what is like otherwise a very exciting thing. Is that going to be the case here?
I arguably spent too much time. Not arguably, definitively spent too much time on the Abyssal monsters as we ported them back, giving most of them new skills.
Yep.
Entirely. Like,
okay, yeah.
I just really like making monster skills, and
and hopefully none of them involve invulnerability.
I can do this quick because it's done in paying this out in 2-3 weeks. It was not 2-3 weeks.
You came to me one day and you're like, I've made a mistake. I've spent too long on the Abyss monsters. I'm like, okay, wrap it up, stop, move on. Right? Like, what can we do?
But they do have new skills. There's no breakdancing invulnerable snake woman, which is the sentence that I get to say as part of my job. And now you get to learn what the new skills are that the abyssal monsters will have for you in PoE1.
That's excellent news, and that's making the games more distinct while like taking some of the good stuff from PoE2, but keeping PoE1 its own thing. That's really cool.
That was kind of the original impetus, that, and I do personally like working on monster skills, but I personally very strongly feel that when we're taking from PoE2, which is a thing we should definitely do, if we don't, then we're not going to have the resources to deliver big enough, cool enough leagues. We should do as much as we can to make it feel distinct in PoE1.
So you might see a monster that looks familiar, but it's going to do all different things. Oh yeah, it's exciting.
Reuse the art, adjust the game design is generally the philosophy there, right?
Yeah, why wouldn't you? That makes perfect sense. Absolutely. So another I was kind of surprised about just how much stuff was going on in this, because you also have a Legion kind of set of improvements as well, with a whole new reward system for that, which is exploring something that you've been doing a bit of lately, which is being able to modify uniques, which is always kind of exciting and interesting. So what unique modifiers can be ported over to a new item with this new Legion unique crafting system?
Drew's territory?
Yeah. Well, to clarify first, there's 5 different crystals that can drop. Each of them is associated with one of the Legion factions.
Okay.
So, for example, the Mariketh faction drops one that allows you to enshroud your unique body armor items.
Okay.
So it's only armors. You can't do it on jewelry, you can't do it
Damn
on
it.
weapons. So you have
We
shields
can't
and
have
gloves
the
and helmets and
crossover
boots
between
as well.
Mageblood and Headhunter.
But you can enshroud any unique armor in the game that isn't corrupted, I don't think. So you can take boss uniques, like...
You can't create boss uniques.
No, you can't create boss uniques.
Yeah, that
You
would
can go
be...
from
consume
boss
boss
unique.
Yeah, you
You
wouldn't
can
want that.
take a mod from a boss unique, and it's effectively like you applied an ancient orb to the item. So
Yeah.
it will randomly transform into a new core droppable unique, like a lightning coil or something.
That's so cool.
And the implicit will be the boss unique.
That's so cool.
Or one of their mods, yeah.
And that is an implicit, so it competes with Val orbing.
Yeah.
This is an alternative to Val orbing.
Yeah.
Unique.
I might be jumping ahead here, but I will say... Well, I'll say at the moment we've done a big pass on Val implicits. So Val implicits also are much stronger than before.
We will explore that a little bit in crafting
So
for sure.
It's not entirely super duper power creep, but you'll definitely there'll be some combinations of these unique items that you'll be really looking for.
Cool. Don't worry. We'll touch on that in a bit.
The balance of the vestigial uniques, the balance is not. It's not like 1-to-1, right? It's
Where we can keep it 1-to-1.
Oh yeah, of course.
We try to keep it 1-to-1, but for example, something like Comb's Heart, we aren't sending 1,000 life across to the new item. I think
No
it's like
1,000 life lightning coils.
I think
That's
it's
a lot,
like
though.
it's like 250, I think.
250 life lightning coils, pretty good. It's
good.
kind of juicy.
I mean, I'm excited for Facebreaker with Doriani's touch.
Right.
That's my build.
That looks pretty sick,
Decided
honestly.
Right there.
So it seems like this is only taking the definitive mod off the unique, not just like some
it's
random.
Usually
thing that's
a
lame.
single specific mod. So if an item has like 5 different mods, there's only one specific one that it will port over.
So you'll kind of know.
Yeah, there's a few cases like Shaper's Touch and 3 Dragons.
With
where they've
Doriani's
got like a
Touch,
cycle
it's,
of 3 mods.
Right. Yeah.
Where it will randomly pick one of the 3, but generally
It's
just one
Dominus's
specific
slam
Yeah,
from
that's
Act
fun.
3.
So
So when he says, "The touch of God," and the whole fucking
is gonna be the
arena
thing.
explodes, it's that.
That is very exciting. I quite like this unique crafting stuff. It's
cool.
good to see you exploring that.
I guess it's somewhat similar to Elder's Legacy, right? Like a little bit.
The funny thing is, I think we designed these independently because we figured this out pretty early on in League development. So this would have been like 4 months ago or so that we figured out this is what we're doing for Legion vestigial items. And then I was talking to David, who's one of the PoE2 designers, and he's like, "Oh yeah, we have this really cool thing where you can put a rune that takes the unique mod and puts it on another unit." It's like, what?
You
We're
stole
doing
their
that in
idea.
PoE1.
Yo, it's
But it does feel
the
very
parallel
different, to be
development.
fair.
Nice.
Yeah, so, I feel like this same concept is like all of a sudden being explored from a bunch of different angles by different people, which is kind of cool because you're going to arrive at a bunch of cool ideas that eventually you can.
It's the actual literal case of the great minds. Well, just minds think alike. I won't say we're great. We're just we're just minds.
Come on. So that is like a pretty exciting new thing that you can do with Legion. But with incubators being removed, which is kind of like a lot of the baseline reward for Legion, doing Legions in maps, do you feel like the raw reward value of Legion will still be there? Is that being kind of compensated in some area?
Yeah, well, personally, last league I actually ran a lot of Legion, so I knew like the pain points especially.
Yeah.
And I was flooded with so many incubators. I literally had to filter out like 95% of incubators.
Yeah.
Very few of them
After
I
a certain
felt
point,
like
you can't really
actually
use them
gave
all.
much like value, and I just was annoyed that every few maps I needed to apply 10 currency incubators.
Yeah, I think this is a good change.
So I don't
for
think
sure.
you're losing too much. You still have all the other reward icons. Like, another thing to note is, I think it was mentioned, is like, Abyss Jewels are now exclusive to Abyss.
Yeah.
Talismans are now exclusive to Talisman.
Yeah.
So Legion has a
The
smaller
bestiary.
pool. A smaller pool of rewards means you are seeing things like currency rewards, scarab rewards, unique rewards more commonly because
Yeah, they're
we've
not-
removed those other rewards.
Right, they're
from
not
the
being
pool.
replaced.
Yep.
Like, instead of a random incubator that you're filtering out, it's going to be a currency box or something instead. So, okay, that makes sense.
It's a nice side benefit of this whole, ongoing effort to get each league mechanic to give its own special thing exclusively.
Yeah.
Because it kind
Good.
of incidentally buffs the rewards of other league mechanics too, Like, were you ever really excited to see an Abyssal Jewel from Tujin when you rerolled his shop? You won't see those anymore. And now you might be excited to find a high level Abyssal Jewel from Abyss because the market isn't flooded by a 1,000 people clicking reroll on Tujin every day.
Yeah, this is absolutely the right move. It gives people their niches, their little thing to be proud of. Like, I'm supplying the Abyss Jewels to the market.
When it comes to like conceptualizing this,
Oh, yeah,
I know
Sean, sorry, I just
Andrew
saw
came
that.
in, he's like, I got these pain points. I want to
I
improve.
wanted
some
to do a
leagues.
build with that for a long time. I just
and
keep forgetting
I
about
think
it.
the thing we're trying to do here, and I hope.
But with
you know,
face
something
breakers,
plays
like,
prefer-
if
instead
it
of
just so
going,
happened,
fix a little bit here,
could
a little
work.
bit there, a little bit there across all the leagues. I'm like, nah, let's just go all in on a league, do the exclusivity, give it an identity, be it a pinnacle boss or a reward system, upgrade it to uniques, fix all the problems with it, full fresh coat of paint across the board, and also quality of life, any just like, the whole you couldn't break out, you had to find the last monsters when breaking out a legion, and now you don't need to, is like honestly a huge difference.
Yeah, that was me last league. I'm just cycloning through the whole Legion, and I'm just going back and forth over it multiple times, being like, why won't you start? Because I haven't tracked down the last monster hiding around a corner.
But we're trying to just make like
face breaker
quite
again?
good packages
Yeah,
out of
can't
these
blame you.
upgrades, as opposed to just like, it would have been really easy to just fix the few, like that problem and a couple others with Legion, like getting rid of the icons.
I think with the way
you know,
it's gonna
just,
work,
you know,
though,
just
it's
have
gonna be
those
kinda
arcade
tough to
style
get
reward
the
icons covering
upgraded
your screen
version
and
that you want.
define, all that. But then we're like, well, while we're at it, new reward system needs it. And with Abyss, we're also like, new pinnacle, why not? Because it needs it. And and we kind of hinted towards some ominous mastermind of Legion there, so you can already see we're heading in a direction towards
More to come.
Yeah.
Cool.
But
So no, we're
I
not
hope
there
players
yet. Like,
enjoy
maybe
the,
soon
the
we get a
more
pinnacle
grander
for
reworks
Legion.
as opposed to like what would just get lost in a few almost bug fix patch note style things across the board. So even though some leagues, because I know a lot of people can go, what about this league? What about that league? What about, like, our idea is to just, we've got a new league. Here's a couple of leagues we want to improve by giving them identity, fixing everything, addressing the gameplay concerns, and we're just going to cycle through them. And I'm sure by the time we get to the end, we have to go back to the start. So, Legion rework to 2029.
.com. There was a weird question from chat there. Can Foulborn unique mods become vestigial unique mods? That would be kind of wild.
No, I think that's the other restriction of the system. You cannot use the currency on corrupted uniques, and you cannot use it on Foulborn uniques, because it's sort of like a different sort of magic. You
Right,
can't-
yeah. Okay.
They've been defiled in their own way.
Yes. You're not crossing the streams. Things would start to get pretty complicated pretty quickly with that sort of thing, wouldn't they? Another thing that's been reworked and indeed come back is mercenaries. There's a long list of stuff going on in this expansion, isn't there? So to clarify, the base mercenary mechanic is now that you fight them in a zone and then they help you for the rest of that zone, not that you can then like hire them permanently on any character, right?
Yeah, so they'll start showing up in Act 3. There is a change that we want to get in. It might not get in for the patch, but in the campaign, we do want to see if the mercenary can follow you for multiple areas.
Oh,
But
like,
if you, so in the campaign, it's like you find them in.
yeah, you wouldn't want that. You wouldn't want that in endgame, would you? But like, in
It doesn't
campaign-
really work because they have to go
Yeah.
from a combat area to a combat area.
Yeah. Okay.
You can only have one temporary mercenary at a time still. So if you find a mercenary in one area and then the next area, you don't have you aren't taking a full party with you. But Yeah, undecided if that will get in time or not.
Okay. I did definitely notice that you have buffed them, like, because they're now this limited thing. It seems like you're just like, well, let's make them ridiculous. Like,
Well,
they're stronger than me.
The main thing with temporary mercenaries is you cannot tweak their gear.
Yeah.
And because you cannot tweak their gear, we can make them much stronger than before because we don't need a balance around you giving them 1,000 DPS axes and Doyani's prototype and whatever else.
Yeah, they seem to be powerhouses.
The good thing is we can balance permanent mercenaries and temporary mercenaries completely separately.
Yeah, and that's really cool. And that's the other thing. So you can now get permanent mercenaries through the Luminary. And I feel like this is the most interesting, unique ascendancy possibly ever.
I feel like I maybe lied last time we added the last Scion class where I said we'd add another one after 13 years.
You did, yes.
Turns out it was 6 months. My bad, give or take. So sorry,
Trust
apologies
demolished.
for the dishonesty.
I'll forgive you
Ruined.
on this one.
But yeah, as you were going, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's like so the Luminary allows you to permanently hire a mercenary, and then there are like it's scaled back a little bit in that you need to say, oh, I care about them having unique gloves, so I'm going to allocate that point, or I'm going to mix and match those guys. So it seems like you've put some kind of effort towards making them a little bit more balanced, but this is like a super, I don't know, this is a super interesting ascendancy because it's got like a really long tail on it. Like you can keep finding new mercenaries as you go long term,
Yes,
right?
it's also interesting if you're not a luminary, because if you find a really good mercenary in a map, you can itemize it and trade it to a luminary. So there'll be a market for farming mercenary for other luminaries, assuming you know what the very
I
valuable
like all these little
mercenaries
micro
are.
markets developing.
I can't wait for someone to buy like an ultra expensive warrant, because that's what the tradable thing's called, the warrant. And then they're like, yes, I get to hire it, and then they just die.
Oh, no.
That would be the worst.
You're evil.
I thoroughly love where the Scions now ended up.
Yeah.
The 3 classes it has. You've got the Reliquarian, which we teased yesterday, day before or something.
Yes,
the new
we've
set.
shown the new ones.
You got this, like all 3 classes. The Ascendant obviously is a bit more, but there's still many permutations. But still, three very unique classes.
Yeah.
Insane build variety. It ended up just being amazing and special, and the Luminary just is the icing on the cake there, honestly. I'm looking forward to playing it. That's definitely my...
Yeah, I'm 50-50 at the moment what I'm going to play. It's either going to be a Flame Link mercenary, me using the Flame Link, or channeling Lightning Tendrils, which sounds weird, but there's stuff.
There's stuff.
I was going to say Andrew has adjusted over 100 skill gems for this
I
patch?
think I still got a few dot buffs to do, but everything else should be in the notes.
That's literally our next topic. I've just got a couple mercenary chat questions before we move on. So, will mercenaries revive automatically if they die after changing zones, or do they need to be revived with gold still?
They still need to be revived with gold, and the same system as before where they'll turn up in the next area.
Yeah, okay. Did you guys,
But their survivability has been... No, I don't think it's been messed with too much. I think it should be all good.
Okay.
You will need to, put defensive gear on them, I think. I can't remember. It was too long ago when I looked at the balance for the...
Figure it out.
Did you guys improve the UI or something like that? I feel like it was a bit better or something. I don't know. It's hard to recall exactly.
We have added extra panels so you can see more information about your mercenary.
Yeah, there was the passives and defenses and stuff.
So the defenses,
for them.
I think, used to be there, but we've added a new panel for their passive stats, which will show... Because mercenaries in the back end, they have effectively a fake passive tree.
Yeah.
Which you couldn't see before, but it's very useful to know how many damage increases they're getting, how much crit multi they're getting, those inherent...
You can actually build them a bit more because you know what they're going to scale properly. Yeah.
There's 2 things about the Luminary that I think are worth... You're talking about passive stats, and it reminded me. There's 2 things about the Luminary. So the first thing is that what we found is people were playing the Luminary and then they'd find no mercenaries. So the campaign has... How many fixed spawns? 3?
4 areas,
Yeah. So some guaranteed ones. You're still, and the random ones are still there, so that you can't just I've played this class and I can't do anything. And then the second thing is in the campaign specifically, because you can't guarantee them with scarabs and invest into them always being there, they level up with you. So that the ones you do find earlier on will sustain for their skills get better, their passive, they get the passive.
Yeah, so when you're in an area, it's just matching their passive stats and their skill level to the current area level. But what it doesn't allow you to do is you cannot equip a high level item on a mercenary you found at level 30. So you can't give them high level items, but all of their passive stats and skills. I think this benefits spellcaster mercenaries a little bit more than the attack ones.
Yeah, but without that, honestly, it was a little bit dire. Leveling up as well.
Yeah, I ascended and I immediately found one in Scepter of God, which was the very next zone I went into. So I was like, and then since then I've done 1 or 2 extra acts, and I found another 5 of them. I found one of the the higher end, whatever the next tier of the mercenaries is called.
Infamous,
I found an infamous kineticist, and it's like,
oh, that's the big money right there.
Yeah, and then I went into another zone, and there was one of the temporary ones, and I got those guys, and I was just sprinting through the zone, and he's slamming, teleporting, and she's throwing bolts down everywhere. I'm like, nice. Yeah, that's pretty fun. It's gonna be fun in endgame when you get a good temporary recruit on top of your already luminarious.
I get to be a support character without friends. my mercenary friends.
Absolutely. Will Triathlon and skill gems drop from mercenaries now, or they remain exclusively as a heist reward? It's another question.
Yeah, we've moved them back to mercenaries, so they no longer drop in heist.
That makes sense. You want each thing to have its own unique rewards after all. Will there be a forbidden flame and flesh jewels for luminary ascendancy nodes? Oh, I imagine not, right?
No, there won't be. Because most of the nodes don't work unless you have the node that enables you to have the mercenary.
And then there's that one that would just be completely busted.
Yeah. So it's similar to Reliquary, and neither of those two ascendancies. You can still use the Ascendance ones, but you can't get the Reliquarian or Luminary ones.
Scion and being a weirdo with her ascendancies.
Yeah, she's an edge case.
We were fun little thing that I'm sure. Well, we were just discussing this before because you experienced it out here, where a lot of players probably have forgotten, but for those who remember the first time players have to actually go and unlock the Scion to be able to play the Scion.
Yeah, I had a fresh account here, so I was all of a sudden like, wait, what? I forgot about that.
You guys have removed the Scion? Who actually remembers that from whatever, a decade ago?
Oh, yeah.
So obviously when we announce a class like this, a lot of people who are going to start playing the game are going to be like, I wanted to play this thing and I don't know where it is and I don't know what to do. Almost certainly after this, we're going to go and make it so that the Scion is just unlocked by default at this point. We should be adding new interesting discoveries and unlocks, not holding on to that when people might want to play this and come play the game and actually engage with the Scion straight away, and they don't have to. A new player shouldn't have to play to Act 3 to then reroll to do it. I know this is a thing that isn't a huge deal
most
because
of us unlocked it 15 years ago or something.
Everyone just has done it, but it's easy to forget that even was a thing. So hopefully, yes, they don't have to play to Act 3 to then re-roll in order to play the class that they want to play. Which is a little bit sad because it was a fun thing at the time, but honestly, I forgot about it for 8 years or something. I don't know how long it's been.
Most of us did, indeed. Yeah. So, Andrew, you did some work on skill balancing. It seems like hand casting, aka self-casting, was a big part of the focus. What was your goals with skill balance this time? What have you been working on here?
Yeah, well, it's a couple of words that keeps cropping up over and over again. So we sat down and had a look and figured out what are the problems with hand casting? It's what are all the different things we can change? I mean, the general thing from my point of view is I think hand casting is not bad in the campaign and early campaign, but I think it falls off quite a lot in the middle game. And it comes back online very, very late game because you have a lot of very unique interactions like life stacking, that type of thing, which can then push it to be very, very competitive. So a lot of the focus here was adding more scaling into that mid game, especially.
Yep.
But also the fact that we have hundreds, I think it was 180 spells that were viable damaging spells that we could were candidates for balance effectively.
Yeah.
So it's you have so much choice. Why would someone pick one spell over the other? So we've also done a focus of trying to differentiate the spells a bit more based on their inherent damage types.
Yeah.
So for example, blade spells now have 10% crit chance instead of 6%. So they're massively crit focused. Whereas fire spells have lower mana costs than other spells, but they have higher damage effectiveness, which sort of leans into them being very good for Ignite.
Yeah, I noticed you were doing more elemental distinction as well. Yeah, so like same, I saw similar kind of reasoning behind cold and lightning as well. Like lightning is faster, but higher mana cost.
Yeah, so lightning will be interesting because lightning has like all of the cast speeds are faster, but the mana cost is also higher. So
that's like a double whammy for like how do you manage the mana on that, and then if you're doing archmage things as well, especially. I mean, that can be a good thing. It's a good thing to have the higher mana cost potentially.
Yeah, I mean, archmage doesn't scale off. I don't know. There's not a huge amount of things that scale off current mana cost anymore. I think there are a few, in which case that is actually a buff for those. All those lightning spells.
Like unique or something, right? Yeah. So that's a bit stronger distinction there. I saw you're also kind of like, any kind of pure ice spells are getting like a chance to freeze, and I saw a chance to shock going in. It's like, why doesn't this skill have 25% chance to freeze?
Yeah, the annoying thing that I found with freeze is that like, it's such an inherent part of a cold build's identity.
Yeah.
But most skills just can't freeze unless they invest into critical strike chance. So having a bit of like chance to freeze inherently on some of the very basic cold spells will make freeze actually be something that you'll notice early on in the game.
Cool, yeah. And it's not just that though, like I definitely noticed some pretty substantial damage buff for a lot of these skills too, which is important to like give a bit more diversity. I even noticed in the early game, it's like, I don't feel necessarily like I have to rolling magma quite so hard.
Yeah,
let's go.
There weren't a huge amount of like, to be honest, a lot of the changes were to the growth of the spells. Like for example, channeling spells because they don't have a huge amount of like different axes for scaling. We've increased like the damage growth on those, so their damage isn't like hugely different at like level 1, but it ramps up quite a lot more throughout the game. But we deliberately just nerfed Magma Orb very, very early game, just so you don't feel compelled to use that one spell. Please try something else.
The the curse of Magma Orb is finally over.
I mean, there'll be a new curse.
Finally.
But
I mean, rolling magma is so annoying.
More frequently than we have with Magma Orb.
Curse of the Allflame.
So along that line, there is the classic, meta nerfs, so to speak, that we like to do every league. But Andrew's a specialist at just give me a giga spreadsheet of numbers, and he is the king of just change all the numbers of all the things. Like most people are like, there's multiple hundreds of things to do here, and they're a little bit reserved. And Andrew's just like, all good. Let's go through every skill in the game. Let's do it.
Oh man, there's a long list of. It's going to be some long patch notes this time around for sure.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not to say there aren't any like nerfs related to. Well, one of the things is because we're buffing a lot of the spells, I don't want to just buff every channeling spell in the game and everyone's like, oh no, I'm playing totems. No, I'm playing mines. So do note there might be some like counterbalance there.
Yes,
that's a good thing. Otherwise, you're not even necessarily then making people want to handcast, right? Like, obviously. So.
Yeah. Do you think that there might be a need in some areas for any sort of like mechanical changes to handcasting and channeling in particular?
Well, there is a dream, and the dream is cast while moving, but that is... I don't know if we'll ever see that in PoE1.
That's a tricky one, isn't it?
It requires the new rigs, I assume.
We will someday.
One day.
One day.
That one's an actual...
That might actually be the 4.0 one.
But will come. We've explained that a whole bunch of times. It's the exact same reason why there's no WASD. So.
Yeah, I see the question, and we've answered it before, the WASD question, but that's the same thing.
We understand
it kind of needs the rigging to work.
We understand how popular those things will be, and it will happen. It's just taking its time, and not due to us not caring. There is a whole department actively working on aiming towards this goal.
Yeah,
all the time.
Yeah. So ironically, with the discussion and like a lot of the focus being on hand casting, self casting, and trying to make those better comparative to like triggered and other means of getting spells out, which have been dominant in the past, there has still been a lot of questions about cast on crit and cast while channeling, and those feeling weak. Interesting. So it's especially like cast on crit players seem to be like lamenting the loss of awakened cast on crit, for example, and feeling like they're a lot weaker now, or that's a lot less viable. Is that something you've considered or looking at in the future at all?
There is this new node on Assassin, which is sort of insane for cast on crit.
Interesting.
If you're familiar with bifurcation, and I don't know if it was shown in the live stream, but if you're familiar with crits bifurcating in PoE2, we've pretty much ported the exact same mechanic back to PoE1, which is especially effective on cast on crit.
That was a whole can of worms, that thing. I'm surprised you opening that one again.
Yeah, custom crit, I'm like, sort of just ignored this patch. Castwell channeling, though, feels a little more like you are casting it yourself, although you can cyclone, which... So, Castwell channeling has received some buffs. I don't think cast on crit has really...
Okay, yeah. Apart from maybe something with Assassin.
Apart from Assassin might be very, very strong for it.
Yeah, I'll ask more about Assassin later, although before there was the exceptional support. We should probably touch on that. So you did the removal of the Awakened supports and then the new exceptional supports. And now that we've had that for a league, I'm just curious. I've seen some questions here and there about it, and I've seen people saying, especially like dot builds, maybe poison builds, they feel like they lost a lot from the transition. You know, they had a bunch of damage now before that they don't have now. They were kind of already something that was a bit capped in terms of damage.
The problem that a lot of those non-ailment dots have is there's very few mechanics that you can do something like super interesting with.
Yeah.
And previously, a lot of the old Awakening supports were just pure damage multipliers. All the supports they used were like Awaken Burning Damage, Awaken Deadly Ailment, or not that one, but Swift Affliction or whatever. So, yeah, they certainly did lose a little bit of damage at like the super endgame, but hopefully I'm undecided. Like I said before, we've still got some like, I've got a specific list of spell dot skills, which I haven't exactly figured out how I want to buff yet, because it could just be damage growth. But I think the correct answer is we add more different, it could be support gems, there could be just some in-game itemization that like adds extra axes of scaling to these skills. It was shown in the live stream, but one of the packs is very focused towards these.
Yeah.
The Pact of Gore, depending on like how many different types of non-damaging dot skills you use, you'll get like a huge bonus to their like damage and...
So there's still some stuff that's going to come in the patch notes as probably early next week. So the dot skills, as he mentioned.
Oh wow, this patch then.
Maybe, unless he decides not to. And we were even working on some. We're working on some keystones for casting that we haven't quite figured out. But the hope is to be able to do them. Like kind of one for fire, one for lightning, one for cold, something like that.
Wow.
No promises, but they're close. We're like 80% into solving it, and there's just a few bits left. But we didn't want to add something too kind of convoluted, and so just trying to find out how to simplify them and make them feel a bit more fundamental, as opposed to just like a confusing mess. And if some of that can just be a matter of descriptions, which... Oh my God. Also, I don't know if people noticed, but we have the helper text system now in PoE1.
Yeah, the tooltip.
Yeah, we kind of forgot that little detail, didn't we?
I just remembered. I was like, we didn't talk about it.
I was like, wait a second, that's a tooltip right there.
They showed off a bunch of
On that
tooltips during
note,
the preview. Though.
we don't have everything. The system's there.
That's going to take time.
The new stuff has it. The old stuff going to require
slowly
It's a
going to
lot
get
of
updated.
Finding all the cases where it's necessary, writing all the text.
Linking them all.
You can automate some of this once you have a keyword, which is what we call it internally.
Auto-highlight.
You can go look for all the places in the game that use that word that you're trying to keyword. But the actual writing of each individual keyword, that needs to be done manually by people who understand the systems, and is also very exacting, because Path of Exile is a very precise game. And so if you have slightly different wording, it can mean a wildly different thing.
We only let a few people in-house actually write these things because we want to make sure they're very consistent. You see in some games where you've got descriptions and it's just, you look like each developer wrote their own variation of it. So we generally try and make sure these are done very precisely, because it could, misinformation's way worse than almost no information, right? Like it just confuses people. So they're going to get filled in, but we're needing those specific people to be free to do it. But it's a good QOL addition to the game, and good for onboarding as well. And so that's just random pivot, but I just remembered that when we we're talking about the keystones and describing them.
I see chat bringing up nearby. Did we get that nearby?
Oh yeah, Andrew? I was going to mention
the highlight, the circle.
So I think what we're going to do is we're going to do a restart patch, like a content update, maybe a week or two after release. And for that, I have a plan where I'm going to unify all the nearby keywords. So nearby, close, present, proximal, all of that stuff. and then it will all be keyworded, and you'll be able to highlight the keyword, and you'll get the nice little ring around your character.
I just want to clarify, because people got confused about last time. When he says restart patch, it just means a patch and where the realm goes off and then back up. Just to be clear.
Not resetting.
I saw last time people going, what do you mean there's a week 1 league reset?
As in, there are some changes that won't work unless the client has been restarted. So it just forces everybody off the game.
Eternal terminology leaking
It's
out.
about client server synchronous. But
that's good news.
I've seen us. We refer to it as a restart patch internally, and I see some people, rightfully so, misinterpret that as a economy restart or something. I'm like, no.
You don't need to do that for a tooltip.
No,
not usually.
The new league mechanic tooltips.
So we've had the assassin rework, and how do you feel like that landed? And there was also kind of like linked questions about, well, we talked about cast on crit, but also like elusive, not feeling very good to build around. But I think before you could refresh it, but not anymore.
Yeah, I feel like when we reworked it, it landed a little bit too weak, which is why we're making changes this patch.
Yeah.
Not just, well, it's mostly because it's an intelligence ascendancy, and so we can like put it under the umbrella of self-cast buff. But do note that the death marked node, the one that applies assassin mark, that has also been massively buffed. So
cool.
If that node is much stronger for attack builds, then hopefully assassin is also viable for them too.
Control F assassin in the patch notes then. That's good news. Yeah, because I was doing a little bit of research on that, just kind of see where it landed, and ultimately it was like 2%. It seems like the shadow ascendancies in general are all a little bit low.
Yeah, I mean, we do sometimes look at PoE Ninja just to see like the one or two
authority on this.
Yeah, we often have our we make sure we address the least played class or two, but because some of these, we just instead went with more of a not to say they aren't, but folded into the hand casting thing and do spell casting adjacent stuff instead.
Yeah, related to the assassin questions, a few people have been asking about daggers and claws. Daggers in particular feel like they lack a bit of an identity. Like you would expect them to be the highest crit thing, but in many cases that seems to not be the case. And a lot of the times it's like, unless it's a unique, it's like, well, I should just use a claw instead. That's going to be better.
One of the things that's going to be in the patch notes is quite a lot of caster itemization changes, particularly to like staves and daggers and wands and scepters. So one of the things with daggers is they're implicits. We just had a look at them compared to like wands and scepters, and it's like they're kind of weak.
Yeah.
So all of the crit chance on dagger implicits has been buffed.
Nice.
And then the changes that were related to wands and scepters generally proliferate to daggers as well. So rolling caster daggers will have a bunch of improvements. As attack daggers versus attack claws, the only real change there is that daggers have slightly more crit chance.
Yeah, I imagine that's a bit out of the scope of this current one, since it's not the focus now, but something to look at in the future.
It's the same thing where we try and pick a package similar with the league reworks,
for sure.
Instead of just bits and pieces all over. We're like, what's something cohesive? So when you go hand casting, and then you kind of let it spread and affect things that are somewhat adjacent, but I mean, the players will then tell us what the next, like we almost always go off, as he said, when the word hand casting or self casting keeps coming up, that's how we ultimately decide here's what we're doing next. So ultimately we just keep paying attention to what people think is not in the right spot, and then we go, okay, how are we going to turn that into a package, a rebalance package, and that's kind of how we go about doing it, to be honest. So let us know is the answer.
Well, I mean, that's the next question is about defenses on ranges. Obviously not in the scope of this patch, so no one expects anything in that regard. But it's maybe a good one for the future to look at. Defenses on the ranger build archetypes, especially with bows, it seems to be, is kind of the topic here. And I had some prolonged discussions with a few people about this one. So I have some extra context on this if needed, but the main takeaway seems to be that ranger defense suppression, namely, was nerfed as a result of other classes heavily investing in it, which is like a good thing to do because you don't really want like the build checklist of like, oh, I have to get suppression on every single build was obviously a problem. So that was like nerfed in, I believe, 3.2.7, and there was some stuff before that as well. So while probably good for other builds balance, Rangers seems to be lacking in their own way to make up for that. And evasion seeming kind of increasingly weak with less benefits to stacking it than other things like armor and energy shield. And other defensive layer options in that kind of archetype seem to be highly conditional, or they have some really big downsides. And the ascendancy options are really high in point investment typically. A lot of them are 4 pointers, where other things in other classes would be 2 points. and also highly conditional. It's like, don't get hit or you don't have any defenses kind of thing. So I was wondering if that's like an area that you might be interested in looking at the future or something you've been tracking on.
I mean, if the player base agrees and then we look into it, which, I mean, you're primarily correct, yes, then that will turn into our next package, right? Like, we pay attention to it during this league, by the way. And then we go, okay, you got this, this, and this. What one are we going to focus on? Maybe we can do a second. So, again, that is a worthy candidate for sure.
Yeah, I haven't played an evasion build in like 2 or 3 leagues.
That might be a good indicator.
Can't remember how good the defenses were. I remember.
I guess Andrew's got an assignment for his league started this time around.
Basically, that like a lot of the investment in the ranger area of the tree should be able to get suppression back to the level that it was pre-nerf.
Yeah.
If that isn't the case, we can probably do more there.
Yeah.
You'd want to adjust things that are like solely the domain of that kind of build, right?
Yeah.
So like pure evasion bases or maybe quivers, something like that. If you're talking about bow builds being a problem specifically.
It could be we do it more dex, like if you dexterity focused kind of defenses pass plus weapon distinctions, like if you're talking about attack claws and daggers, like I can already see this coming together and becoming a bit of a thing. So even if it's not just defensive, it could just be something to do with that.
Since we were kind of talking about like the daggers and claws and stuff, that's also in that similar area. So I wonder if that's like there's a package kind of in that area.
I can see that. I could see that coming together. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like there's always gonna be people that disagree on like what's the next area that should be focused on, but that's one that got brought up by someone whose opinion I kind of trust on that topic.
I do agree that I don't think PoE1 has super good identity between different types of weapons, because like if you're a slayer, it's like what's the difference between using a 2-hand sword axe or mace? Really, there's like a few mastery options, a couple of different implicits.
And that's a fun thing to improve too. Like it results in things being more interesting typically whenever that sort of stuff is addressed. So
I mean, one of the benefits of having this cadence where we have the split teams with designers fully dedicated to PoE1 is we have the time and resources to address these kinds of problems. We can do much more significant balance shakeups every league if we want to.
That's clearly evidenced by this patch with the gigantic delve into the various problem areas. It's good news for sure. Production, can we scroll past this part? Yeah, a bit down further, thank you. Cool. Another thing that got mentioned that I don't know if it was mentioned at all in the... Well, okay, so you mentioned something about Varl orbs, and this is connected to this. So, synthesis. You mentioned something's happening with synthesis modifiers.
Oh yeah, we're just getting rid of them.
Nice.
Damn.
That is the thing that's happening.
Good riddance.
Yeah, well, to be fair, the synthesis unique items are still unchanged. They still can get synthesis implicits, but they we've never really liked they're just like item bloat, and they don't really have a specific home in the game currently. So
that's because you deleted the home of
synthesis
implicits
implicits when you also have val implicits, and it sort of removes the identity of implicits on like weapons, for example. So
the whole identity was you take multiple for those who maybe remember the league, you take multiple items explicits mods and put them as implicits on something. Like the whole idea was that you're turning explicit mod power into implicits, and then we removed that conversion process and then just had... So really what it just looks like is there's just a random amalgamation of different modifiers that are implicits on these items. But it's like, you never synthesized it. It's just an item. So even like just immersively, it's just like, or narratively, or in world, it's like, what does this even mean? Now that there's no actual crafting bench to achieve it that synthesis had during its league forever ago. But yeah, then it's just like, okay, now you've just got this amalgamation of so many different stats that are just contesting with designs, well, ultimately blocking design space, and they don't really have a purpose. So like, we just eradicate it so we can free up some, make some of these other things more powerful, or free up some design space to be able to do some more stuff in the future.
Which we then did immediately use, right, Andrew?
Yeah. So
tell me more.
Well, I guess that's sort of like the vestigial items, but those are unique, so they don't really compete with synthesis bases. But the main thing we did is we took most of the interesting, powerful synthesis implicits and turn them into Veil corruption implicits.
Yeah, so
So
they're not
you
just
can
gone.
corrupt a ring and get +1 frenzy charge. now, for
Oh, let's
example.
go. Okay, at least that's still
a
possible.
potential big buff to Val Orbs. Then it seems like that's a much
Yeah.
more interesting thing.
You'll see it in the patch notes, but in doing like the Abyss changes, we've ordered all the mods on Abyss Jewels, and we've removed bad ones, buffed weak ones. Same for all the Veil.
I think we got
Corruption
rid of the
implicits.
increased damage versus abyssal monsters one, right?
Yeah, I think
That's gone.
Let's
I think I
go.
petitioned you to
Nice.
get rid of
The
those.
game's
like,
playable again.
years ago, and now I
Finally.
didn't even ask you this
Come on,
time. I
man.
just removed it.
Yeah, get rid of them. I
Andrew,
don't know
the champion
why I
of the
ever
people.
would have defended that. Fever dream.
Memory hold
One of
up.
those days. Did you ask me before 10 a.m. and I hadn't had enough caffeine? It's, you
I
know.
remember.
You can't do that. I need that
Anyway,
for
it's
a
a
reason.
very long time ago.
That's the right answer.
Yes, I mean that's a very juicy buff to double corruptions. There's going to be some fun double corrupting actually
Yes.
coming out of that.
It also means you can no longer mirror the best items in the game anymore.
Yeah. I was going to say like this is the sort of change that affects like very pinnacle high end crafting because
The
like
only-
you can't get those crazy bases to craft on now.
The only small reservation is it sort of removes a little bit of the value from the leagues that actually did, for some reason, drop synthesis items. So, for example,
Which is
Ritual and
everything but
Heist.
synthesis. Let's be clear.
Yeah. So, those might be the next leagues in the future on the like, let's audit their rewards, make sure their exclusive rewards are like much more powerful and interesting.
It somewhat bounces in the other direction though, because there's a lot of leagues that'll generate corrupted items as outcomes, and now those can be much more of a jackpot, right?
True. Yeah. Well, so part of my follow-up question was like, it was at some point mentioned that we would get the ability to add synthesis item drops back to synth maps, because that was always like one of my favorite things. It's like it's such a high variance, fun win thing. It's like, oh yeah, man, rings are dropping with synthesized implicits. Like that's awesome. So now obviously that's not going to be happening since they're not a thing anymore. Is there something that synthesis maps could get to make them have their own unique reward? Are they even a candidate for that kind of like, are they a system enough?
Well, they're sort of under the umbrella of unique maps being very old and being not very good. And we would love to just like completely redesign all of them and
Yeah, they're
do
getting,
them
they're getting
properly.
sad. They're getting real sad.
Yeah.
They have
It came
been
up as part
since
of the Atlas
forever.
anomaly discussion. You know, there was a point where we were like, should all unique maps just be Atlas anomalies? And should we then do a pass on all the unique maps to make them more worthy? And it was just too much of a rabbit hole of work at the time. You know, it was maybe a month before release, and that's not not the point in the development cycle where you can make that kind of decision.
Yeah.
I will mention one thing though. Doyani's Machinarium is no longer required for challenge completion. However, Doyani's Delusion, the unique boots that drop from the map, have been like, they always drop corrupted with an implicit, and they've been massively buffed. So
Hey yo.
they're very high variance. So you'll want to run that map to find some
Yeah, that's fun.
potentially crazy boots.
Awesome. So we recently had some of the bigger Chaos
spent so
Orb
much
sinks
damn money on
removed,
Doriani's Machinarium
possibly causing
this past league. I don't
probably
even remember
causing
what it was.
the
It was just
quick
like a
spike to
stupid
300
amount,
plus
though,
chaos
'cause
to divine ratio
I
that was
think
in
you could only
Mirage
get it
compared
from
to the
Delve
more
now.
typical 150-ish that we had in Keepers and before that.
Maybe you always could or got
so what are
weird or
the?
something.
I'm
I
curious.
don't
Like, is this something you guys really look at or care about too much? Or are you like, the economy's going to economy? Like, what are your thoughts about? What are the impacts on players of this sort of change? Like, if you have an economic shift like that, is it something you care
Yeah,
about?
too much.
I mean,
Not if it's too.
That's the
like,
impression I've got in the past.
If
Is
that
like
was
you like,
3,000, whatever, obviously, the magnitude matters.
Yeah.
It's, not to say it isn't a thing we might want to consider. I'm just
Yeah.
saying, like, it's not a huge deal for sure. Not unless it actually spirals out, like, out of control.
yeah, there's this thing with the economy that, like, from your guys' perspective, I get the sense that, like, well, this is kind of like the player's domain a bit more. We don't want to necessarily influence it too much all the time.
Yeah, maybe the new de facto currency will be chromatic orbs. You never know.
Could you imagine? Oh my
Yeah.
Lord.
I don't know, not to be contradictory or anything, but like, I don't personally have much of a horse in the race of the economy part of this, but I really like there being sinks for things because I like things leaving the economy, thus allowing things to retain value over time. You know, it's one of the main reasons that I like personally play hardcore trade over other leagues, because things leave the economy.
Yeah.
So would I want more chaos sinks in the game? Yes.
Yeah.
Do I want them in the game because there's a ratio of chaos to divines that's wrong in some way? No. It's just because it's good for the game generally.
Okay. Yeah.
It is sad when the Chaos Orb as a drop
now feels weak,
Yeah,
right?
I think
That
that's
is sad.
That's the most compelling argument that I see when I'm thinking about this, because I usually ask people when people think about, like, have you seen the economy ratio? And I'm like, well, why do you think it's a problem? And the answers I get are varied and not always super convincing. But the most convincing one that I hear is that the players who are picking up Chaos Orbs aren't getting that kind of like incremental progression towards their thing. Like that appeals to me. I feel for the normies being one myself.
The fewer items that are satisfying to drop.
Yeah.
Like if it only becomes here's the only 2 items you care about that drop, that's bad. So yeah, we do have to keep as many drops as possible feeling satisfying, and that is the main motivation to go, okay, if it's crossing it's a grey line, it's like weird. But if it does cross the line, then I guess it's not even really a line. It's just the more items we can keep satisfying, and thus you could argue, yes, this is something that we should push for fixing for sure.
That said, we have added a couple
I'm
of
burying the lead. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've added 2 new crafts. Andrew did the balance on them, so.
Oh, only the costs. That might be wrong. We'll find out.
There's bench orb crafts for Chaos Orbs now, I saw.
Yes. They behave, I mean, if you're familiar with the PoE2 Chaos Orb where it removes a mod then adds a mod, there's one that does that, and then there's one that removes 3 mods and adds 3 mods. So you can kind of use these to try and salvage items that have a really good mod that you want, but a bunch of other trash.
Interesting. It's hard to tell the impacts or like how much that'll be used, but it's an option there. We'll see how that plays out. But yeah, that's going to sink a few Chaos Orbs. I saw that one of them was like 8 Chaos or something.
We'll keep an eye on it. I wouldn't want Chaos to become pennies, which you could argue they're 1/3 of a penny right now, I guess, depending on what your
you call it divine a dollar?
Depends what your dollar is, I guess. Well, I would argue the divine is somewhat of a dollar. But we'll keep an eye on it as well. But again, the ultimate philosophy is we should be keeping as many drops as possible feeling satisfying. That's the goal. So anything that goes away from that is technically in the wrong direction. It's just, it can get a little bit away from it without us having to take action. And sometimes there are short-term things that influence, not to say that that's what's happened here.
Yeah.
And then they just course correct next league. And sometimes there are things that are needing addressing. I don't have an exact answer for it now, which is why I'm kind of being a little bit vague, because we need to discuss and figure out what to actually do. Hard to promise things at this point, but yeah.
Well, we've kind of touched on it a little bit a few times, but Bestiaries had to have seen some changes to its beast crafting. You also mentioned like the specific beasts are dropping specific talismans as well. Side note on that, is that something you can target farm in some way since they are specific?
Yes, so every single red beast has its own specific talisman it drops.
Yeah.
So for example, if you want like a Rex talisman, then there is the node on the Atlas tree that increases the chance for like beasts from that specific genus to spawn.
That's a cool little buff for
so
those.
Yeah, you can... a Rex just looks like a some sort of mammal to me, but yeah, it is
a bird.
Okay.
Is it a bird? It's a bird. You can plus
idea.
birds. The more likely for the bird species, I'm pretty sure will increase the Rexes. But I didn't actually ever think about how clear the correlation between the genus and the actual monsters is. So I guess it's fine. Whatever.
One of you mentioned to me that beast splitting is gone. That's obviously a big change for some folks. It's a big crafting thing that was used for some high-end crafting projects or just getting extra value out of certain drops, I suppose, in some cases. So talk us through the removal of the beast splitting.
Well, the main thing is I feel like historically beast splitting was never really intended for, or has never really been used for its original intention of splitting the mods from one item onto 2 items. It's almost always just been used for, I just found the most valuable base type in the game in Heist, and now I have 2 of them.
I mean, it came about because we were looking at the fact that we don't want every Simplex amulet to become 2, right? Like that. That was where this came in. We started discussing it and we were just like, is this even healthy at this point? Like, just ultimately every base type that's of value becomes 2 base types of value. And I get that it's just taking away the value, but it also just honestly isn't necessary at that point.
And worth noting, Fractured Fossil has also been changed.
Okay.
Because that does a similar thing.
It fractures the item now, like the name suggests.
That makes sense.
I suppose, yeah.
It just
You know what?
Doesn't fulfill its original purpose. I could see people being a bit like, oh no, but I liked having 2 of everything I found.
Yeah, but
I mean, there's also like, what if you just doubled the frequency of them appearing and removed it? Not to say we've done that,
even
by
if
the
you
way.
don't, it's like the thing you get now is worth like 1.5 times as much or whatever the difference in the cost of the beast splitting was. Like it was just priced into the economy of it anyway. Like so, it just became this kind of like obligationary step that you just had to know about, otherwise you were scamming yourself.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And in many ways, the new Allflame crafting is splitting items.
Sure.
Somewhat.
In a sort of way.
If you want to do the original intent of the
You can only keep one of them.
Closer to the original.
There's a Ducat that's very similar to that, which splits it into a bunch of ghostly forms that each have some of the item or one of the mods from the original item, and then you pick one.
You can take the mod set you want. That's a cool idea.
Yeah,
That one.
so like that is closer to what the beast was originally intended to do.
Yeah. Okay.
Isolate a strong mod to then craft from.
But noting on the case of bestiary, I know Octavian, you share this as well, but both of us probably. I don't know how you feel about it. It's our top on our top list.
Oh yeah, even
So your number one. It's my number one for like.
our programmers keep asking me when are we gonna get.
Oh God,
It's a dire rework.
It is a rat's nest, man. On the back.
Oh, what could this be?
When we added that scarab that added the new beast, the Black Morrigan, like that was just add a unique beast that has a few crafts, and that was like 2 weeks worth of going back to it, fixing a bug, going back to it, fixing a bug, because it's
sad.
It
is the
a bit older, that
number
one.
one league that's in a dire need of a rework in our eyes.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Monsters are old, the
Just
combat's
bestiary in general.
old, the bosses are old, the crafting system has gone through so many different identities and different things to the point where I honestly think it's like kind of lost a bit of its groove.
I mean, what I will say is it's a very strong concept, though. Like going and capturing beasts, like wild spirit beasts, is really cool. And that's kind of why the very original pitch for this league was like, go back to that theme. So we'd want to keep the strong theme, but
Anyway, I know that one. We all agree. I don't know how players necessarily feel.
Well,
but
yeah, I mean, I definitely have had questions about that, especially on the quality of life side of things. And since you're already thinking about that, it'd be worth mentioning those now. So people like, particularly like just with hitting the limit of beasts and then like having to empty them out, there has been some improvements there, but it seems like it's still like just a big problem for people that are
honestly,
actually trying to engage with the mechanic.
we've been doing kind of weak level band-aids for a while there, because the actual solution is quite a lot of work, and we keep going to do it, and we're like, can we really afford to spend this much time on that instead of, and there's all this like cool content stuff, and every time we're weighing the scales, it's like, it's not quite there. And so this is where I'm like, okay, in order to actually do this, we have to make bestiary the focus. So we have to go, this is the rework, and then we'll be able to do all of this stuff. But it's surprisingly more work than it might seem.
Because if you do it in that way, where you're making it a focus and you're, revamping a lot of the content as well, then you're not having to choose between, do I fix these problems or make cool content? You're just fixing the problems while making the cool content.
Yeah.
Make league good.
Something that I saw kind of like asked is like proposing the idea is like, do yellow beasts even really matter and need to be a thing like they are? Like, what if they just kind of dropped a life force beast juice? Or something like
this
that.
recently as well.
Interesting.
Well, this was part of the original spec where we'd basically wanted to say that yellow beasts still appear in maps as extra monsters, but Ironheart doesn't capture them. And then all of the recipes just require a red beast.
I think,
and
thankfully, this interview is like
when you do an encounter.
30 more minutes.
Modernizing past, that's kind of what
at least 30 more minutes
the
to
only
patch
problem
those.
is that is a lot of programmer work, actually.
Yeah.
Every solution we came up with was like, all right, we've done all the like 1 day tasks. Now we're in the many day to week tasks, and we're like, it's just getting so. Again, it will be a focus soon.
I wonder if that makes it a candidate for more of like a bestiary 2.0, like a more substantial thing, since it is going to be so much work anyway. Just to untangle that. Like,
not
it's
necessarily as an active
I really
league,
just
though
wish
it could
the
be, but
patch notes weren't
I'd
gated
say
behind
currently
these.
still probability.
Like, I'd definitely go back and watch them because I kind of need to know.
Similar to like Abyss and Legion this time round, it'll be here's the new league, here's a bestiary.
But I got nothing else to do while we wait for patch
Insert
notes, so
other
we may
things
as well.
we've got some rapid fire kind of quality of life and technical questions here. EU servers seem to be having some major issues each league launch and maybe beyond that from what I've heard. Any news on sources of that issue or potential improvements on the horizon?
None of us three know about that, unfortunately. So
For real.
Jonathan handles that with our more live ops and sysadmin team.
Shit, maybe that's what I do next time.
Know, honestly, what's going on? Like,
I'll ask him about it then.
That is the better thing to do for sure.
I'll get on it. I'll get on it. We talked about the tooltips. Excellent. In-game price checking was added to PoE2. Is that something you're planning on adding to PoE1 as well?
Almost all of that. Well, yes. Don't know when. Same with like price checker, build planner, which I guess is a bigger
build
thing.
planner. Yep.
There's some complexities around it. Like we are trying to as from the helper text thing. We just got that ported over, so we're slowly porting stuff over. But often the best person to do it is the person that implemented it, right? And it makes sense to port it. But those people are working on PoE2, big upgrades. So we've got to find these like windows where they're like kind of between tasks where they can migrate it over and make it work.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you're having someone who doesn't know that code base at all.
Like Andrew goes to answer a question,
and they don't understand.
And sometimes Octavian, I get a little nervous because Jonathan looks, or not, Mark looks at him kind of funny.
It out, but it would take a lot more
oh
time.
shit, is Andrew about to give out confidential information?
Between major tasks for them where they can.
It seems to have been okay for the most part, but
we just need to do some of that really. So.
And those are the sorts of things that work towards the goal of like, you don't really have to install third-party software to play PoE if you're a long-term player. That's ideally the outcome there. And that got me thinking about that. There's two features of Awaken Trade that I would keep me using it, even if you had the in-game price checking that was working just as well. And those are /hideout macro, the ability to like return to your hideout quickly. And the second one is the control scroll wheel your stash has without being moused over it, because that exists in game, but you have to mouse over it, which kind of defeats the purpose.
Interesting.
So I'm just wondering if like those are things that could just become core behaviors.
Well, the latter one, I can just go and talk to some UI programmers and see whether we can do that.
Both are fully feasible.
Please do.
The first one I'm less certain of, but
we added it. Well, why not? It's just a
I think in PoE2 there's a return to hideout button if you go to someone's hideout to trade. I don't know if that's in PoE1 currently. So it might be just like a little gap.
Also similar to how we bound use town portal. Like
it could be a hotkey,
we could have a return to hideout.
That would be amazing.
Or just a go to hideout. Obviously, it won't always work. Like if you're in an area where hideout doesn't work, it won't work.
Yeah.
But
Awesome.
And maybe then do one for like, /King's March or whatever the one is that brings you to King's March. And
that's kind of the one I use the second most if I'm playing that.
Half your keyboard just teleports you.
Yeah, we've got a lot of hotkeys, but these could be optional ones, I suppose.
Some are more used than others, right?
Yeah.
So we'll
I didn't realize there was a King's March check command.
Before we add a whole ruckus of.
Oh, that'd be amazing. If the control scroll wheel's possible as well, that'd be awesome, because that's just like when you're transferring stuff from your inventory, you're moused over there. You don't have to mouse over to change tabs and then back and forth. That'd be awesome. Oh, great. Awesome news. The Toto event caught me by surprise. Trial of the Ancestors. I think it caught a lot of people by surprise. How did that one come about? And just kind of like, just quickly, kind of, what are your thoughts on it? Any useful takeaways? Learn some useful stuff about.
Well, we wanted to just have like a variety of different events we can run, and it was like, we don't want to just keep doing the same thing. And so it kind of was like, okay, we've had this and this. Like we even discussed at the time, going, could Mercenaries be an event format? And we went through all the different options. And then I think there's been a bit of a, because Trial of the Ancestors effectively got dismantled after the league.
Yeah.
And it was like, it's going to be so much work to bring it back. Turns out wasn't that much work.
Yep. It took a programmer like 1 day to revive it.
Yeah. Ended up being way quicker than we had expected. So we were like, well, let's just do it, run it as an event. I know people have been.
So that means it's going to be in PoE2 sooner than expected.
If it's more nostalgia fueled or otherwise. But yeah.
It's one that I see, like, some people just like they tried it here and they're like, nah, I don't get it, I don't like it. But then I see other people, like I was reading a thread about it today, and they're like, I love this, like I want them to make it core. Like this seems to, some people really fall in love with this mechanic. So is it something you want to make core at some point still?
We're on ultimately we were like, do we keep it as like a kind of event thing? And that way certain people play it.
Speaking of events, whatever happened to Battle Royale?
Yeah, I guess there is still the room to integrate it into core and do a bunch of stuff around that, as long as it's obviously, you don't have to do it, right? It's like, if you like that, similar to say Heist, if you are into Heist, there's always a crowd that loves these different things, then you can go do that. And if you don't want to do it, then just ignore it. So as long as it's in that format, because it is quite specialized content.
Super.
Like, it's just totem rugby.
The most of anything, I think, the most specialized.
So, it has a place. We just need to talk about it and figure out where we want it to be.
Could we scroll down a little bit, production, just so I can see those questions down there? Do the Ducats increased intangibilities? There's some random chat questions we have here. So
depends on the Ducat. Yeah, every currency is just set by myself as to whether or not it does or doesn't. There are a lot of lower level currencies that you would use at lower levels more frequently don't. So like an alchemy orb doesn't increase intangibility, but things that you're using when you're finishing an item often do. So like an exalted orb, for instance.
Can replica unique mods become vestigial unique mods?
Yep.
Yeah, that seems like it would be legal, unlike the other ones.
Those are legal.
Yeah, because they're just they are just a unique.
There are some interesting things you can do, because you can take a replica unique, and then it can roll into the non-replica version of the unique, and then it can, in some cases, it can have basically 2 of the similar mod.
Interesting. That's kind of wild. I imagine you can't create a replica unique, though, because they're from a specific piece of content, same as boss drops.
Yeah, we didn't want to do the...
You don't want to cheat that.
Getting all the boss drops and no one's even killed the bosses.
Yeah, it's no good.
The things it can create are the things you can ancient orb an item into.
Yep.
Nice. That makes sense. Can we get log into hideout? Or, so like that option that logs you back into your hideout. I think PoE2 has that.
As much as no one's going to like the answer, no. Their logging into town is important for us.
Yeah.
And probably for reasons people won't like. But ultimately, like just to express it, it is ultimately we want the game to feel like a multiplayer game, and we want you to log into a hideout and see other players and be part of this universe where there are other players. And
I can already hear people upset about that.
And
again, I can feel the disturbance in the rustling of the genies.
And not to say it. I used to say it a lot more, but my answer is kind of deal with it.
Deal with it.
Which, but I know that's not going to be a popular take for sure.
Will we eventually be able to switch out gear in the recently teased Animate Guardian UI? The teaser has locks in the UI indicating that we can't take items out. Interesting.
Yeah. Well, the Animate Guardian we sort of just got that in like a week or 2 ago. So at the moment, it's just very bare bones. You can right click the icon and you can see what items are equipped on your Animate Guardian.
Yep.
You still have to go through the really jank process of dropping the item on the ground and using the skill on it to actually equip it.
Yep.
We do want to actually change that so you can just drag and drop items.
Yeah.
But I'm not sure if we'd want to allow you to remove items that are on an Animate Guardian.
No, that's fair. I imagine it'd be like mercenary. You can put them over. Yeah, fair enough. I think that leads to my final question of today, which is ExileCon is fast approaching, and I think in many people's eyes, it's a lot about Path of Exile 2. Like, it's a big event to announce the big stuff for PoE2, but is there some stuff that PoE1 fans should be excited about for ExileCon? Is that a focus? Is something happening there?
For sure. It's not PoE2 Con, it's ExileCon, right? We've got 2 main games, 2 titles, right? And of course, ExileCon will have a thing for PoE1 and for PoE2.
That's more than I expected, actually.
I actually saw some people, just before the stream was started, I saw a few people going, last PoE1 patch for the year. And I went, no, it's not. There is a 3.30. It will be before the release of PoE2. And so... it's crazy to think there's that many expansions.
I know, right? I was talking about this with Jonathan earlier. It's like, there's been 30 expansions since
I can't believe I've been playing since like 3.6,
yes, we will have another
it was.
PoE1 expansion. Already cooking up some awesome ideas, and I'm sure they'll release it. I'm sure next Saturday for us, we will be able to nail it down mostly. But some pretty cool stuff in the works, or to be in the works fully, since these guys are wrapping up. But yeah, should be epic. PoE1, PoE2, big end of year for us. Absolutely monster of an end of year for everything Path of Exile related. Yeah,
absolutely. Excellent. That's fantastic news. Exactly what we want to hear. Well, thank you very much, all of you, Andrew, Octavian, Mark. Thanks very much for the Q&A time.
Thank you very much, and awesome job, you two, by the way.
Awesome job to you, Ziggy.
Oh, thanks.
Oh, yeah.
Firm handshakes,
It's a
pats on the back.
Absolutely.
Exciting.
All right, see you guys later.
Well then. What time is it? It is 6:43. I believe he said it was 7 p.m. For the patch notes. I lost a sneeze. Damn it. Let's Let's find out. Do we have the patch notes 15 minutes early? Actually, you know what? We can look at the announcement page. Let's just go ahead and close that. The announcement page. I wanted to see if they have the press kit. Let's see what the fun pictures are. Please hold. All right. We got ourselves some Zarwali. Although it's kind of hard to tell. Like, he's definitely, like, lunging at the camera, but... I don't know, kind of looks like a weird picture. We got the Abyss Monsters. I never actually realized these were, like... I don't know, I never really looked at those monsters too much, but they do look a little better, I think, here. We got the boat. This is one of the the ducats, ducats, the Bugattis, whatever they are. Splits this item into many ghostly forms, each retaining a single random modifier. I was actually kind of glad to see them giving us like expensive options for these the green shit, because like a lot of times in the past where they've given us these currencies in massive quantities, they haven't really given us things to do with massive quantities of them. It was kind of like Verisium at the very beginning of Secrets of the, or what the hell was it called? Secrets of the Ancients, whatever the most recent PoE2 update was. The Verisium just kind of stacked up, and then they're like, oh yeah, here you can buy something with all your Verisium that lets you reroll the remnants in Expedition. So it's good to see we have stuff that will keep the numbers on this down. We got a nice little background. The foyer. It's actually really good to remember what the hell they all talked about. There's actually so much stuff. Although I did feel like the trailer was actually, or like the summary video wasn't actually as long as some of their previous ones. But there was a lot kind of packed in there, I think. What was her name? Valentine? Valerie, I think it was. I want to know more about this dude who's riding the eel. What the hell's up with that? How is he breathing under here? We got the zombies in a barrel. I am a little surprised that we didn't get anything about Tane, considering his aesthetic and how well this matches up. But I guess the closest thing we get is we get the memory of the shape of his helmet from the shape of the bathysphere. There's the giant starfish that was promised. Oh, I guess the seals are actually enemies. I thought it was just Valerie's pet. But I guess it could be both. Also, this Allflame thing has like 60 lanterns. Oh, that must be like a voyage thing. I'm not sure what the number underneath is, though. Maybe it's how much you've collected? But I guess that would imply you're getting, or you have some kind of quota. Or maybe that's how much is available on the floor versus how much you've picked up. Yeah, that thing in that color looks very unsettling. We have a logo. The logo with the background. With Valerie. While you have this passive located, you will have the option to permanently hire mercenaries found in the wild. Permanently hired mercenaries and their minions deal less damage than temporarily hired mercenaries. But you can change the gear they have equipped. Passives that affect your mercenary do not affect temporarily hired mercenaries. Permanently hired mercenaries will only follow luminaries with this passive located. So I guess you can't make a luminary to hire people and then make a different character to bring the people around, the mercenaries around. That makes sense. The Bardian Born? I don't even remember. The Spoil? Oh no, those are just titles. The classes are down here. For some reason, I thought this had some significance to their, or some relation to their functionality. That's the new, or the UI. I'm not really seeing the passive panel. But maybe that's just if you're looking at permanently hired ones. Those are from the packed skill gems. The boat. It was called the Sovereign. That's pretty solid. Very nice. Area modifiers. So they do list out what you're getting from adjacent zones, but I assume that's like if you're hovering over one of them, you get this window probably. But I do like that the little creatures on the edges also give you bonuses. Although I don't know if the art itself changes based on the modifier, or like if all of the borders will always give you more modifiers, or if like sometimes the creatures will be there and sometimes they won't. I have no idea. Every time they showed this window, it had all of the creatures everywhere, so I assume it's probably everywhere. Everything's there every time. Also, that's it. So that's cool. Kind of wish they'd given us all of the packed gems here, just because they showed us the screenshots of them anyways. But now I have to go back to the video. But Pact of Gore is the damage over time one. Empowers damage over time spells, but burdens you with an affliction. This skill also grants the Hunger of Gore buff for a duration, causing Flesh Rend to trigger periodically, which empowers the next 3 non-ailment damage over time spells you cast. Empowered skills deal 40% more damage over time. Hunger of Gore duration is 6 seconds, which triggers Flesh Rend every 2 seconds, but also triggers Flesh Rend 150% faster per stage. Cooldown's 4 seconds, you can't mash it. What does it mean by stage? Maybe for every skill you use. Whoops. Anyways, Flesh Rend fires a projectile towards enemies in front of it. The projectile does not hit enemies, but as it travels, it applies a short physical damage over time debuff to each enemy in an area around it, stacking up to 3 times. The debuff also increases the damage over time they take from all sources. So it's probably those red things that are going flying, like the rampage projectiles. Those ones right there. Projectiles pierce all targets. It's 3 by default. Modifiers to spell damage apply to this skill's damage over time effect. Fires projectiles in a circle. And I guess it applies 25% increased damage over time taken. And it does stack up to 3 times, so that is up to 75% increased, which is pretty nice. Man Infused Staff was, I believe, another defensive option for staff users. Oh no, it also lowers mana costs. Oh, so it's a reservation. Lowers mana costs, increases chance to block. When you block, you release an arcane wave, damaging enemies in a ring shape pattern over a duration. It's 30% less mana cost, 20% more chance to block. Mana reservation of this skill is always 30%, so no amount of reservation efficiency will save you. And I assume that means there's probably no way to circumvent that that cost, unless maybe you reserved it on life instead, and then did life reservation efficiency. Sounds like a whole lot of work, but not impossible. But yeah, it does specify mana reservation there. Spellcasters have received major improvements across the board, particularly for those that cast spells themselves. Assassin, Inquisitor, and Occultist have new or reworked notables. The socket color change really came out of left field, but honestly, this is probably one of the things I'm most excited to interact with, and mostly just like to get through the early game. Like, I'm just really interested to see how like acts 1 through 3 feel without having to worry about this so much. Because once you get past that point, it gets a little easier. Like the gear has higher attribute requirements, so it's more likely to end up on what you wanted anyways. And then you also tend to have more currency the farther you go, so it's less of a problem. But like really, acts 1 through 3 are going to feel a lot different because of that. Although, as I say that, I forgot for having the right colors, you do get the buff, which will probably be felt pretty well into the end game itself. So overall, I like this change a lot. But no longer restrict which skills and sports you can put in them, allowing any color gem to be socketed. Yeah, Pariah got changed. It's +2 to level of socketed gems, increased attack and cast speed, 200 life per red socket, probably up to 200 mana per green socket, 200 energy shield per blue socket, and 60% increased item rarity per white socket. You like to change the sockets on gear? Same. I'm unreasonably excited about it, honestly. For how passive of a thing it kind of is. Yeah, I think it's gonna have a significant change. But also, Pariah used to be quantity per white socket, I'm pretty sure. But I think that would have made it too easy. And either way, I think they're trying to shift away from quantity in general as a loot scaling thing that you need to stack up. So rarity it is. But either way, that's a fuckload of life, or just like all of those stats. So maybe we see people using those. Omen of Trichromatism is a new one. Will be consumed when you use a chromatic orb on an item to guarantee at least one red, green, and blue socket. I wonder how much that'll cost. Is there a crafting recipe to do that already? I don't think so. Though I kind of wonder why this is an Omen and not a crafting recipe that does that, because its price is probably going to be pretty similar to whatever the price is of a triple color guarantee craft is. You know, they put the consecrated path in here. Hell yeah! Our consecrated path build last league was so bad. I kind of enjoyed it though. Atlas anomalies. I wonder. One of my concerns about the Atlas anomaly system was like, what if I don't want to mess with it right away? like, am I blocked from getting another instance of that, you know? Like, if I do go to Kadiro's mansion and he wants to sell me a mage blood for 10 billion gold, and I want to go farm up 10 billion gold, am I blocked from getting Kadiro's manor again? Probably. And I'm not sure how good that's going to feel depending on the case, but maybe it'll be fine. And maybe they change it later. The other thing I was a little worried about is, like, how are we going to make these tradable, if at all? And what's the service going to look like for people that want to buy a specific one? But maybe that's a problem for later. I'm still bummed we couldn't use the enshrouding crystals on belts. Because, like, could you imagine the first person to hit a mage blood with the headhunter passive? It would have been basically the best thing ever. But unfortunately, that dream died before it even began. But like they mentioned in the video, or showed in the video, the face breakers with Doriani's touch looked kind of sick. But it's fine, I guess. It's fine. Ayo. Abyss has been significantly reworked in Curse of the Allflame. Cracks are now open, spilling their energy. Slay them, yada 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 yada. I kind of wanted to see, like, in the gameplay footage, how quickly does the chest pop up? It looks like they did give us Zarwali's 30-second booking spawn animation. One of my big gripes with Abyss in PoE2 is the chests. When you win, well, when you beat an Abyss, you have to sit there for like 4 seconds while the chest pops up out of the ground. Like, just give me the chest. I don't care about the animation. It was the same gripe I have about the the Abyssal Depths in PoE2 as well. Like, when you jump down into the Abyssal Depths, you go through a loading screen, and then when you load in, your character's laying on the ground. You gotta wait for them to get their asses up before you can actually do anything. It annoys the piss out of me nonstop. It's half the reason I don't do Abyssal Depths every single time I see them. Like, the amount of annoyance it causes me is not proportional to the amount of time that it eats up, but it because it's not like a long delay, but it's an annoying delay. So Abyss stacking Scion with links to your bodyguards. Hell yeah. It sounds like a solid plan to me. Also, it's 7 o'clock, but I kind of want to finish looking at this before we go to patch notes. Spine Snatch has 6 abyssal sockets. 11% attack speed per searching eye jewel, 31% crit chance per hypnotic jewel, fizz damage per socketed murderous jewel, and impale chance on attack hit per socketed ghastly jewel. Oh no, minion impale chance, even weirder. And its implicit is 50% increased critical strike chance. So the base crit chance is only 30%. No, I'm sorry, 5%. So all of the increases from that hypnotic eye jewel modifier are probably a little smaller than it may seem, looking at 7.5% base crit chance. But yeah, it'll still be something. Anyways, Luminary, yo, they let us mouse over everything. Let's go. Yo, the light radius. After we just bragged about removing damage with the damage against abyssal monsters. Boots, helmets, gloves, belts, rings, and amulets. Okay, I wasn't sure if they were gonna have mods for the jewelry. Can equip unique weapons, shields, and quivers, and they deal 8% more damage for each unique item they have equipped. But you could only have a maximum of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So there's gonna be one. If you're like unique maxing, there's gonna be one category you have to leave out. But the maximum uniques you could have on a mercenary would be 6, because you get 2 if you get rings. Yeah, Link's skills have increased cast speed and light radius. Oh, you know why it's got light radius? It's because it's the luminary. It's the light. Yeah, I see what they are doing there. 50% less cost of Link skills. Infinite attachment duration. If linked mercenary dies, the Link owner does not also die. The anti-beach node. Increases and reductions to light radius also apply to effect of your Link's AO. Light radius stacking? It's time. This is finally time for the most useless stat in the game to shine. Literally. Because it's like... Never mind. If your mercenary's life is higher than your own, 20% of damage from hits is taken from your mercenary's life before you. If your mercenary's life is lower than yours, 40% of damage they take is recouped as life. Interesting. I kind of assumed the mercenary would always have way more life than you do. But I guess they're balanced a little closer to what players are then. Mercenary taunts on hit. Increased effect of non-curse orders from skills. Pretty huge. Trarthan Scarabs. Then you get the icons on there and everything. I wonder if you'll be able to like hold Alt and then mouse over that to see the effects of the like mouse over the icons to see the effects. Yo, what is this? Stormblood? Like the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV with the new and expanded free trial that lets you play all the way to level 70 in the critically acclaimed Stormblood expansion? That Stormblood? 35% chance to gain a flash charge. Also, it's a Topaz Flask. 35% chance to gain a flash charge when you deal a crit. All damage from critical strikes can apply lightning elements during effect. Reduced duration. It's kind of sick, honestly. I mean, it's just always going to be there, assuming you have, like, really high crit chance. Okay, Shara's Rest. I do want to, like, I'm excited to see all these new zones. Augments a rare belt with a trap or mine modifier. Throw up to 1 additional trap if dual wielding. I wonder if, like, if that's as high as that goes. Or if you can get, like, multiple. Or, like, 2 or higher. Once you charge the areas, connect them, yada yada yada. Plan a profitable voyage. Yep. Sea Blister. Level 20 Savage Barnacle. What the hell could that possibly mean? Is it just a dude, like, on your shield who, like, bites shit? On the Kraken's route, there was no whipping, no lashes, only barnacle scraping duty. It's got to be like a minion stuck on your shield, right? Or is it just gonna be like damage, like return damage on block? That could also be the thing. I mean, I guess that could go well with like the retaliation skills, because you kind of need to get hit for them anyways, but I don't know, builds that require you to get hit to do their damages, they're always kind of like questionable if you ask me. But anyways, this does also have 3 to max cold res. And a bunch of cold res on it. Pretty good amount of armor and evasion rating on it as well. Yeah, that's the stuff they want to highlight there. But I guess now is time for the patch notes themselves. But before we get into that, I do want to get up and stretch and also grab like a quick snack. So I'm gonna get up and stretch for 5 minutes, and when we return, we're gonna go through the. Yo, we got pictures. Oh, this is the ones we've already seen. We're gonna go through the patch notes. I should probably also make tea, so it might be like a 10-minute intermission, so I can do that. But it's gonna be necessary for all this reading. So. I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. If you are not already, make sure to smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. The like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. I'll be back, like I said, in approximately 10-ish minutes with some tea and after having consumed my snack. And then we'll spend the next like 2 hours reading this thing together. Alright, friends, we're back. Sorry for the wait, but I got some snacks. Alright, consume some snacks, rather. Got some tea, got some water. Walked around a little bit. We're good, we're good. So, with that taken care of, let's do some patch notes, shall we? Now that needs to go kind of like that. Seems good to me. Yeah, where's the updated art? Mirage is over, I think. Actually, you know what? Let's also open the video game and stand in my hat out. So that way we have at least something in the background. Yo, 2 gigs. What the fuck? Also, Professor, if you're still around, thank you for saying the labbing while listening to the interview comment, because that like unlocked a whole new activity for me to do when I need to listen to something but not watch it. I will definitely be doing that in the future. I forgot how long this game takes to open when I haven't opened it in a while. Holy damn. Did I just not have music on? I did not. Yeah, we had the Breach music on. I'm a big fan of that, but it's a little too spooky. Just give me the King's March music, damn it. It's the boatiest boat music we have. So then, for reals this time, the patch notes. We got ourselves the Curse of the Allflame Challenge League. We do have challenges. Hopefully that's at least a little audible. Find valuable ducats on the seafloor and use them to warp and twist items in ways not seen in centuries. That's false. We've seen locks this whole time. Hardcore variations of Curse of the Allflame are parented to their standard Curse of the Allflame equivalent. I really wish they called that trade instead of standard. But whatever. Or like softcore, I mean. Hey, yo, introduce 2... Okay, the actual new stuff. This is just like normal announcement stuff we've already seen. But new content and features. Introduce 2 new Bloodline classes. One which is exclusive to the Curse of the Allflame Challenge League. How could they just... They didn't even mention that at all. And they don't even tell us what they are. One is probably Zarwali. And I guess the other one would be the new boss. The eel man. Or eel thing man. Eel thing plus man. Anyways. I guess we'll find out what those are later. New exceptional skill gem, Pact of Beta. Cast a pact empowering spells that either fire projectiles, apply an effect to an area, or fire chaining beams, causing them to deal more damage and have enhanced coverage. However, using this skill also burdens you with an affliction. Empowering your damage over... Gore is damage over time, which we read earlier. Katash is empowering damaging Val spells, but burning you. With Infliction, empowered spells deal more damage, less soul gain prevention duration, and refund souls on use. Pact of Lycia empowers channeling spells you cast yourself. They deal more damage and periodically trigger lightning bolts while channeling. Coursing Currents support skills that hit enemies, providing increased effective chill and shock inflicted with supported skills, causing enemies to be chilled when they are shocked by your hits and shocked when they are chilled by your hits. Damn. Does that work even if they don't have like lightning damage? Kind of looks like it. So just any cold build can shock people, I guess. Crystal Fall support gem will trigger Falling Crystal on hit, causing a giant crystal of Abyssal Soulstone to be called from above, falling to slam down at the targeted location. Supports slam skills, cannot support triggered skills or skills used by things other than you. So your slams knock crystals out of the existent or non-existent ceiling. It's kind of funny. Man-infused staff we read earlier. Transfigured gem, Divine Blast of Radiance. Project a beam of holy light from your shield to a targeted location, causing an implosion of holy energy. This energy then lingers for a short duration as an orb, periodically releasing larger explosions. Increases and reductions to attack speed affect the rate at which explosions occur. So I don't really remember the specifics of Divine Blast, but I don't think it stuck around like that. I think you just used it, and it did the thing, and then that was that. So that could be fun. Holy Hammer Spirals is the one they've kind of been showing off. Slam the ground, consuming all power charges, and calling down a cascade of Holy Hammers from above in an outward spiral. Further hammers are called down for each power charge consumed. Funny enough, you can use it with scepters and staves, in addition to maces, so it doesn't have to be hammers. Holy Sweep of Hammer Falls swings a two-handed mace or a staff in a circle, calling down waves of holy hammers for a duration. Increases and reductions to attack speed will affect the rate at which the hammer falls occur. Reap of Butchery they also showed off. Swing the Scythe, applying damage over time and hitting enemies with physical damage. If any survive, you gain a blood charge, which raises the damage and cost of the skill. I thought it was if none die was the condition. I remember. I gotta look at the tweet again. Whatever that video was. But also they've put out like 40 tweets since the announcement started. Oh yeah, I forgot about the drops. If you've been watching this whole time, don't forget to claim your drops. It's like a finisher effect. For rare monsters, I believe.
I'm Mark.
Whoa! Hi, Mark. This right here.
Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. For the means of smiting the... When you want to get up...
Yeah, here it says, if any survive, you gain a blood charge, which also matches what the patch notes say. Oh, you claimed it? Okay, good. You'll be ashamed to let it expire. So here, this part matches what it says in the patch notes, but down here it says, gain a blood charge if this skill hits enemies and none of them die. So that doesn't actually match. But I guess the, well, hopefully the version in the patch notes and the smaller description is the one that works. 15 new uniques, 3 new divination cards. Keywording and pop-up pinning system used in Path of Exile 2. Added the new Pearlescent Amulet base, which has an all-res implicit modifier. When playing in a party, any player is now able to interact with the Expedition Detonator, Eldritch Altars, Harvest Plots, and Sentinels. Sorry, I'm dying. Volatile Valorbs and Crystallized Rancor now have dedicated slots in the Currency Stash tab. 2 new crafting bench options unlocked by default. Reroll 3 modifiers on a rare item for a cost of 3 Chaos Orbs, and reroll a rare modifier on a rare item for a cost of 8 Chaos Orbs. So the smaller recipe is actually more expensive. I mean, I guess if you have an item that needs 3 modifiers rerolled, it's probably kind of shitty anyways. And if you're trying to preserve most of the mods, with the exception of like 1 or 2, then that item's probably higher value. So that's probably why the things are this way. Isla in King's March, Nico in the Mine Encampment, and Einhar in the Menagerie are now all able to identify items for you. Kind of huge. The game's playable again. There's now a crafting bench available in every town from Act 2 onwards. This is actually huge. I was being sarcastic last time. I'm actually so much more likely to use the crafting bench in the hideout, or in the campaign now, because I never want to take the time to go to my hideout when I'm in the campaign. But if it's just like right next to Lily Roth in town or something, like you may as well at that point. Catalyst got the stack size buff, huge. Audio for most raised specters should now be quieter. I hope they didn't turn down the volume of the Vol monster, the Emperor guy you kill at the start of Act 4, because his voice lines are funny. And if you have 4 of him running around, just like his armor's loud as shit, and he's constantly talking shit, it's pretty damn funny. The waypoint in Solaris Temple level 1 in Act 8 has been moved closer to the level 2 entrance. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that. Continued to incrementally improve the sound art and effects and environments. Mercenaries. Yeah, when are we getting like an actual Trarthus expansion? Yeah, this is just the Mercenary League. If you played it, you already know all this. Although, you are guaranteed to find a mercenary in the following campaign areas, which are the Scepter of God, which is right after not the library, the Imperial Gardens, which has the last Ascendancy trial in it before you ascend. So if you're playing Luminary, you're going to want to ascend before going into Scepter of God. The Grand Arena, which is Act 4. The Ridge. Where the hell is the Ridge again? It's Act 6. I think so. And the Hidden Underbelly, which is Act 8, but I've literally never been in there. Mercenaries found in these areas will not have any rucksack items. So those are pretty much just there for the Luminary. And if you want the helper through the zone. Hired mercenaries will scale up their passive stats and skills to the level of the current area you're in, up to a maximum of 68. Level of items you can equip to your mercenary is still capped by the level of the area where you found that mercenary. In map areas, if you don't like anything the mercenary offers, you're able to request their warrant. A warrant is a promise to return and duel again at a later date. A call to action which summons that specific mercenary to a future map with the same set of skills but a new set of items. Warrants also allow you to trade specific mercenaries to other players. A mercenary will only grant their warrant once, however, preventing you from fighting that mercenary in every single area. Mercenaries don't count as party members. Luminary. Luminaries can have up to 3 permanently hired mercenaries, 2 in reserve in towns and hideouts, and 1 as an active ally in combat. Unlike regular mercenaries, you can change the items permanently hired mercenaries have equipped, opening up innumerate potential build possibilities. We're whipping out the SAT vocabulary for this one. And honestly, they're right. The following unique items are now once again obtained through mercenary encounters and have been removed from the core drop pool, those being Azadi Crest, Binds of Bloody Vengeance, Ghastly Theater, Hand of Heresy, Howlcrack, and Scornflix. Tarthan gems are no longer possible rewards from gem chests and heist, since they are once again obtained from mercenary encounters. Mercenaries in the Atlas Tree. Tarthan Scarab just adds a mercenary. Scarab of Infamy makes them infamous. And they have 2 buddies. Renown makes all equipment items on mercenaries found in the area unique. Surprising Alliances gives Wild Rogue Exiles in area a 50% chance to be accompanied by a Wild Mercenary. Wild Mercenaries have increased difficulty for each Wild Mercenary in the area. So if you have a shitload of Rogue Exiles, and they bring a shitload of mercenaries, all of the mercenaries are going to be a bunch, like way tougher. But that does sound like an interesting opportunity to juice things up. Mercenary rucksacks in endgame maps can no longer generate orbs of transmutation or augmentation. Searing Exarch alter modifiers that drop mercenary scarabs. Mercenaries now have an information sheet with a list of all their passive stats. For the Abyss revamp, it's the PoE2 version. That's all you really need to know for the most part. Gone are the days of chasing a meandering abyssal crack around a map, often backwards. Thank God. Abyss is playable finally. Alongside this revamp, new Abyss endgame pinnacle boss has been added with its own set of brand new unique items. Abyss is now the exclusive source of abyssal jewels and Stygian vices. Though abyssal jewels can still be obtained rarely within abyss biomes in Delph. Abyssal delirium orbs no longer exist. Abyssal jewels can no longer roll increased damage with hits and ailments against abyssal monsters. Thank you, Andrew. Minions deal increased damage with hits against hits and ailments. Yeah, these are all the abyssal monster mods. Or additional fizz damage reduction if you were not damaged by a hit recently. That's also fine. The base Abyss Scarab now has a limit of 5 from 2. If an area already has an Abyss, modifiers that cause areas to contain additional abysses will instead contain 2 additional pits. So it would be up to 8 additional from whatever the base value is. Scarab of Multitudes now grants Abyss Chasms in area spawn 100% increased monsters per soul fed. That's the new term. At least relating to Abyss. Scarab of Edifice has been renamed to Scarab of Crystals and causes Abyss Pits in area that do not contain a reward to instead create an Abyssal Crystal. I have no idea what that means, but cool. Profound Depth has been renamed to Scarab of the Consort and causes 1 Abyss Pit in area to spawn an Abyssal Consort. Following changes have been made to the highest tier modifiers for Abyssal Jewels. Their lower tier counterparts have been adjusted accordingly. Effective cold elements went up. Effective lightning elements went up. Impale effect went up, but also no longer rolls on hypnotic or ghastly jewels. Max mana went down. Damage taken recouped as mana went up. Fire damage to spells, cold damage to spells, lightning damage to spells, physical damage to spells, and chaos damage to spells all went up. Looks like while you're using specific weapons also went up for all of the elements, or damage types rather. Chance to gain Unholy Might for 4 seconds on melee kill also went up. Minions have more move speed. That also went up. Reduced effective curses on you while on consecrated ground is also up by quite a bit. 20% chance to avoid ailments while you have elusive is also kind of insane. Up from 10. Enemies hindered by you have 35% reduced life regenerate. That went up. Enemies blinded by you have reduced crit chance. Also went up. So, pretty much, with one exception, all the mods listed here went up. And the only one that went down was mana. Take that, mana stackers. So for the Legion revamp, added 4 crystals of permutation to the domain of Timeless Conflict, which you can place enshrouded items into. So per domain, you can get up to 4 then. That's, for some reason, I kind of assumed it was just going to be 1. But now that I read that it's not 1, I'm actually so glad that it is not 1. Because for every single time we want to reroll, if we had to do an entire domain, that would probably be pretty damn annoying. Anyways, enshrouded items can be transformed to another unique of the same item class with a vestigial implicit modifier derived from the enshrouded item. Scaling monsters in the domain will charge the enshrouded item. When the item is fully charged, you can interact with the crystal of permutation to drop the new item. Add the following new currency items that can drop from Legion generals in map areas, which can enshroud unique items. So it's just 1 for each faction. And those, I believe, are tied to the different slots. So like one of them will be for helmets, 1 for body armor, 1 for boots, whatever. Legion encounters will now automatically break out all monsters in the encounter if you've broken out 90% of the total monsters, as well as chests, sergeants, and generals. Unrelenting timeless emblems have been removed. Existing items have been converted to regular timeless emblems. Modifiers applied by timeless emblems have been adjusted, and the new modifiers applied by each emblem are as follows. 10% XP gain, reward progress from monster kills, damage, toughness for each time they've been revived, accuracy rating, area of effect. So the stat they gain per revival is different from faction to faction. They all get toughness, but the Eternals get accuracy rating and AoE. Karui gain crit chance and crit multi. Maraketh, actually the Karui is kind of a bummer for them because you can pretty much turn all of that off by getting 100% reduced extra damage taken from crits. So that's like a non-issue for a lot of builds. Maraketh gain attack and cast speed. And yeah, and that's it. So that can be pretty scary. Templar emblems gain 3% of enemy elemental res. That's also pretty terrifying. Monsters gain Fizz damage as extra chaos. 5% of Fizz is extra chaos for each time they've been revived for Val. So CI enjoyers, gonna love that shit. Incubators can no longer be obtained. Existing incubators and items in Standard League are unaffected by this. Timeless Delirium Orb is no longer obtainable, but existing items in Standard can still be used. Rog no longer has a craft to apply a random incubator. Trinkets that had a chance to receive additional Legion items when opening a reward chest in a heist instead now grant a chance to receive additional gold. Stash tab affinity for incubators has been removed. Timeless splinters can no longer drop outside of Legion encounters and maps completed by King's March Atlas runners. So I guess if you want Legion, you have to do Legion yourself. Can't even pay people to do it for you. The heist rogue equipment modifiers for heist chests to have additional to duplicate timeless splinters can no longer roll. Legion generals now drop more splinters on average. Non-sergeant, non-general Legion monsters no longer drop splinters. And sergeants and chests now have a lower chance to drop them, but they drop in higher stack sizes. but also lowered the effective map item quantity on the chances for sergeants and chests to drop timeless splinters. So I guess that's going to translate to a lot less clicking on splinters, which is generally a good thing, but we'll see how the maths out in practice. Emblematic Atlas passive now grants 0.3% chance for splinters to drop as emblems instead of 0.6. And the small passive preceding it now grants 10% quantity of timeless splinters dropped by generals. So this is kind of a double nerf, because not only are splinters dropping less often, but now the chance for the splinters that do drop to get turned into timeless emblems is cut in half. So you're gonna see that a lot less, which may mean timeless emblems between changes like that and the fact that we'll probably need to re-roll quite a few times if we want to get good uniques with good vestigial modifiers. Like you're probably gonna have to run a shitload of Domains of Timeless Conflict. So between that and the fact that emblems are gonna be way rarer, those things are gonna be pretty pricey, I think, or at least pricier than they were. The small passive skills in the logistical sport and pillage treasures cluster no longer provide chest or monster duplicate splinter chance. I don't know what else they had, but hopefully they have something. Yes. The gem socket changes. Gems can now be socketed into any equipment socket, even if the color does not match the socket color. Let's fucking go. Socketed gems now gain 10% quality to 10% to quality in red, green, and blue sockets if the gem color matches the socket color. Item sockets are now always white by default. Each socket generated on an item has a small chance to roll as a red, green, or blue socket instead, and the socketed color will still be proportional to the attribute requirements of the item. Chance for sockets to roll as red, green, or blue increases with higher item levels. That's interesting. So I guess like those cards that give like item level 100 bases or whatever might have a little more use if you're trying to get like all 6 sockets with colors on them. Chromatic orbs and tainted chromatic orbs now force one of the sockets on the item to be non-white, while the rest of the sockets on the item will roll colors normally. Higher quality on items increases the chance for non-white sockets to appear. That's actually good to know as well. Currency that adds sockets to items such as Jeweler's Orbs, Tainted Jeweler's Orbs, and Orbs of Binding will always generate the added sockets as white. This includes adding sockets through the crafting bench. So rest in peace, the Jeweler's Orb trick. You now have to do that's actually like, now that I think about it, that's actually kind of huge. Because like you have, like if you want the colors, you have to use the Jewelers. I'm sorry, you have to use the chromatic orbs. So between making chromatic orbs rarer and then giving them like such a desirable outcome and removing the Jeweler's Orb trick, yeah, chromes are going to be a lot more desirable and probably valuable. As a result of these changes, chromatic orbs are now rare and are no longer sold by vendors in towns in exchange for Jeweler's Orbs. So that's another blow to chromatic orb supplies. Gold fees for chromatic orbs have also been increased in the currency exchange. Corruption outcome from Val Orbs that changes the socket on a piece of equipment into a white socket has now been removed and instead turns a random white socket to a non-white socket. Corruption outcome from the locus of corruption that turns all sockets white on a piece of equipment has been removed and now turns all white sockets to be non-white. Trinkets modifiers for a chance of chromatic orbs to drop as Jeweler's Orbs or Fusings can no longer roll, because you wouldn't really want to be like converting away from chromatic orbs. Added new trinket modifiers for a chance of jeweler's orbs or fusing orbs to drop as chromes instead. Bestiary crafting orb. Oh, I'm sorry. Bestiary crafting option to create a stack of 8 orbs now creates a rare 4-linked helmet. Okay. Yeah, we really got to get on that bestiary rework pronto, because like, what the fuck? I feel like they threw a dart at a dartboard of like possibilities and for what this recipe could have turned into. It's like, oh yeah, 4-link helmet, sure. Following new crafting bench options that modify socket colors. Oh. So I misunderstood when they talked about this in the Q&A. I misunderstood what they meant. But the crafting bench recipes for specific socket colors have been changed into non-white socket colors. So if you want to guarantee 2 non-white colors, it's 5, 3 is 20, and then 4 is 75, which is cheaper than the previous one, and you can also guarantee an extra non-white socket. However, you can no longer guarantee which one you get. It's just that the colors you want, or the colors that match the attribute requirements on the gear are going to be the ones that are most likely to pop up. Which, thinking, well, like, looking at it this way, it kind of seems like it's actually going to be a little more difficult to do, like off-color builds. Or at the very least, you're going to have a much harder time getting the bonus 10% quality on your gems if you're trying to use like an armor base in a spellcasting class or something like that. A spellcasting build. Harvest craft option to turn a socket white has been removed. Following unique items now have a hidden property on them, preventing them from having white sockets, which is Diala's Malefaction, Skin of the Lords, Skin of the Loyal. Existing versions of these uniques are not affected by this change. So yeah, not only are Skin of the Lords and Skin of the Loyal gonna be more, or like easier to use at least, but if you happen to get a Skin of the Lords or Skin of the Loyal that has like a good combination between socket colors and like whatever random property is on them, like the keystone or whatever, that's going to be worth quite a bit, I imagine. The Diala's Malefaction body armor now has gem socketed, always have the quality bonuses from socket color. No longer has gems can be socketed in this item, ignoring socket color, as this is now default behavior. Change effects existing versions of the unique. It now also has gem socketed and green socket have plus 20% to quality, previously 30. You can update existing versions of this item to the new worse values with a Divine Orb if you feel like it. If you feel like being an ethical gamer. Oh no, I guess Pariah got changed off of quantity into rarity a while ago. So it just got the values of the stuff on it potentially doubled. Like you can roll up to double of each one. The Prismatic Eclipse unique sword now has 25 to 35% increased global damage per red socket. Previously 25% global damage with weapons per red socket. 10 to 14% increased global attack speed per green socket. Previously 12. And 0.6 to 0.8% of his attack damage leeches mana per blue socket. Previously 0.4. Also has a little more melee strike range per white socket. Scala no longer has Fizz Leech as life per red socket, Fizz Leech as mana per blue socket, and global defenses per white socket, or global crit chance when in main hand, and now instead has 8 to 12% increased AoE per red socket, global crit chance per blue socket, and global defenses per empty socket. These changes do not affect existing versions of the unique. In addition, it now has 10 to 15% chance to block attack damage when in offhand, previously 8. Plus 10 to 15 global crit multiplier per green socket, previously 10. And 30 to 50% increased crit chance, previously 15 to 25. So it's like pretty significantly better, I think. Interesting. Triad Grip now has minions convert 25% of his damage to fire damage per socketed red gem instead of... So it's based on the colors of the gems socketed rather than the colors of the sockets themselves. Untouched Soul unique amulet now has 12 to all elemental resistances for each empty white socket on any equipped item, previously plus 18. I don't even recognize that amulet. Oh, it's that thing. I recognize the art more than the names sometimes. Bow passive mastery that provided plus 100 to accuracy rating per green socket on equipped bow has been replaced with 20% increased bonuses gained from equipped quiver. I think that's a little more interesting anyways. Staff passive mastery that provided 3% increased maximum life per red socket on equipped staff and 5% per blue socket has been replaced with 12% increased maximum life and mana if your equipped staff has a red and blue socket. So that's actually like way stronger than it was. You would need at least 8 socket. Oh no. No, you could get those values with, or pretty close to those values with 6 sockets. It would be 4 red, 2 blue, but either way, 12% to both is nice with only, or with a less strict requirement. The two-hand passive mastery that provided 10% increased armor per red socket on main and weapon and 10% evasion per green socket has been replaced with 30% increased armor and evasion rating if your main hand weapon has a red and a green socket. Enchantments on body armor and weapons related to white sockets, or those that set all sockets to blue, green, or red, no longer appear on heist rewards or from tailoring and tempering orbs. So, kind of an indirect buff to all of the other things that you could get from tailoring and tempering orbs, as well as the enchantments on gear in heist. Omen of Blanching has been renamed to Omen of Trichromatism. It will now be consumed when you use the chromatic orb to guarantee 1 red, green, and blue socket. And so that's why we have that omen instead of having this on the crafting bench, which answered my question from earlier. Varici's Fortification Safe House rewards have also been adjusted. At rank 1, the reward is a bench that reforges the number of sockets on an item 100 times, using the outcome with the greatest number of sockets, previously colors of sockets. At rank 2, the reward is a bench that reforges the colors of sockets on an item 25 times, using the outcomes with the greatest number of non-white socket colors. Previously, number of sockets. Okay, so it was always one and then the other. They just swapped the orders. Talismans have been long neglected, except for the fact that every other league they would make one change to them in some way or another. They've lacked a meaningful place or purpose in Path of Exile. With this update, we made a number of changes to bring talismans back to relevance. And I'll never forget the way I got jump scared when the preview cut to Mark and he's like, talismans. It scared the shit out of me. Anyways, they now have special enchantment modifiers rather than special implicit modifiers and are no longer corrupted by default. They have a chance to drop from red beasts or bestiary bosses, and each talisman is tied to a specific beast. They cannot be anointed, and their enchantment modifiers cannot be removed using the crafting bench option. Old talisman base types are no longer obtainable, but will still exist in standard. Non-unique talismans can no longer be obtained as rewards outside of bestiary content. Divination cards that grant talismans or Thane Jorgen's betrayal safe house rewards. Thane Jorgen's Talisman Crafting Spree Betrayal Safe House reward now offers regular currency to craft the talisman instead of tainted currency. Unique talismans are no longer in the core drop pool. They instead now have a chance to drop from bestiary bosses or from a new beast crafting recipe to create a new talisman, which requires the Black Morgan beast to craft. The Blightwell unique talisman is now found on the Shield Crab talisman base, previously a clutching talisman. It now has 50 to 100 maximum energy shield instead of 20 to 30, and 10 to 15% increased flask effect duration. Existing versions are unaffected. So I guess that means Blightwell is going to come from Kracian, or whatever his name is, the crab. Eyes of the Great Wolf unique talisman now generates with 2 random enchantment modifiers from other talisman base types. It now has 50 to 100% increased enchantment modifier magnitudes instead of implicit modifier magnitudes are doubled. Natural Hierarchy unique talisman is now found on the Rex talisman base type. No longer it has increased damage for each specific damage type. Instead, it now grants gain 10 to 15% of fizz damage as extra lightning, lightning as extra cold, cold as extra fire, and fire as extra chaos. Sounds like fun. Rigwald's Curse is now found on the Wolf Alpha Talisman, previously the Wereclaw. Now has plus 5 to 10% to unarmed attack crit chance, previously 7. Existing versions of this unique are unaffected by these changes. Bestiary boss area levels will now match the level of the red beast used in the Blood Altar to create the portals. In general, all bestiary bosses will now have greater life than before, which is more comparable to the life values on bosses from other League mechanics. The specific body armor unique items from each bestiary boss will now only drop if the area level is 80 or higher. Bestiary craft to create a rare talisman has been replaced with a craft that rerolls the talisman base type, keeping the same implicit and explicit modifiers. So that's kind of nice. You can reroll. Well, rerolling the base is kind of convenient. Bestiary craft to transform an item from an amulet into a talisman has been replaced with a craft that creates an imprint of a rare talisman. Ah, I was actually wondering if there was gonna be a way to turn an amulet into a talisman, and I guess that already existed, but it no longer does. But imprints are cool. Make it a little easier to craft. The Primal Delirium Orb is no longer obtainable. Also, this is another, like, kind of second degree of, or I guess, like, knock-on effect of this change to talismans is we're no longer getting talismans as the shitty rewards from other leagues. So, like, this is an all-around buff, honestly. Trinkets that had a chance to receive additional talisman items when opening reward chests and heists instead now grant a chance to receive additional gold. Krasic Kimmerol beasts have been renamed to Krasic Croaker, which is a much more fitting name for a gem frog. I suppose that's fair. For league changes, after completing a ritual altar encounter, locusts will now point the way to the next altar. I can't believe they glossed over that one as well, or that, like, we didn't get a QOL like hype video for this change, but that would have gone like triple platinum for sure. When in the Forbidden Sanctum, flash charges are now restored when you interact with the Sanctum map between each room, though this does not apply to very specifically to the Writhing Jar, because fuck Worm Blasters, right? Volatile Val Orbs can now be obtained as Sanctum rewards. Sanctum stonks through the roof. Ultimatum is now the exclusive source of catalysts. As a result, they've been removed from the following, those being Heist, Expedition, and Ritual Favors. While channeling Verisium War, you now cannot be damaged or stunned. I feel like I'm gonna hear something about someone exploiting this like a week into the league. But I'm sure it'll be fine. For Betrayal, Syndicate leaders can no longer drop Allflame members. Syndicate Mastermind can now only drop the Allflame member of Kulamak. Average number of Scarabs dropped from Scarab chests in Betrayal Safe House has been doubled. Trap stashes now have a time limit of 15 seconds instead of 10. Cluster jewels from trap stashes and crafting sprees in safe houses have a maximum item level of 83. Vagan's Fortification Safe House reward is now a trap stash with Enshrouded uniques. This does not apply to Ruthless. So Enshrouded is the state of the unique after you use the Legion currency on it, but before you turn it into a vestigial unique. So you're gonna have to do a Domain of Timeless Conflict to actually turn those into usable, well, like, to get the benefits out of the Enshrouded state of it. But I suppose you could get lucky. Like if you find something nice, it wouldn't be the worst thing ever to go take care of it and transform it. Transportation Safe House reward is now Charthan Scarabs. For Breach, average number of monsters in Breach monster packs has been reduced. Rest in peace. Number of monster packs spawned in unstable breaches has been reduced by 25%. Rest in peace. Progress for killing breach monsters has been increased by 17% to compensate for the reduced number of monsters. Maximum number of unstable breaches that can be opened at once has been reduced to 2, previously 30. We're just killing breach. I see why they didn't talk about this one. The pack size bonus from the Atlas passive has been cut in half. The small passives that gave 5% pack size and now grant 5% increased rare monsters. Evolving Hives is now 15% rare magic monsters instead of 25. Anything that said increased magic monsters by 8% now have values of 5%. These changes do not affect the amount of Hive Blood or Womb gifts you receive. Equipment items birthed by the Genesis tree inherently have slightly less modifier tier rating and bias towards higher tier base types. There's also a lower inherent chance to birth additional equipment items. The maximum number of equipment Genesis tree passive points is now 16, down from 20. Small equipment Genesis tree passives that grant a chance for womb gifts to birth an additional equipment item now have values of 25 instead of 50%. Damn, they're just fucking taking breach out back. Equipment Genesis tree notable passives that grant increased chance for modifiers of specific type now have values of 300%, previously 500%. Was breach that egregious this past league? Like, I thought it was good. It just wasn't like the most absurd thing ever. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe I just didn't hear about the crazy shit. For endgame changes, strange locations have been begun to manifest on the Atlas, which Kirak has labeled as anomalies. Upon completing maps affected by a void stone, there is a chance that when you next open your Atlas, an anomaly may manifest. Atlas anomalies do not require a map to enter. So I guess that's like putting a lot of... Like, if you're trying to anomaly max, you really need to play a fast build, basically. It's like the faster you clear maps, the more likely you are to get an anomaly. Or the faster you'll see them, just from rolling faster. The Reflecting Mists and Nameless Seer no longer randomly spawn within maps. I'm kind of okay with that because they were really easy to miss, even with like the flash that Nameless Seer had and the minimap icon and the text in your chat box or whatever. It was easy to miss, so this is fine. But they appear in their own anomaly areas. Atlas anomalies are unaffected by Atlas passive trees and cannot be augmented using any fragments, allowing them to be run at any time without feeling like they have to be saved for later to maximize potential rewards. Reflect map modifiers have been reworked. Instead of causing monsters to reflect a certain percentage of physical or elemental hit damage dealt to them, they instead cause rare monsters to have physical or elemental thorns. So I guess they're not going to be necessarily like game breakers, hopefully. Although, this is kind of a significant moment because this is the first recorded existence of thorns in Path of Exile, right? Like, there have been Reflect, but thorns specifically now exists. Physical Thorns activates when hit by physical damage and lasts for 5 seconds. While active, it reflects a fixed amount of physical damage each time the monster receives a physical hit. Monsters cannot gain physical thorns more than once every 10 seconds. Can only take physical thorns damage once every 0.1 second. So you're not going to get completely fucked if you, like just by playing a fast build. Like a Flicker Strike or something. Elemental Thorns activates when hit by elemental damage and lasts for 5 seconds. Oh, also, it can only be active half the time. I just wonder what the fixed amount is. Like, is it something like 5 to 10, or is it like 500 to 1,000 or something? I kind of hope not. In red tier maps, rare monsters have physical thorns. Oh, there it is. Rare monsters have physical thorns reflecting 800 physical damage and elemental thorns reflecting 1500 elemental damage. So like 75% of 1500 would be like not 400, but like somewhere in that neighborhood. And then physical damage would be modified by your armor, so it may be tolerable. Reflected damage from thorns is now able to be mitigated through evasion, block, armor, and resistances. Oh, so you can evade the reflected damage. That's pretty cool. And you can even block it. Reflect modifiers no longer appear on corrupted side areas in the campaign. Following maps have been added back to the Atlas. This is like the most suspense I get in every patch note reading, because I just know every time we have Haunted Mansion on the Atlas, they're going to take it away. And they're going to add a bunch of bullshit too. So, the ones that have been added are Arachnid Nest, Basilica, also because it's like, that's Act 4 Innocence. I'm sorry, Act 5. Bazaar is like, not my favorite. Caldera, it's one of the Cal maps. Cells is gross, Channel's alright, Colonnade's annoying. Colosseum's even more annoying. Conservatory. That's the Hector Titusius map. It's alright. Crystal Ore. I'm okay with that one. Desert. Desert Spring. I think I like Desert Spring more than I like Desert. I just don't remember which one's which. Estuary is alright. Forbidden Woods. I also don't really remember this one. That might be one of the wolf maps. In which case it kind of sucks. Geode's cool. Infested Valley's alright. Laboratory's annoying. Malformation's kind of annoying. Museum. Questionable. Phantasmagoria I actually kind of like. For a long time I didn't really like this one, but because I think I had a hard time dealing with Dodri in that map. Unlike my earlier builds, but the more I play it, the more I like it. Pier is like shitty port, I think. Oh no, Pierre might be the one with the trap boss. He's got like the labyrinth traps and all that. Plateau, I don't remember. Ramparts is alright. It's the start of Act 8. Stagnation. Don't remember. Sunken City is Arakali. Temple is huge, if nothing else. Toxic Sewer is Toxic Sewer, and Vault, I don't remember actually. But now the real suspense is, do we get Haunted Mansion 2 times in a row for the first time since they started rotating maps? Let's find out. Acid Caverns is gone. Good, I don't like that place. Arena is gone. So we only have one of the arena layouts at a time, thankfully. Ashen Wood. Bog. Canyon. Carcass. Castle Ruins. Rest in peace. Reign of Chaos, my beloved. Courtyard's gone. Coves is gone. Damn, I liked Coves. Crimson Temple, we don't need that. Crimson Township, thank God. Cursed Crypt. Defiled Cathedral. Dig. Dry Sea. Defiled Cathedral, I'm kind of sad to see go. Not gonna lie. Dry Sea's alright. Dungeon is good to see gone. Lava Chamber, same. Lighthouse, I don't like. Maze, I don't like. Moon Temple, I kind of like, but not as much as I used to. Mud Geyser was nice and simple. Necropolis, well, we're past H. We get Haunted Mansion 2 times in a row. If that's not peak, I don't know what is. Necropolis, Pen, Racecourse, Sepulchre, Underground Sea, Wasteland, and Wharf. Overall, I think this is a pretty W adjustment to the Atlas. I'm not upset about this. Untainted Paradise unique map can no longer be obtained, and existing items cannot be used in standard leagues, so they're just fancy paperweights. Untainted Paradise can now be accessed through a randomly spawned event node on your Atlas, where it has received a few alterations to make it more difficult and rewarding. Oh, more XP. So I guess it's an anomaly now. The decayed void stone socket on the Atlas now connects to the Forge of the Phoenix, Pit of the Chimera, Lair of the Hydra. Oh, in addition to the Maze of the Minotaur. I guess it was just the one last time. Or I guess we can look at that right now, can't we? Yeah. It would make more sense to connect to those 4 instead of the synthesis maps. Pit of the Chimera boss now spawns only 1 wave of enemies per phase. This is another one of those changes that would have gone triple platinum with its own QOL video. Memory thread maps now display which map they'll open. Enshrouded Astrolab has been renamed to Deceptive Astrolab. That's probably because of the new Enshrouded uniques that have yet to be turned into Vestigial uniques. Removed the item drop delay from versions of the Remembered and the Feared that can spawn in maps, such as from the Horn Scarab of Awakening. Reduced the average amount of modifier effect applied to explicit modifiers when using a Reflecting Mist currency on an item. This change does not affect the amount of modifier effect on mirror jewelry found when interacting with a Reflecting Mist object. So they're weakening the currency item by a little bit. Well, to some degree. Because Reflecting Mist objects now have a much higher chance to drop a Reflecting Mist currency item. That's probably part of it. Atlas passive tree changes added a new Altered Prophecy cluster to the Atlas passive tree. Notable grants your tier 14 plus maps 4% chance to drop a Scrying Orb on completion, while the small passives grant your maps increased chance to drop divination cards. In Ruthless, this cluster grants Scarabs related bonuses. I'm sorry, grants Scarab related bonuses. Scrying Orb is a new currency item that stores the map that the currency item was found in, then allows you to scry the divination cards of the map area listed on the item to a map on your Atlas. Oh, so they're consumable. I thought it was just an orb you could use to do the old scrying effect. Which is why I was a little concerned, like, 4% chance seems like a really high chance for something I'm going to use once per league. But also, I don't like this, because now I have to run the map that I want the cards from a ton of times in order to get scrying orbs, or at least buy them. And then that would also take a... Wait, is this it? I might be jumping the gun. I may be misunderstanding this. Stores the map that the currency item was found in. It then allows you to scry the divination cards of the map area listed on the item to a map on your atlas. I think I need to see how that works before I get upset about it. I hope it's the old way of scrying, where you just you get the correct scrying orb and you use it on a map, and then it just permanently sends the cards from that map to a different one. But if they changed it to where you have to put the scrying orb with the correct cards into your map device to actually get the scrying effect, then that would be like basically the worst thing ever. But anyways, it's probably still the old way. I think I was just getting upset over nothing. But anyways, the Brave the Tower Atlas passive skill now has Ultimatum Boss drops 10 of a random catalyst, previously a full stack. This is not a functional change, because previously a full stack of catalysts was 10. And now the full stack is 20, so it's just the same amount. They specify 10 now instead. The Dutiful Soldier Atlas passive skill now also grants blueprints found in your maps have a 15% chance to have a special implicit. Those would be the ones from the Mirage League that they were talking about. Which I think this is the Huck. This might be the Huck modifier, or the Huck passive skill. Please hold. So for player changes, sources of chance to avoid all damage from hits are now additive, with sources of avoiding damage of a specific type from hits. Some damage avoidance stat descriptions have been adjusted to better communicate these chances are additive with each other. So if you have like a 10% chance to avoid all damage and a 10% chance to avoid fire damage, it would be a 20% chance to avoid fire damage, I suppose. Lowered the life of various monsters when used as specters. In general, no specter should have more life than a meat sack. That's probably fair. Some of the monsters that have had their life reduced include the Unholy Aberrations from the Unholy Trinity boss fight, Originator-influenced monsters, and robot monsters found in the hidden area in the refinery. All non-specter minions no longer pause while attacking. Many minions already didn't pause while attacking and are unaffected by this change. This change will be a significant damage per second increase for the following minion types in particular. It'll be Dominating Blow minions, Raised Zombies, zombie buffs, huge, Stone, Ice, Flame, Chaos, and Lightning Golems, Summon Raging Spirits, and Summon Skeletons. So like the basic generic minion skills get significant buffs off of this. Skills, items, and modifiers that once stated that increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attack damage have been replaced with the new Arcane Might keyword. It's purely a descriptive change because it's easier to say Arcane Might than skills, items, and modifiers. I'm sorry, that increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attack damage. So, the Ascendancy changes. First of all, Assassin. The Death Marked notable passive no longer has marked enemy cannot evade attacks, and now has a 10% increased effect of your marks per maximum power charge, and 3% of leech is instant per maximum power charge. That seems pretty good. Mystical Infusion notable passive skill no longer grants base spell critical chance of spells is equal to that of your main hand weapon, now grants spell crit chance, bifurcates, and 50% less spell critical chance. This is fine. Bifurcate is crazy. Bifurcated critical strikes cause crit chance to be rolled twice when determining if a crit strike should occur. If either roll succeeds, the hit will be a regular critical strike, and if both rolls succeed, the amount of extra damage dealt by the critical strike will be doubled. This is equivalent to doubling the amount by which the crit multiplier exceeds 100 for that hit. If a modifier makes your critical chance lucky or unlucky, that luck will apply individually to each of the critical strike chance rolls. Effects which cause hits to always be critical strikes prevent bifurcation. Those hits do not roll the chance, and so cannot roll twice. That's actually really good to know. That is a good piece of clarification. For Hierophant, the Ritual of Awakening passive skill now has 3% more damage per summoned totem instead of 5%. Get fucked, Hierophant. That's all they get. Although this may not be as bad as it sounds because of the changes to totem or to spells in general. So it may be. There's also a typo. Previously. So yeah, if spell damage in general is getting boosted, then spell totems are going to be a little stronger anyways, so this could be fine. Inquisitor added a new Instruments of Justice passive, which requires Instruments of Virtue. This notable grants base spell crit chance of spells. Base spell crit chance of spells, yes, is equal to that of main hand weapon. Instruments of Zeal now grants 3 to maximum Fanatic charges instead of 4. Fanaticism buff now lasts for 5 seconds instead of 4, and grants 75% less costs of spells you cast yourself. 75% less, which is markedly different from 75% reduced. So this is much stronger. For those that don't know, anytime you see increased or reduced, the word increased or reduced in a modifier, that implies that the modifier is additive. And if you see the words more or less, then that modifier is multiplicative. In most cases, the multiplicative ones are stronger. Occultist added a new notable Unhallowed Rite, which requires either Vile Bastion or Forbidden Power. Unhallowed Rite causes you to gain Spirit Infusion every second while channeling a spell. Each stack of Spirit Infusion grants 30% faster start of Energy Shield recharge. Channeling spells deal 10% more damage, and channeling spells have 20% more cost, to a maximum of 5 stacks. You lose 1 stack every 0.5 seconds if you've not gained a stack in the past 2 seconds. So it would be up to 50% more damage and 100% more cost, and 150% faster start of ES recharge. Doesn't seem too bad. Notables for the Reliquarian have been shuffled, and here are all the passives. We looked at this at the start of the stream, and we were talking about it a little bit. So I'm not going to worry about going over every single node there, but suffice it to say, Reliquarian looks pretty cool. Maybe not the strongest thing ever, but it has some pretty neat stuff, like Arakali's Fang. One, you could get spiders without using the daggers at all. Or you could get 3 instances of the spell. Sands of Time. You get Suspend in Time without holding Sands of Time, which is pretty sick on its own. Dawnbreaker to turn Cold Lightning and Fizz damage into fire damage, plus I believe it was... Where'd it go? There was another similar effect. Oh yeah, Calm's Binding. Nearby enemies convert 25%. Oh no, that's not what I thought. Never mind. But those two together would make for a significant defensive layer. It's just they're not really additive quite like that. Reliquarium's probably got some cool stuff you can do with it this time around. Passive tree changes. New arcane conservation to the northeast of which is starting location. Notable grants 10% cast speed, 20% mana cost efficiency of spells, and 3% intelligence, just as a little treat. Contemplative meditation to the northwest of Templar's starting location. Contemplative meditation grants 8% increased reservation efficiency of spells and 20% cost efficiency. Does that apply to reservation as well? Probably not. I think cost and reservation are different things. All sources of reduced cost of skills on the passive tree have been converted to cost efficiency at appropriate values. Totem passive mastery that grants increased crit chance if you summon a totem recently now has values of 40% instead of 60. Again, it looks like get fucked totem builds, however, it might have something to do with all this. Shaman's Dominion, notable passive skill now grants 50% increased crit chance with totem skills instead of 60, and the preceding small passives grant 16 crit multiplier instead of 20. So, the meat and potatoes of this patch. The 180 plus gem changes or whatever it is. I'm not gonna have comments for every single ability, but we will look and see what the general vibe is of these changes, I guess. Most spells that have received base damage increases also have higher damage growth with each gem level. For example, while Divine Ire deals 27% more damage at gem level 20, it now deals 37% more damage at gem level 30. Shadow Theme physical spells and pure cold hit spells have higher crit chances, while pure fire spells generally have lower crit chances. Pure lightning spells generally have lower cast times, but the spells cost more mana. Pure fire spells generally have lower mana costs and higher effectiveness of added damage. Arcane Cloak now has buff grants added lightning damage equal to 10% of mana spent by the skill's effect at all gem levels, previously 10 to 14. It's not a great start to the buff section, is it? Absolution now has a cast time of 0.65 seconds instead of 0.75. Absolution of Inspiring, same change. Arc gets a lower cast time and 25% higher mana costs. Arc of Oscillating, same change. Of Surging. Beam now splits towards 6 to 9 additional targets. Nice, instead of 4 to 7. Faster cast time, higher mana. Armageddon Brand of Volatility now has 250% effectiveness of added damage at level 20. Previously 370%. And deals 2100 to 3150 fire damage at gem level 20 instead of 1676 to 2514. So, yeah, it's pretty, it's like 20 something percent more. Although, that's a pretty heavy hit on the effectiveness of added damage. Also, right after they said pure fire spells generally have higher effectiveness of added damage. But okay. Base mana cost has been reduced by 20% at all gem levels. A barrage now fires 6 projectiles instead of 5. Ball lightning now has a base radius of 2 meters and a cast time of 0.6 seconds. It got the mana change. Same cast time, mana change. Same. Blade Blast has a larger radius and a higher crit chance. Looks like that goes for Dagger Detonation as well. Blade Blast of Unloading now has 100% more AoE per Blade Vortex detonated instead of 80. And a crit chance of 10% instead of 6. Blade Vortex has 30% increased hit rate for each blade instead of 35, and 30% more damage for each blade, previously 35. So the hit rate and the more damage per, the damage per blade got turned down, but his crit chance did go pretty significantly up. Blade Vortex to the Scythe got more effectiveness of added damage in addition to the crit chance change. It got higher base damage. Quality now provides radius instead of more physical damage. I mean, I think that still comes out pretty positive for Blade Vortex of the Scythe. I think one thing I didn't really point out while we were on this note right here. Whoops. Is that this is gonna make gem levels on gear like even more valuable than it already was. So I guess they're okay with that. So like even if these numbers look lackluster here, they're just talking about level 20, so the and it's kind of hard to get what the actual growth rate looks like if you're just talking about like level 1 and level 20. And especially if that changes, that growth rate like accelerates as you go further above 20. But anyways, Bladefall got higher damage effectiveness, more base damage. Looks like it did not get the crit chance change. It already had that crit chance of 10%, or they left it out of the patch note. Bladefall of Impaling now has a crit chance of 25% instead of 15. 170 effectiveness of added damage instead of 140. Damn, it's kind of insane. Trithan Bladefall similarly went up. Mana cost has been increased by 5% mana per second at all gem levels. Bladefall of Volleys now has 120 effectiveness of added damage instead of 100. Also got more physical damage at level 20. So Bladefall got buffed kind of across the board. I do wonder about base Bladefall. Assassin would just bifurcate on it. Seems kind of bananas. Like, if you want that exact effect in Path of Exile 2, the exact effect of that node, you have to use that one shitty unique spear. I think that's what it was. Unless it was, that might have been Garukan's resolve. Never mind. Not the spear. Yeah. Oh, no, this doesn't actually reduce your chance. What about... Yo, I'm not sure what they did, but the load times on the PoE2 wiki are like a fraction of what they were literally yesterday. Tangled Tongue. Which, no, this doesn't have the reduced crit chance either. I don't know. Maybe it was like Amazon had that exact effect, but either way. The point stands, bifurcate crits is really good. So having it on an Ascendancy is going to be really nice, even with the 50% less crit chance penalty. But anyways, Blazing Salvo. Higher effectiveness of added damage. Cheaper mana cost. Body swap now deals 6% of your maximum life as fire damage instead of 4. That's a 50% increase over what it was. Has 300% more area of effect if consuming a corpse, previously 200. Now it's cast time of 0.65 seconds instead of 0.7. Quality now provides 0 to 6% of your maximum life as base fire damage, previously 4. So this is, you're going from 8 to 12. And if you put this in the correct socket, you're actually going to 14. No, sorry, 15. These spell changes are sexy? Agreed. Especially considering the changes to the growth rates, like they mentioned at the top. I'm genuinely considering Bladefall, Blade Blast. Cold Snap got you bricked up? I haven't got... That's actually two notes from now. We'll get there. We'll get there. But yeah, Body Swap. The cast while channeling Charge Dash Body Swap build might see a resurgence if we do that many builds. We could get there. Body Swap of Sacrifice, 300% more area of effect if consuming a minion. Cast time is 0.65 seconds. Cold Snap now has 25% chance to freeze, and a crit chance of 7.5 instead of 6. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Cold Snap of Power now has 25% chance to freeze and 50%... Hey, yo. 50% chance to gain Power Charge on Crit Strike, previously 30. Isn't the whole thing in Cold Snap of Power that it consumes Power Charges? It's just like a 50%... I didn't even realize it had 30% chance to refund it. That's the wrong wiki. It sure is. Actually, that's quality? Wait. So its base crit chance... I'm sorry, its base chance was 30%. It's going to 50. Its quality was another 20. And then if you put it in the right socket, it's going to be 80. So, like, just from the gem itself, you're almost going to be able to just spam it. So long as you have a power charge. Which, actually, so long as you crit, you're just going to have power charges. And its base crit chance went up anyways. Actually, it says 10% right there. Oh, no, its base crit chance is just higher. Regular Cold Snap is 6%. Yeah, that's kind of bananas. And on top of that, you just get 25% chance to freeze for free because they decided cold spells should probably be able to freeze. I understand the hype, Professor. Commandment of Inferno, triggered by Unyielding Flame unique shield, can now be supported. This change does not apply to legacy versions of the skill from glove enchantments. Crackling Lance now has 190% effectiveness of added damage at level 20 instead of 165. It got higher damage at level 20, faster cast time, higher mana. Crackling Lance of Branching, similarly, faster cast time, higher mana, more damage. Disintegration, same story, by a little bit. Creeping Frost got more crit chance. Frost of Flows, same story. Cremation. Quality now provides fires projectiles 0 to 15% faster, previously 0 to 10. Which again, you put that shit in the right socket, it's going to be 25% instead of 15. No, wait, not 25. It's going to be 22.5. Still, significantly better. Can I link the patch notes? I got you. Cremation of Exhuming now fires projectiles every 0.8 seconds instead of every second. Fires 3 projectiles instead of 4. Same quality change as before. Cremation of the Volcano now has a base duration of 2 seconds instead of 2.5, and a maximum of 8 geysers at a time, previously 6. Quality now provides a maximum of 0 to 2 geysers at a time, instead of firing projectiles 0 to 10% faster. So instead of a maximum of 6, you can get up to a maximum of 10 by default, 11 with the quality bonus, and more if you get more quality somewhere else, like enhance or something. But the duration is still something you'd have to deal with there. Dark Bargain now has a crit chance of 10%, previously 7. Bargain of Charthus, reaching 7 rune will now sacrifice 50% of your life to deal 600% of sacrificed life as chaos damage. Replica Tukohama. Which one's that again? This one? I suppose there's no link to the replica version. Oh. So that's why you know about this one. We'll get there, we'll get there. Dark Pact has been renamed to Dark Bargain. Could we have put this above the Dark Bargain nodes? I know it's not alphabetical order, but like... it does. It's not that I didn't think you would know, it's just I didn't know that that's where the brand keyword was. Yo, Discharge's cooldown is now 1 second instead of 2. Has 15% higher base damage per charge removed at all gem levels. Sick. Discharge of Misery now has 15% higher base damage per charge removed at all levels. Divine Blast now deals 42 to 64 base offhand physical damage at gem level 1, scaling to 184 to 276. It is a slight increase. And its scaling got nerfed. It was 3 to 6 at gem level 20, and it's now 3 to 5. And a shorter duration. I don't know if duration's good or bad for that skill. Divine Ire, my beloved. 75% effectiveness of added damage instead of 50%. 321 to 482 instead of 253 to 380. Huge. Divine Ire of Disintegration got even more added damage. And more base damage. By like at least 20%. Holy Lightning, similar changes. But does anyone actually use Divine Ire of Holy Lightning? Like, really? Divine Retribution, cooldown time is now 4 seconds instead of 5. Much higher effectiveness of added damage. Much higher base damage as well. Elemental Hit lowered the added fire, cold, and lightning damage by 17% at all gem levels. Elemental Hit of the Spectrum is not affected by these changes. Just more reason to go to Elemental Hit of the Spectrum, I guess. Essence Drain of Wickedness now fires 3 to 5 projectiles instead of 1 at all gem levels. Ethereal Knives now fires 10 to 15 projectiles instead of 10 to 13, and has a crit chance of 10, previously 6. Excuse me. More damage effectiveness, higher base damage. It got extra projectile speed on quality. I'm sorry, more projectile speed on quality instead of more projectiles. Which I guess is fair considering 10%. Like 30% is kind of the new default. So you're getting the 2 without investing in quality, and you're getting something else for quality. So whether projectile speed is good for effective ethereal knives or not, I don't know. Lingering blades similarly got 1 to 2 additional projectiles, higher crit chance, more damage. No change to quality though. So I presume that's still additional projectiles. If it ever was. Ethereal Knives of the Massacre now has a crit chance of 10 instead of 6. Yo, I have winter buffs. It's just the default cold chance, or cold ones. Fireball base radius is now 1 to 1.8 meters instead of 0.9 to 1.4. Crit chance of 5% instead of 6. Yo, Fireball nerfs in the big 2026? That's crazy. I have winter. Yes. Yes. I mean, they didn't add the 25% chance to freeze that several other spell skills got, or cold spells got. But I think crit chances like inherently kind of do that, don't they? Base mana cost has been reduced by 20% at all gem levels. 480% effectiveness of added damage for Fireball instead of 370. Damn, that's a lot. Base damage went up slightly. Quality is now 0.3 meters instead of 0.2. So not only is its base radius going up, its quality is going up as well. Firestorm now has 100% effectiveness of added damage at gem level 20 instead of 80. And the base mana cost has been reduced by 20%. Yo, Firestorm Meteors. Honestly, after looking at Firestorm of Meteors in the previews they were showing, it was making me kind of want to play it. Base radius of 2.6 meters instead of 2.3. Reduced mana cost. Like a 25% higher effectiveness. And like a 10-ish% buff to its base damage. Quality also gives even more radius. Firestorm of Pelting got more effectiveness. Mana cost reduction. Damn, Flame Dash nerfs in the big 2026? What the fuck? Okay, it's got the effectiveness to make up for it. Burning Ground deal for Flame Dash of Return. Burning Ground deals 15% more damage at all gem levels. 430% effectiveness of added damage instead of 340. Higher base damage, reduced mana cost. Flame Surge now has a crit chance of 5. Looks like pretty much the same changes as Flame Dash. Flame Surge of Combusting is the same thing. Flame Blast gets more more radius per stage. Significantly higher effectiveness of added damage. Base damage increased, mana reduction. Looks like the same story for each of the transfigured versions. Forbidden Right now deals 14% of your maximum life as base chaos damage. Huge. Brazen Pulse now fires 1 to 5 projectiles at gem levels 1 to 20 instead of 1 at all gem levels. Hello? Crit chance of 7.5 instead of 6. 370 effectiveness instead of 330. And a good 15% damage increase over its old value. Frost Bomb now has 25% chance to freeze, the higher crit chance, higher effectiveness, and higher damage. So actually, kind of wish they showed the level 1 numbers, because I want to know if it's higher at level 1, because Frost Bomb's already like a pretty decent skill early on. Just as like an extra damage button on bosses. Frostbomb of Forthcoming has a shorter duration, which means it probably explodes faster. And it got the similar buffs to the other cold skills. Frostbomb of Instability. It looks like the same buffs as everything else. Frostblink got 7.5% crit chance. Frostblink of Wintry Blast got put at 7.5% crit chance, even though it's... Oh no, everything was 5%. For some reason, I thought it was 6% because I think the fire spells were all at 6%, so I like misremembered. Either way, Frostblink and Frostblink of Wintry Blast got the same change. Frostbolt got the same change as well, but with 25% chance to freeze on top. Galvanic Field can now target each enemy only once every 0.5 to 0.4 seconds, instead of 0.7 to 0.5. The buff now grants 50% chance to shock enemies instead of 20. Higher effectiveness, higher damage, higher mana cost. Looks like Galvanic Field of Intensity got the same changes. General's Cry can no longer support skills with cooldowns. Wish Hexblast didn't have that stupid CD on it when you self-cast. For real. I don't know why they hate Hexblast. Even 1 second feels so bad when you just make it into Mines of Riot. Hexblast Mines feels cool as shit. But like, even in PoE2, they just kind of deleted Hexblast out of nowhere. I don't think anyone was even playing it, and they were like, by the way, 5-second cooldown. Or some dumb shit like that. And part of that is just because hexes themselves are so dog shit in PoE2. Like, if you're not putting them in Blasphemy, they're absolutely ass. They're so annoying to use. Glacial Cascade... its crit chance only went to 6% instead of 7.5. Slightly higher effectiveness, slightly higher base damage. Hex Blast, cooldown cut in half. Yeah, 1 second still pretty ass. Cool. Cast time reduced. Base mana cost reduced. Expressive Contradiction got the same changes, although its crit chance also got put at 7.5%. Of Havoc got a higher radius, higher crit chance by like a lot, higher radius from quality. Holy Flame Totem got increased crit on both variants. Holy Hammers no longer scales its radius up, but it got like at level 1, it's the same as level 20 was before. Yo, the Hydrosphere crit chance buff. Glad they didn't forget that one. Ice Nova now has 25% chance to freeze and a crit chance of 7.5. Higher effectiveness, higher damage. Yep. Ice Nova of Deep Freeze now always freezes instead of a 50% chance. I bet there's some weird shit you can do with that. Anyways, everything else about it went up. All the numbers went up. Ice Nova Frostbolts, freeze and crit. Please hold them. Okay, we're good. Ice Spear buff from 7% crit chance to 7.5. Ice Spear splitting also went to 7.5. I kind of wonder if Ice Spear should be higher. Like since it was already higher than before, like it feels a little weird that it ends up at the same spot as everything else. But I guess they don't want to change too much. Or they don't want to like deviate from that standard a little too much, because then it ends up being Like, because the identity of physical spells is now that they have much higher crit chance in general. So if you give a cold spell, crit chance, it's like kind of questionable, but I do kind of wish Ice Spear had different changes in addition to this to make it a little different. But anyways, Ice Spear splitting now is at 7.5% as well. Projectiles now split towards 4 to 7 targets at gem level 1 to 20 instead of 2 to 5, so it's like way higher now. Ice Storm from Whispering Ice now has a maximum of 8 Ice Storms instead of 5. Huge for the Ice Storm enjoyers. I'm sorry, for the Whispering Ice enjoyers. I guess it's the same thing. Incinerate has 10 maximum stages instead of 8. 70% effectiveness instead of 50. Significantly higher damage at level 20. And a shorter cast time. This might be like one of the first times in Path of Exile history that I can remember where they actually said we're buffing everything, and then they're actually buffing everything. Like, I can think of so many times in the past where they've been like, yeah, we're buffing the shit out of all this stuff, and then you read the patch notes, it's like, this isn't actually that significant, but like, these numbers are going way up. I'm here for it. Where were we? We were on Incinerate, right? Looks like the two alternate versions got the same changes. Although nothing about their cast times getting sped up, so I guess those are the same. Or those are unchanged. Kinetic Blast now has 150% Arcane Might instead of 200%. Arcane Might is the new keyword for increases and reductions to spell damage. No. Increases and reductions to something apply to something. Increases and reductions to spell damage also apply to attack damage. So, only 150% of spell damage applies to attack damage instead of 200%. But also 40% less area damage. So get fucked, Kinetic Blast, basically. KB of Clustering also got nerfed on its added phys damage equal to maximum mana. A percentage of max mana, I mean. Kinetic Fusillade now has an attack speed of 125 instead of 200. Base duration of 0.5 seconds, previously 0.7. And a higher mana cost by like a lot. Kinetic Rain got 200% Arcane Might instead of 150. Kinetic Rain of Impact. Yo, so they're toning down the other kinetic skills and trying to make Kinetic Rain viable, I guess. Lightning Conduit now has 170. Kinetic Rain, my beloved. I don't know if that extra 50% Arcane Might is gonna make the difference, but I hope so. Also, they did not touch Kinetic Bolt. I just realized. It'll probably feel better than any of these other two that got nerfed. I'll say that at least. Lightning Conduit has higher effectiveness, higher base damage, higher mana cost. Yep. That all tracks. Lightning Conduit of the Heavens targets more enemies. Shocks enemies as though dealing 200% more damage. At all gem levels. Previously 20 to 39, as in like 20 to 39%, or is that like... So it's going from 20% to 200% is what you're telling me? That seems a little excessive, but you know what? Why not? Faster cast time, higher mana cost. Lightning Tendrils, this is the skill that Andrew on the Q&A was suggesting that he might be league starting with. So keep your eyes on this shit right here. Base radius is now 2.6 to 3.6 meters at gems levels 1 to 20. Previously 2.4 to 3.1. So higher radius, higher AoE. Cast time of 0.2 seconds instead of 0.23. Huge. Base mana cost has been increased by 25% at all gem levels. Now has 190% effectiveness of added damage instead of 130. 105 to 1986 versus 75 to 1420. It's pretty significant. Tendrils of Eccentricity also got the AoE, faster cast time, higher mana, higher damage. Yep. Escalation looks like the same thing. Quality now provides 10% to maximum effective shock, previously additional radius. So again, any of these quality changes you see, you can also add another 50%. So like, this is actually 15% to maximum effective shock. And this might be the variant that Andrew was considering. Because that sounds pretty damn good. Yo, lightning warp? Yo, where's the damage increase? What the fuck? Where's my copium? Bruh. Man, fuck this league. I'm over it. Mana bond cast time is now 0.6 seconds instead of 0.8. Orb of Storms cast time of 0.4 seconds instead of 0.5. Just say fuck this league. Just because of the lightning orb. I'm still playing it. I'm just sad. Because no love for lightning warp. It got the pity buffs that all the lightning skills are getting. Faster cast time for Orb of Storms. Base mana cost increased by 25%. Okay, so at least Orb of Storms is also in the same boat. Squall's got... Orb of Storms and Squalls also got more damage. I didn't think it was that bad to begin with, but you know what? We'll take more damage. Orb now disappears after 8 to 14 strikes instead of 6 to 10. We were using Orb of Storms and Squalls on our Arc character. Penance Mark granted by Hateful Accuser unique ring now has cursed enemies spawn 2 shackled phantasms when hit, no more than once per second instead of 3 shackled phantasms. How will we ever recover from this? Purifying Flame now has 0.4 meter to radius at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 0 to 0.2. Crit chance of 6 instead of 5.5. Higher damage. Yep. Purifying Flame of Revelations now has the same buffs. Quick Step is now able to dash over terrain, though it is still unable to dash through enemies. I could never have told you a skill called Quick Step existed in this video game. Good to know, though. Good to know. Ravenous granted by Varuso's Ambition. Buff is now removed if you no longer have the Ravenous skill, such as by unequipping the boots. Yeah, that's probably pretty important. Yo, this is one of the changes I was most interested in reading. Rolling Magma now has a lower damage and effectiveness of added damage at gem level 1, but has more damage at gem levels greater than 20. So whatever state it was in for the endgame, it's better now. But what this means is no more Rolling Magma at level 1 guaranteed, or like required. Also, yo, what's up, Vivi? It's good to see you. Good to see you, even though we're not playing Strive. Also, they shaved 0.1 second from the cast time. But that's all they did. That's all they did. Yeah, online worm. I know what you meant. And it still hurts. Actually, come to think of it, they only touched Armageddon brand, right? Or maybe we just haven't gotten to the brand. No, yeah, Stormbrand's not even here. So I guess I can't be too upset. Did armor brand of volatility, so the bad one. I guess that tracks because the focus was spells you cast yourself, not so much the other kinds of things. So I guess that makes sense. Oh, also, Vivi, how's your Potemkin labbing going? If you're still doing that. Let's see. Where were we? So yeah, Rolling Magma, they don't really say the level 1 value, but they did say it's reduced. Rune Blast now has a cast time of 0.16 seconds instead of 0.2. Reduced mana cost. I've been practicing Garuda Kara for an hour straight and it hurts. I feel that pain. I've never done it for an hour straight, so you got more stamina than I do, but like, I hope it works. And also I hope you remember to stretch your hands once in a while, because damn. Have you been getting more reliable with it? Rune Blast teleportation now teleports to the detonated rune if you've not detonated runes in the past 0.5 seconds. Previously past 1 second. Now has cast time 0.16 and the base mana cost has been increased by 25% at all gem levels. Slightly, yes. It's a 40% success rate. I think that's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's a start. And I'll say significantly above where I'm at with it. Shock Nova. Before we continue though, one of my favorite things to do with Potemkin when I get frustrated doing Kara Garuda is Kara forward Mega Fist. Because it's so easy for some reason. I have like an almost 100% success rate with Kara forward Mega Fist. And it's so fun watching him fly across the damn arena because you can get full screen in 2 Mega Fists. As opposed to, I think it's 3 if you just do normal. And I don't know why it's so much easier, but it really is. But yeah, Shock Nova. Faster cast time. Faster, higher effectiveness. Higher damage, yep. Buffs to Shock Nova Procession even. Same changes. Somatic Shell now deals 35 to 60% of base attack damage instead of 20 to 50. So it's like almost double at level 1. And 20% higher at level 20. Higher attack speed. Lower mana cost. Base explosion radius of 1.8 meters instead of 1.5. What the hell is Somatic Explosion? Or Somatic Shell? I don't even know. I don't even recognize that. Fire damaging projectile from your wand which aims itself towards an enemy and applies a shell to the first enemy struck. Damage from hits against that target is taken from the shell first. If fully depleted, the shell will explode, dealing area damage. And firing a projectile at another target to apply a new shell to it. Oh, this is one of the new ones from last league, isn't it? Yep. Oh no. The league before Mirage. Not Mirage League. When I said last league, I meant Mirage League. It's a little wonky, but I guess it's getting buffed pretty significantly. Solar End of Reaping now fires 3 to 5 projectiles instead of 1 at all gem levels. And also higher crit chance. Solar End, a skill even like people even use for crit. This is the chaos damage over time spell, right? Wait, it was a specific one, wasn't it? Oh, yeah, this just removes the damage over time component. Okay. But yeah, going from 1 projectile forever to 3 at level 1 and 5 at level 20 is kind of a huge change. Spark now has a cast time of 0.6 seconds. Okay, I was upset about Lightning Warp. But like, at least we get 0.1 second faster cast speed and not Spark's 0.05 second faster cast speed. Spark on the Nova now fires 6 to 10 projectiles instead of 8 to 12. Slightly faster cast time, higher mana cost. Unpredictability gets more projectiles. Stormburst gets more damage. Stormburst to Repulsion also got more damage. Yo, we're almost done. Storm Call. Faster cast time, higher mana. Yeah, it's the more damage story. Stormbind gets more damage of teleportation, also gets the same sort of buffs. Tornado of Elemental Turbulence also gets more damage, nothing too crazy. Unearth has a higher crit chance. Void Sphere got higher crit chance. And 60% physical damage converted to chaos instead of 40. 100% effectiveness of added damage instead of instead of 75. Higher base damage. Void Sphere Rending, same sort of story, but also higher radius. Volatile Dead of Confinement, higher radius. Voltaxic Burst now has a crit chance of 10 instead of 5.5. That's pretty crazy. 60% lightning damage converted to chaos instead of 40. And the explosion deals base lightning damage equal to 10% of corpse's maximum life instead of 6. On top of all that, got higher effectiveness of added damage and higher base damage. I wonder if we'll see many Voltaxic Burst enjoyers this league. It seems like a pretty significant buff. Vortex now has cast time 0.6 seconds, higher crit chance, and a chance to freeze. Reduced mana cost, that's a new one. Of projection. Higher radius, faster cast time, higher crit chance. Freeze chance and mana cost reduction. Wave of Conviction has a faster cast time. Lower. Oh yeah. Wave of Conviction is a lightning spell. Although, at the start they mentioned base lightning spells, or like lightning only spells was, I think, the way they worded it. Get the faster cast time, higher mana cost. Fire only spells get that. They never really said what about the hybrids, which Wave of Conviction I think is both fire and lightning. But I guess this is the answer. They in this, it's probably case by case basis, and in this case they gave it the lightning changes. Wave of Conviction of Tarthus now has a cast time of 0.6 seconds. Base mana cost has been increased. Yo, Winter Orb buffs in the big 2026 as well. 2 to 3 projectiles at gem levels 1 to 20 instead of 1 at all levels. 25% chance to freeze and a crit chance of 7.5, along with slightly higher damage. And they don't want to go too crazy with it, although the 2 to 3 projectiles is pretty nice already. As far as Val skills, looks like Nothing too different from what we've already seen for the past 45 minutes of patch notes. So we're kind of going to gloss over those ones. Archmage support now has supported skills gain added lightning damage equal to 8 to 14%. Please hold. I actually need to take a quick break. I'm getting a phone call and I need to answer it. Yes, Professor, I did mean to press BRB because I was getting a phone call and I was concerned something was wrong. Thankfully, though, everything's fine. It was just a question. I did too, honestly. It's like, because that person knows I'm streaming too, so like, but they were just driving, so they didn't want to text, which I would rather they didn't, so. But no, we're good, we're good. We're on sport gem changes. Looks like Archmage got nerfed. 8 to 14% of unreserved maximum mana instead of 10 to 16. Yes, it got nerfed. Also, I'm sorry to scare you. Did not mean for that that outcome. Ballista Totem. Supported skills now deal 36 to 30% less damage at gem levels 1 to 20, previously 32 to 24. So Ballista Totem got nerfed. So earlier, I was like kind of trying to justify the totem nerfs as like, oh, all these spells are getting all these buffs. But Ballista Totem? That's the bow attack one. We didn't buff bow attacks this league. What the fuck? Although I guess Barrage did get buffed a little bit, didn't it? Or like whatever the skill is that fires a billion projectiles for no reason. Barrage supported skills now deal 50 to 44% less damage at gem levels 1 to 20 instead of 68 to 62. Fire 4 additional projectiles instead of 3. 10% more attack time per projectile instead of 5%, and 10% more trap and mine throwing time per projectile, previously 5. As well as a 200% cost and reservation multiplier as opposed to 150. So, Barrage. Kind of got shit on a little bit. Although the damage penalty itself is quite a bit lower. But I don't know. The more attack time seems kind of awful. Flash Chain Mine now deal supported skills now deal 60 to 55% less damage instead of 58 to 53. So it ends up being 2% less and a higher cost and reservation multiplier. I mean, okay. Oh no. Cast on Ward Break. Supported spells have 5% increased cooldown recovery per 100 ward up to 400%. Previously uncapped. Rest in peace to the Ward Break builds. But also fuck those builds because they sound like a pain in the ass to set up. Castle Channeling now has triggers a supported spell every 0.4 to 0.32 seconds while channeling supported skills at gem levels 1 to 20. So they got slightly faster. And supported triggered spells deal 20% less damage instead of 30%. So the penalty got pretty significantly reduced. No mentions for cast on crit like they mentioned. Charge mines, supported skills now have 8% increased mine throwing speed per frenzy charge instead of 10. 20% crit chance per power charge instead of 25, and cost reservation multiplier of 140 instead of 120. Companionship no longer has minions from supported skills have more life, 40 to 60% more life if they're your only minion. Now has minions from supported skills take 24 to 28% less damage if they're your only minion. So it's still tankier, just in a different way. Which, with the way minion life can interact with things, I see why they wanted to do that. High impact mine looks like it similarly got nerfed, the same way blast chain mine did. So I guess this is another way to make self-casting more desirable. Just screw it over all the other methods. Although, again, this is kind of the same justification as with totems. All the spells really did get buffed to shit, so like slightly higher penalties are probably fine. The math will probably math just fine either way. Minion Pact has been reworked and is now called Communion Support. I thought we already had one called Communion. It supports spell skills that hit enemies and cannot modify the skills of minions. Supported spells deal 20 to 30 added physical damage for each permanent minion at gem level 3. Has a cost and reservation multiplier of 150, previously 100%. Spell totem supported skills now deal 55 to 50% less damage instead of 49 to 40. Unleash is 45 to 26% less damage when reoccurring instead of 45 to 36. Yo, so Unleash actually got hella buffed. At least at level 20. And probably by more even at higher levels. I'm sorry, at even higher levels. Greater Unleash supported skills now deal 25 to 23% less damage when reoccurring. Previously 35 to 31. That is also, like, really significant. Which I guess that's part of the self-casting thing, because Unleash kind of gets you stuck in your casting animation a little bit, right? So that's why a lot of people don't really want to do it. Because you kind of have to, like, twitch a couple times while you recast them. At least I think that's how that works. I don't play spellcasting all that often. But those are all of the skill changes. We're down to unique items, regular items, div cards, ruthless specific monsters, and a couple other things. We're not going to read all the bug faces, though I might skim them for the more interesting ones. So, please hold. Abrath's Horn, unique wand, no longer has increased fire damage. Now has 80 to 120 increased global crit chance instead of 40 to 60. So that got doubled. And 30 to 50% to damage over time multiplier for Ignite from critical strikes. Itziri's rule now has 100 to 300 spell crit chance. Existing versions of these unique are not affected by this change. I'm not sure. Oh no, I think, is that just on top of everything else? Because if so, that's pretty bonkers. And they don't say they're getting rid of anything else, so like, yeah, I guess so. Breath of the Council unique scepter now has chaos skills have increased skill effect duration. I'm sorry, 40 to 80 instead of 40. 80 to 120 increased chaos damage instead of 80 to 100. 10 to 20 AoE instead of 10. Cane of Unraveling no longer has 20 to 30% increased chaos damage, and now has +1 to maximum power charges. I mean, yeah, that's fine. Now also has 5% increased cast speed per power charge instead of 2, and regen 5 mana per second per power charge instead of 2. Seems good to me. Cerberus Limb has 20 to 40% increased cast speed instead of 15 to 20. Disintegrator is 2% additional fizz damage reduction from hits per siphoning charge, previously 1. Just flat out doubling it. Almost double the fizz damage per siphoning charge as well. I don't even recognize that staff by name either. It's from the Elder. Sick. Wait, +1 to maximum siphoning charges per Elder or Shaper item equipped. Does that mean you can get double for having Shaper and Elder influence? Oh, this is from Uber Elder? Wait, is this Uber Elder or Uber Elder? It's got to be regular Uber Elder. Usually they include the double Ubers. Interesting. Doriani's Delusion. Unique boots are now found on Leviathan Greaves, Velour boots, and Warlock boots. Oh, these are the boots from Doriani's Machinarium. Previously, Titan Greaves, Slink boots, and Sorcerer boots. These are the highest bases of each type. These boots are now always found corrupted with a corruption implicit modifier. Changes do not affect existing versions of this unique. They now grant level 30 Purity of Fire, Purity of Ice, or Purity of Lightning, previously level 25. Existing items are affected by this change, though they will still display as level 25 unless you update them with a Divine Orb. They also now have 0 to 100 max life instead of 60 to 70, 0 to 40% increased move speed instead of 30. Armor-based Doriani's Delusion now have 0 to 200% armor instead of 100 to 120. Evasion's the same thing. Energy shield's also the same thing. So it's much more random now. I wonder what happens if you do like one of all three. Like what happens there? I guess it's probably 200 to each, right? Interesting. Dusk Dawn and Replica Dusk Dawn unique staves now have plus 20 to 30% chance to block damage, attack damage while wielding a staff, previously 10. Emberwake now has 10 to 20 increased cast speed instead of 5 to 10, 35% less damage, less burning damage instead of 40. Pretty good. Replica Emberwake now has the same changes. Oh, never mind. Well, same cast speed changes, and instead it says ignites to inflict deal damage 40 to 60% faster instead of 35 to 45. Foulborn Ghost Wraith now has your maximum energy shield is equal to 35% of your maximum life, previously 40. Damn, they had to nerf it. Grey Spire now has implicit modifier magnitudes are doubled. 300 to 400% increased global damage instead of 250 to 300. And plus 1 to 5 all max resources instead of 1 to 4. Grey Wind unique X now has attacks with this weapon have added fire damage equal to 6 to 10% of player's maximum life instead of 8 to 12. I wonder if they're trying to like reduce the power of like stacking builds a little bit. That's not the first change I've seen. I guess Archmage is also similar, like they nerfed that as well. The Gull now has 25 to 50% effective shrine buffs instead of 75%, and 25 to 50 increased duration instead of 50. Damn, we're nerfing the Gull, dude? It was like... Actually, like, why bother nerfing the Gull when we're losing access to Screams of the Desiccated, you know? Foulborn Heartbound Loop now has 20 to 30% increased mana cost efficiency of minion skills, previously 10 to 20 reduced mana cost. That's just a global change they're making to... They're shifting away from reduced mana cost to mana cost efficiency. Forge Unique Glows now has 20 to 40% rage cost efficiency, previously 10 to 25% reduced rage cost of skills. Same thing. Honor Home has 30 to 50% increased mana cost efficiency. Same shit. Chikwani's Potential got a worse. It got a lower damage by a lot. Foulborn Khaleesi's Grace Unique Gloves now have 100% increased mana cost efficiency for 2 seconds after spending a total of 800 mana. Previously, 50% reduced mana cost of skills for 2 seconds. It's the same thing. Lionized Remorse now has minus 150 physical damage taken from projectile attacks instead of minus 25. It's actually kind of a little more significant. Mask of the Stitched Demon now has regenerate 1% of life per second per 500 player maximum energy shield, previously per 500 maximum energy shield. What's the difference between player maximum energy shield and maximum energy shield? Is that like for Anime Guardian and like minions or mercenaries? Probably. That sounds like some shit they would do. Mask of the Tribunal now has 3% increased mana reservation efficiency of skills per 250 total attributes instead of 2. Martyr of Innocence has higher block chance and just a free 100 to 200% increased fire damage. Mischief now has mana cost efficiency instead of reduced mana cost. Militant Faith is the same thing. Mystic Refractor is way more projectile speed. Sounds like fun, honestly. Nebulous now has increased elemental damage per... It's 6 to 8 instead of 5 to 10%. Increased elemental damage per 1% fire, cold, or lightning resistance above 75. So that on the lower end got... Well, the lower end is higher, but the higher end is lower. Overall, we call that a nerf. Namahu's Sign now has plus 400 to 600 armor, just for free. Okay. Praxis also has 20 to 30% increased mana cost efficiency. Realm Shaper now gives plus 2 to Socketed Fire and light and cold gems, I mean. Wrathpith Globe, 3% spell crit chance and 3% spell damage per 100 player maximum life instead of 5%. I feel like this is not the first time we've seen Wrathpith Globe nerfed recently. When was the last time they did it? 3.19? Okay, it was longer than I thought. Foulborn Wrathpith Globe also got nerfed for its damage over time per 100 max life. Shimmeron no longer adds 26, well, no longer adds lightning damage to spells or increased spell damage. It now has plus 1 maximum power charges. Also adds flat lightning damage per power charge. Oh no, it adds way more lightning damage per power charge. but also 300 lightning damage taken per second per power charge if your skills have dealt the critical strike recently instead of 200. It seems difficult to deal with. But I'm sure it's fine. Singularity Unique Scepter now has increased mana cost efficiency instead of reduced mana cost. Stasis Prison no longer has max life. Now has 80 to 100% increased implicit modifier magnitudes instead. What even is the stasis? Oh, I'm learning about so many new things here that I don't recognize. Maybe it was Stasis Prison. I don't remember words. Stasis Prison. I read the Stasis. Oh, that might be why. I don't farm Legion very often. Definitely not with Unrelenting Emblems. What even is Temporal Rift? Oh, it's the Chronomancer thing, which got added in 3.16. Dang it. It's a long time ago. So I guess you're going to want to corrupt that into something nice. Stormfire now adds a shitload of lightning damage to hits against ignited enemies, basically doubling what it was before. Terran Shiver no longer has increased spell damage. It now has +2 to 4 to level of all cold spell skill gems instead of +2. Way higher increased cold damage. And 25 to 50% chance to freeze, previously 8%. That's a lot. That's a lot. Especially with all the spells, the cold spells that got like the 25% chance to freeze already. I'm not sure if that'll be worth the staff slot, but like at least early on it'd probably be useful. Until you made like a better rare one. Tavanuku's timing now has 60 to 80 energy shield. Also now has spells cause you to gain energy shield equal to their upfront cost every third time you pay it, previously every fifth time. Tidebreaker no longer has increased physical damage per endurance charge. It now grants 50% chance to gain a brine charge instead of endurance charge. You gain 4% of Fizz as extra cold and as extra lightning per brine charge. And the maximum brine charge is equal to maximum endurance. Yo, imagine endurance charging endurance charge maxing. You get like Tidebreaker, the endurance charge belt from Maven, and then Ralakesh with the maximum endurance charges modifier. You not only do you get the endurance charge benefits, you just get all of the other like possible versions of it as well. Not even because they work particularly well together. I don't even remember what the endurance charge belt from Maven does, but I think it'd be funny thematically speaking. Tukahama's Fortress now has 500 armor per summon totem, previously 300. Replica Toolfall is more cold damage per frenzy. More increased cold damage per frenzy charge. Replica Tukahama's Fortress now has 30% crit chance per brand, previously 20. That's a lot. Huge, huge. Valakos Sign now has plus 100 to 150 max mana instead of 20 to 40. The Vertex has 50% less mana cost. I'm surprised they didn't try and find some way to change that into mana cost efficiency. But that is significant. Void Battery got nerfed, kind of. 10 to 15 spell damage per power charge instead of 25, but also 50% reduced spell damage instead of 80%. I guess that nerf is felt more the more power charges you have. Kind of. Think of it like that makes sense to me, and that's what matters. Anyways, plus 100 to 120 max mana instead of 40 to 50. Also, Void Fletcher unique quiver is now found on the Ornate Quiver base type instead of Primal Arrow. No longer has gained 20 to 40 mana per enemy killed or increased projectile speed, and it now has 2 sockets. Interesting. It also now gains a void charge every second instead of 0.5 seconds. What do you even do with 2 sockets? I mean, it could be mark on hit plus like whatever mark you want. Here's that. Worm Sign unique gloves now has 10% mana cost efficiency per endurance charge instead of mana cost. Yamax Accord now has 1 to 2 to level of all Val skill gems, just for free. Reduced mana cost implicit modifiers can no longer roll on synthesis unique items. This reminded me synthesized items no longer exist. And it's pain. That's all I can say. We're removing yet another piece of synthesis from the game, and it hurts. As far as item changes go, non-unique synthesized items, there it is. Non-unique synthesized items can no longer be obtained, except through corrupting synthesis unique items to be rare items. Currency items like fracturing orbs, fractured fossils, and reflecting mist no longer explicitly state that they don't work on synthesized items. These items still cannot be applied to existing synthesized items in standard leagues. They're removing that kind of description just because synthesized items are going to be much less prevalent in the drop pool, I suppose. Harvest crafting option to synthesize items has been removed. Bestiary craft for it has been removed. Fractured fossils now fracture a random modifier and cannot be used on fractured or influenced items. Beast crafting option to split an item into 2 has been replaced with a new option that fractures a modifier on a rare talisman with at least 4 modifiers. Beast crafting option to split an item into 3 has been replaced with a new option that fractures 2 modifiers on a rare talisman. That's kind of sick, actually. Ancient orbs can no longer reroll unique items into a unique item of the same name, which was possible with some unique items such as Beacon of Madness and Volker's Guidance. Volatile Val orbs can now be used on items that have no modifiers that can scale outside of range to be more consistent with Divine Orbs. Damn, you can do that with Divine Orbs too? I didn't even know. Mana and reduced mana costs can no longer be unveiled or crafted on rings. Instead, you can now unveil or craft mana and increase mana cost efficiency on rings. That's a bummer. I was actually thinking about that earlier when I was reading patch notes that said similar things. I was like, oh, thank God, at least we still have the minus mana cost. Nope. Never mind. I take that back. Reduced mana cost of attacks can no longer roll as Searing Exarch implicit modifiers. Yep. That's gone. Openness Cluster Jewel, notable, now has increased mana cost efficiency, so they're adding cost efficiency in a bunch of places. Even on jewels, like regular jewels, not just cluster ones. Implicit block modifiers on staves no longer explicitly state that they require a staff. I suppose that makes sense. Chance to block attack damage and spell damage modifiers can now roll on staves. Elder Influence staves, actually they added crafting bench modifiers as well. Nice. Elder Influence staves no longer roll chance to block attack damage while wielding a staff, alongside chance to block spell damage. Redeemer Influence staves now roll up to 22% block if you were damaged by a hit recently instead of 15. Implicit modifier on Moonstone Ring now has 7 to 10% increased cast speed instead of maximum energy shield. I wonder if people will actually start using those rings now. That sounds a little more effective than like 20 to 40 ES or whatever it was. Demon's Horn, Opal Wand, and Tornado Wand base types now have increased spell damage implicit modifiers instead of added damage. Modifiers to the level of all spell skill gems and all spell skill gems of a specific damage type on staves now all have an additional modifier tier. The lower tier modifiers appear much more commonly and can roll on staves at earlier levels. Modifiers to the level of all spell skill gems of a specific damage type go up to 4 at the maximum modifier tier, previously 3. So that'll make it a little more accessible to get the really good modifier. Even if it is still difficult to get at the max tier at the max level. Spell damage, fire damage, cold damage, and lightning damage prefix modifiers on staves have been increased up to 200% at maximum instead of 164. Everything else has been adjusted, including trap damage, mind damage, burning damage, poison damage, and bleeding damage for staves specifically. All of the highest tier increased spell damage. It's the same thing. But for other caster weapons, hybrid increased spell / minion damage and mana prefix modifiers on caster weapons have been increased at all modifier tiers up to 49%. Previously 39% and up to 86% on staves. Added damage to spells on caster weapons have been buffed with larger buffs at higher modifier tiers on staves. And on staves, excuse me. Highest tier modifier on one-handed caster weapons is now up to 84 to 160. I'm sorry, 84 to 146 fire on spells. That's a lot of numbers. I'm not going to read them all. But number went up. It's good. But yeah, all of the other tiers have been adjusted as well for like the different sources of them. Caster weapons no longer roll increased fire, cold, and lightning damage suffix modifiers, nor can these modifiers be crafted at the crafting bench anymore. Spell crit chance modifiers on one-handed caster weapons now roll values from 40 to 109 instead of 10 to 109. And added a new set of increased spell crit chance modifiers on staves, which have 50% higher values than the corresponding modifiers on one-handed caster weapons. So I guess it would be like up to 159. 60 to 159 or something like that. Reduced enemy stun threshold modifiers can no longer roll on scepters or caster staves. That's probably a really nice change for crafting. Stun duration modifiers no longer roll on all weapons, but now can only roll on maces, attack staves, swords, axes, and bows. Top tier increased cast speed modifiers on caster weapons now have the same weightings as the lower tier modifiers. That's kind of huge, actually. Dagger base types with 30% global crit chance now have 40 to 45. 40 went up to 50 to 55, and then 50 went 60 to 65. You know, these are the new corruption implicit modifiers. I'm not going to read all of these out loud, but if there's anything crazy, we'll notice, or we'll call it out. But these are mostly being pulled from the synthesized implicit pool, because synthesized gear no longer drops by and large, other than the uniques. So they wanted to add those implicits through corruption instead. And already like one of the biggest ones. Well, they're near the top. So, more effective purity elements on amulets. You can get reservation efficiency for specific auras, but the maximum frenzy power endurance charges on rings is actually huge. Minimum on shields and amulets is also pretty cool. Max res, versatile combatant. I don't even know what that does. We should probably look. Minus 10 max block to attack and spell, plus 10 to block spell damage for each 1% overcap chance to block attack. This makes it easier to get a decent amount of spell block. Glancing blows, and you can just get that. Unwavering stance, is that the no stun? It is. That's actually huge. Because if you wanted to play like a witch that is also a melee build, and you're also getting stunned to shit, you can just corrupt your boots. That's kind of huge. But we're kind of glossing over things. Mana cost efficiency, percent attributes. You can corrupt quality of socketed gems on weapons and shields. Socketed levels of, socketed skill levels. Actually, not even skill levels, gem levels. That's a lot of chaos res. Also a lot of all elemental res to corrupt on. I didn't think I was going to read all of these out loud, but these are sick. 4 to 6% increased action speed to boots. Onslaught on kill on boots just from the implicit. Couldn't you already curse with these on gloves? Like, I thought you could already corrupt those. Or were those ones specifically not in the pool? Bunch of support gems. Bunch of crit multiplier on wands and staves. More skill gem levels. Yo, you can corrupt the explodey modifiers? That's bonkers. Arrows chain plus 1 time. Excuse me, so sorry. 14 to 18 increased cast speed to wand scepters and rune daggers. Spell damage is like the least exciting thing on this list. Following corruption implicit modifiers can no longer roll. Reduced area damage taken from hits. Reduced damage taken from projectiles. Chance to block, 4 to 5% chance to block. Was there higher values in here? No, but oh no, it's 20 to 30% increased chance to block. Okay. Modifiers granting level 21 or 23 specific aura or curse skills because you have level 20 ones? Never mind. Oh, you just can't get them anymore? Burning damage from helmets, additional armor while stationary on boots, evasion rating while moving on boots, cast speed from more staves, and spell damage from attack daggers. Honestly, with all the things they're adding to all the different places, we take those. That's totally fine. And removing these shitty ones makes you more likely to get the fancy ones that they're adding. So it's all good all around. Increased aura effect of specific auras. Corruption implicit modifiers now only rolls on amulets instead of rings and belts as well, with values of 20 to 30% instead of 15 to 20. So they are getting relegated to amulets only, but they are getting a little higher. Rings with corruption implicit modifiers that grant increased global fizz damage now instead grant 15 to 25 global damage. Change effects existing items. Belts can now have 6 to 10% increased maximum life corruption implicit modifiers instead of 6 to 8. Caster saves can now have 22 to 18 increased cast speed instead of 12 to 15 from corruption implicits. Local adds fizz damage corruption implicits can now roll on war saves, as well as increased physical damage. Two-handed axes have their weapon range corruption implicit increased from 0.1 to 0.2 to 0.2 to 0.4, and also rolls on one-handed axes and swords now. Following divination cards have been temporarily disabled. That would be Broken Promises, Imperfect Memories, Magnum Opus, and Parasitic Passengers. Presumably because of item changes of one kind or another. The Apocalypse Divination card now states the reward is corrupted. This purely descriptive change functionality has not been changed. I don't even know what that is. I'm not looking up all of them, but I want to see what the Apocalypse is because it also sounds cool. That was the name, right? Did it never even get its own divination card? I'm sorry, its wiki page? I guess not. We'll never know. Call the first one's divination card is now rewards a rare talisman. Catch and Matryoshka rewards are no longer incubated. Home now rewards an exceptional support gem. That feels like a nerf to Home, honestly. It used to be either Enlighten, Empower, or Enhance. But now it's just any of the exceptional support gems, so like, You could get more stuff, but it makes it harder to get those 3. Which really you're probably fishing for Enlighten anyways. Ruthless specific, I couldn't give less shits about Ruthless, so we're not reading that. Rare monster reward modifiers for transforming all items to armor or all items to weapons have been removed. Other reward modifier transformations still have the same chance to occur as before, although the Horn Scarab tradition is more powerful as a result of this change. Soul Eater now expires faster on non-players. An Eaten Soul is lost every 0.2 seconds if a soul has not been gained in the last 2 seconds. Previously 0.5 seconds in the last 4 seconds. So that's why. I never really understood how souls fell off of monsters. Like, I kind of thought it was supposed to be... if they don't gain souls for a certain amount of time, they just lose them all. I didn't really realize it was a falling off over time thing. But yeah, if they were at like 50 souls, which I think is the max, it would have taken 4 seconds plus 25 seconds, so it would have taken 29 seconds to lose all of its shit. But now it's 5 stacks per second after 2 seconds, so it would be 12 seconds. Significant debuff to that, which is good for us, because Soul Eater can be a pain in the ass sometimes. Exploding orbs from minions, fire, cold, and lightning explode on death. Rare monster modifiers. Damn, that's a lot of words. Exploding orbs from the death explosions now always explode after its duration, even if you are not in the area. So that means if you run away really quickly after killing a bunch of monsters with explode on death, sometimes when you would run back, the explosion would still be there because you ran too far away and it stopped like simulating the timer for that. So when you ran back into them, they would explode, and they might kill you. But now they'll just expand. They'll follow their timer no matter how far away you are, which is a huge change, hugely positive change. For quest rewards, all classes are now able to purchase faster attacks from Nessa upon completing the Caged Brute. So that would be Brutus in Act 1. All classes are now able to purchase faster casting from Yena upon completing Sharp and Cruel, which is the Weaver. And I almost always forget to turn this in, because you got to talk to Silk. But you don't actually have to talk to Silk to like move on with the story. But that'll be good. Man Infused Staff is now offered to the Templar for completing Intruders in Black, which is Commander Artillery. And can be purchased from Yena by the Witch and the Shadow. For user interface and quality of life, you can now right-click the icon of your animated guardian to view their currently equipped items, though you cannot remove or replace items from this window. Yet. They should add like a little italicized yet in parentheses or something. The majority of currency items, fragments, divination cards, and other stackable items will now stack up to 10,000 in their respective stash types and stash tab types instead of 5,000. Just freely doubling everything? Sick. Repeat applying currency items no longer drains each stack in your inventory one at a time. It will now instead drain stacks fully before moving on to the next stack in reverse order that they were added to the inventory. I'm ambivalent about this change. It is what it is. The pop-up showing Expedition Remnant modifiers while placing explosives now also shows the number of remnants affected by explosives and the total number of remnants in the area. I didn't like absorb that information while I was reading it. Please hold. Okay. So it's like you can see the percentage of them that you got. Okay. Confirmation window for releasing Immortal Syndicate members can now be skipped with control click. You can now use the instance manager to create or join new hideout areas without changing your selected hideout type. I'm sure there's a reason for that, but not one that I know about. Increase the number of characters visible on the character selection screen when there are no events or private leagues. Damn, nice. That's gonna look weird as shit the first time we log in on Friday. Total effect of the Wither debuff is now displayed on the debuff bar of affected targets. Copying items text now always copies the advanced description format. Searching by an item's text will now match the advanced description format. Improved search highlighting on the passive skill tree and atlas skill trees. How about the actual atlas? This improvement is great, but can we do it on the actual atlas too, please? Hey, yo, wait a minute. I wasn't going to read all these, but fixed a bug introduced in 3.27 where snipe support would grant triggered skills 2 additional arrows. Rest in peace to snipe enjoyers. Damn. AoE modifiers were applied to elemental hit twice. Damn, there's some crazy bugs here. Alright, yeah, I don't feel like reading all those, but those are some patch notes right there. Not gonna lie, I'm kind of, the spell that stood out to me most as something I might want to play was definitely, like, Bladefall, I'm pretty sure. Like, Bladefall of Impaling, 25% crit chance. A lot of, effectiveness of added damage. And its base damage went up pretty significantly. But Blade Blast didn't get that many changes. And I feel like if I was using Bladefall, I'd probably want to end up using Blade Blast as well. But I'd have to read. The Bladefall of Impaling. Triphus of Impaling. So it's a bunch of volleys. Critical strikes do not deal extra damage, though they do have increased impale effect, and critical strikes impale enemies on hit. So maybe I won't bother with that. I'll have to think for a little while. We'll probably spend some more of the time looking at the patch notes. Plus, GGG is very prone to changing stuff in these patch notes these days. Blade Vortex sounds kind of nice. Yeah, Blade Vortex is like... it's a pretty popular skill. And what happened to it? Hit rate got slowed down, got less damage per blade, but it did get a higher crit chance. So that was kind of the trade-off. So it's... but it was already in a really good spot before anyways. So it's probably fine. And crit chance going up by almost double is like not a small deal. But also part of me kind of wants to play like a charge stacker, because now we can get +1 frenzy charges on rings from corrupting them. Which it was basically impossible to get those before. With the synthesized items. Like, as sad as I am that synthesized items are gone on principle, the fact that we have much easier access, much easier access to those maximum frenzy or maximum charges in general, because you can get maximum frenzy, maximum power, or maximum endurance as implicits on rings as well. But I kind of wanted to look up what was the I was talking about it a little bit earlier. But I want to see the Maven's Endurance Charge Belt. Which actually is probably easier to search the Maven. Where's our drops? There. Is it Arn's Anguish? Yeah. +1 max endurance charges. Modifiers to minimum endurance charges instead apply to brutal charges. Maximum brutal charges is equal to maximum endurance charges. Gain brutal charges instead of endurance charges. But what do brutal charges do? You might ask. It says right here. 3% chance to deal triple damage and 10% stun threshold per brutal charge. Triple damage overrides double damage. Unfortunately, they don't multiply together. So, we could, in theory, using the new Tidebreaker. Let's see if the wiki actually says the new Tidebreaker stuff yet. Probably not. Last time it got changed was 3.5. So Tidebreaker is losing its 10% physical damage per endurance charge. Now grants 50% chance to gain a brine charge instead of an endurance charge. You gain 4% of fizz damage as extra cold, and as extra lightning per brine charge. So that would be like, I think it'd be up like, I think you can get at least 8 endurance charges. It would be 32% fizz is cold, 32% fizz is lightning. You add that with Arn's Anguish, that'd be 24% chance to triple the damage, which would apply to all of the damage, including the cold and the lightning, not just the physical, because this is just deal triple damage. But also increase stun threshold, so we basically never get stunned. But then on top of that, you also layer Ralakesh for the actual endurance charges. I don't even remember what exactly endurance charges do. 4% additional elemental damage reduction and physical damage reduction. Yeah, so that would be another 32% there as well. Because I think it's 3 additional charges on the tree, right? 3 plus 2 from the rings. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm not losing my mind. I think you might be able to get more. And it's just on rings as far as new sources, but there may have been another source before that I don't know about. But anyways, we can safely say at least 8 is possible. I thought they changed the base damage on Tidebreaker as well, other than increased damage per endurance charge. My one concern with this idea would be the spot that says gain brutal charges instead of endurance charges. Because, like, that could interfere with gaining brine charges as well. Because the wording on Tidebreaker says 50% chance to gain a brine charge instead of an endurance charge. But if you gain brutal charges instead of endurance charges, Does that clash? I don't know. Maybe. But also maybe not. Because it could be... Like, it kind of depends on, like, the order of operations, I guess. So in the moment where your character satisfies the requirement to gain an endurance charge, if it, like, from the very beginning, it's like, oh, your character gained an endurance charge, that's a brutal charge. Then I would imagine that you can't actually get the brine charge from the tiebreaker. But if the game is like, you gain an endurance charge, here's your 50% chance to gain a brine charge, and if you fail that roll, then you just get a brutal charge instead, then it could work. So, this might be something to test out, like, as a second or third build, if we want to fool around. With, like, a thematically appropriate build for the league. But probably, definitely, almost certainly not a league starter idea. But, yeah, as far as a league starter goes, something that's safer. Part of me just wants to play Poison Concoction. Like, we've done that many times. I know it works, and we're gonna be able to clear stuff quickly. And I'm not gonna have a terribly hard time gearing it out. Part of me also wants to play something a little funky, or a little different for me personally. So, like, that's kind of why I was thinking of Blade Fall. And Blade Blast, because I've always been a little interested in that, but too afraid to play it. Yeah, there's just so many buffs to spells and stuff. Like, it's hard to narrow it down right now. Cold Snap looked sick as hell too. Cold Snap of Power. This 50% chance to gain a power charge on critical strike. We talked about it when we got to that patch note, but just to review. Cold Snap of Power. The quality is also 1 to 20% chance to gain a power charge on critical strike. So the base would be 50%, then you go to 20, that's 70. Then you put the Cold Snap of Power into a blue socket, you get another 10% quality, so that's 80% chance to gain a power charge on crit strike. So if you can find another, 20% chance to gain a power charge on crit strike from somewhere else, or like another 20% quality somehow. What are the actual values on enhance? It's 16% quality at level 3. If you corrupted it to 4, it'd be 24%. That would do it. Or if you happen to buy a level 4 enhance, awakened enhance, which enhance isn't usually that popular. So, like, this might be a little less absurdly expensive than trying to go for level 4 awakened enlighten. And definitely, like, a damn sight better than awaken, like a level 5 version of either one. So you'd have to either buy the successful corrupt on the regular version, or the non-corrupted version of the, or the failed corruption version of the awakened gem. And then you're just guaranteed anytime you crit with Cold Snap of Power, you're guaranteed to get your charge back, and therefore circumvent the cooldown. But that, again, is something that might be more fun as a might be more fun as a second build, because you kind of have to have the ability to invest in crit chance to really like make that shine. And like the more ideas I have for builds, the more I really want to make sure I have a solid league starter. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think about it more. But, my friends, it has been a solid 6.5 hours of PoE1 goodness. And unfortunately, I need to go get some food. But I appreciate y'all watching. Hope you're enjoying. Or hope you enjoyed. If you didn't even already, make sure you smack the follow button if you're watching on Twitch. The like and subscribe if you're watching on YouTube. I will be streaming... my schedule thing is not in its normal spot. Is this the thing? There's one. There's two. We stream weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time normally. So tomorrow I will be live playing Path of Exile 1. We'll be doing a practice run through the campaign. Probably with Poison Concoction. But if I decide on a league starter between today and tomorrow, I will probably try and practice that build. But all of next week, Monday through Thursday, we're going to do more practice runs through the campaign just to reacquaint ourselves with the game. And then Friday, we're going to be doing the launch. Friday will be the launch of the new league, and we'll be doing a 12-hour stream of that day from 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time to 1 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Then we'll be doing the same thing on Saturday and Sunday. So for the launch weekend, we'll be doing 12-hour streams, and then we will continue our 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time non-12-hour streams the week after that. So we'll be doing a lot of streaming when Path of Exile 1's Curse of the Allflame League comes out. We'll be doing lots of league prep on the stream tomorrow, and then the weekdays between now and next Friday. But yeah, I hope y'all are as excited for the league as I am. But for now, we're gonna call it here. And I will see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. You have yourselves a good rest of your night, and I will see you then.